I don't believe it has, Brendan. As I was telling you off camera, like literally this weekend, I went to the Shoppers right by my house and bought a Gatorade, and it wasn't, a grand pilgrimage. So I don't really know where it went, but either way, apparently it's back.
Yeah, I mean, the chief executive announcing plans to, quote unquote, bring back Gatorade in the U.S. and worldwide later this year. Newsflash, it never went anywhere here. I don't know. Let us know if it went somewhere in the U.S. because...
or internationally.
Yeah, or internationally, too. Anyway, we'll touch on Pepsi coming up here. Airlines continuing to push higher here, led by Delta right now, right across the board. It hasn't been a terribly exciting trade over the past few weeks and months, but getting a little bit of a boost here. This forecast, pretty impressive right across the board. Just keep in mind, we are getting recorded comments. So there's an event in Washington, long story short, there's an event in Washington. Powell's delivering opening remarks via video. So there won't be any questions, but who knows, just keep it, it's on right now. We'll see if anything happens with the overall market. Could be a bit of a nothing burger though, as far as the market is concerned.
Yeah, there are going to be a lot of Fed speakers, though, all day, guys. At one point, Kashkari and Barr are speaking together, and then Kashkari is speaking alone, like 15 minutes before that. Bowman is speaking at 8:35, so just 5 minutes after these pre-filmed Powell remarks. So, yeah, it's going to be a wild one, I think.
Dan Ives talking a little bit about tech in general this morning, giving his take on not only the sector, but individually saying way more upside to come as far as Q3 is concerned. Number of notes over the past couple of days from analysts specifically on NVIDIA. It's been a week of NVIDIA, it seems, with the deal-making side of things anyways. This is how we're looking right now, just taking out the highs I was hearing in my ear here. There's 193 coming into play after a big day yesterday. Looking pretty impressive here so far this morning as well. It's going to be a little bit different around here this morning. Both Neil and Sean, unfortunately, not with us today. That is okay, though, because we have Sharif and Joe filling the big chairs this morning. Good morning, guys.
We made it to the big show,
We made it. You know what I think? I think the people are in good hands here. I think we'll be all right. I mean, Jays won last night. The Leafs won last night. Man, how much? It's too much winning. But we have to win more. Too much winning.
It was just whooping after whooping. We didn't even have a starter on.
There you go.
We put the starters
in all the bullpen.
Yeah, man.
So
appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, good stuff. Fantastic stuff going on in the markets this morning. We got the airlines starting to move. We're getting the sympathy play within American Airlines as well, too. Finding out a lot about NVDA. So there's a lot going on, Sharif. We're going to have a fantastic morning. We're going to get rocking and rolling when the open comes.
So look, let's just get to it right off the start. NVDA is looking really good, as Brendo mentioned, because, well, they struck that UAE deal overnight. So let's get to NVIDIA right away, Joey, because we're at all-time highs as we speak. We're already 2% in the clear. Sure, AMD's been catching the tailwind lately with their new deal with OpenAI, but you saw what Jensen said yesterday with respect, to the giving up ownership. He was kind of shocked by it. He took a little bit of a shot at it yesterday on his interview with Squawk Box and Becky Quick, saying basically, he didn't have to give up any of his company to get into relationship with OpenAI. In any event, though, Joey, this is higher lows and higher highs here on NVIDIA as we knock on the door of 193. We're up 2%. We're definitely going to have to keep an eye on that. It is by far, Joey, to start the morning here, the strongest Mag 7 name far and away. The other ones that are green are barely green. Google is the only other one, and it's up only 1/3% at the moment. So we'll have to keep tabs on that. What are you keeping an eye on today?
This morning, we're going to be looking at some NVDA this morning. Obi brought to us as well. He's like, hey, I was looking out on Blue Ocean last night at around 12 o'clock or 12 midnight. He got this pop in the market and he was looking for the news. So you're getting the approval for shipping the chips over to these Gulf countries, which is an absolute, I think it's a really good step in the right direction. Now, is it already priced into the market? We'll have to wait and see. But the market's liking it right now. We got NVDL, the 2x leverage, already up 4%. That's going to put NVDA up 2%. So that's what I'm looking at this morning, guys. We got the airlines and we got some of these chip names.
All right, here's what I'm looking at as well. So you guys know that I'm going to be looking at small caps. I'm not a large cap trader. And here's what I'm seeing right off the get-go. MRM was looking awfully good, and now it's breaking down. It's losing the volume-weighted average price. It's losing the bid, and it's dropping back below 2.5. VWAP's at 270. This is not going to interest me unless it can get back above that level. And you could see a whole bunch of selling into that $3 $2 area, so we'll be keeping tabs on that. But it's Tilray, and I'm sure we'll be getting this on the rundown. It is on the watch list, both myself and Adara's. Tilray is on there as they did report earnings, and look at it dance with $2 right now. It's already up nicely here in the pre-market, and we've been seeing this tailwind lately with cannabis stocks, with the rescheduling coming from the Department of Justice being asked, of course, by the administration. Let's take a quick look here at the half an hour chart, so you can see, back on the 29th of September, we caught that bid. We haven't given up that bid, Joey. In fact, we've been making a bit of a consolidation here into that $2 area at about $1.75, and today we're getting the breach of 2 finally on the back of that report. So Tilray, not strictly, of course, a small cap gapper, but definitely one that I'll be keeping my eye on, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. And we got some key levels here that I think we're going to be looking at on some of these airline spaces. Hold on, let me pull it up here momentarily so we can get this unlocked. And this is what we're going to be looking at. So you can see we're gapping up here into this 1245 level. And with Delta, we're looking at that 62, roughly around 61.50. I think if we break some of these levels, and what I'm looking for is that 62 break, and you head into this previous pivot high, there's going to be some good opportunities, I believe, here. So that's a nice strong gap up that we're experiencing here in the space overall. So that's primarily my targets here, and as well as NVDA. Continuous trend higher. We get the gap up at 4 a.m. this morning, so we're going to look for the continuation. Be patient. Wait for those pullbacks out of the gate. We're going to buy. We're going to get in those dip buys, and then sure enough, got to keep Bitcoin on our radar.
All right, before we send it back to the crew at the big desk, I need to mention TTRX here. It's going absolutely buck wild. 375%. It just cleared 32.5. It's awfully spready and awfully volatile. So as I always say on the midday, you need to trade this carefully because it can turn on you in a second and flip the script, and then as quickly as you were in the money, you can be out of the money. So here's the deal. As I mentioned, 365%. This one started moving yesterday in the aftermarket around 10 to 6. By the time 8 o'clock came around, it was all the way up at about $16.50. Just to give you an idea, this one closed at $7 at 4 o'clock yesterday. And by the time, as I mentioned, 8 o'clock came around in the end of aftermarket trading, was around 16 and change. That continued today in the pre-market, opened up at around 16.05, and by the time 4:05 a.m. had come and gone, this one had glanced at $50. Now, of course, it is trading below said pre-market high, that 4 a.m. print, but it's above the volume weighted average price. It's up 300 some odd percent. So it's going to get a lot of people's attention, and it's putting in higher highs and higher lows. TTRX, one I'm certainly going to have my eye on. Send it back to the crew at the desk.
Have a lot of people's attention, including Luis Barbado, going to jump in here this morning and give us a rundown of not only TTRX, but maybe a few other small caps moving around here once again this morning. Luis, good to see you.
Hello, Brendan. Good to see you too.
Another busy week, especially for small caps. I mean, all-time highs for the Russell, all-time highs for basically everything at this point, including small caps, which they were the laggard for most of this year, right from January on. We finally get there. Just from a higher perspective, have you seen any correlation between the overall market getting to all-time highs and any kind of slowdown in the action in these?
Yeah, sometimes the volume just shifts to the blue chips, to the big index when it's becoming so profitable to go long on any of those blue chips like Nvidia or Tesla or anything like that. Sometimes the volume shifts to that sector, and that's why we had some quiet months on the short side, like September probably. But we have ignition a couple of days ago with, I think it was SPRV or something like that, moving up like 600% because Martin Shkreli tweeted something about the company valuing $500 per share. So that ignited a little bit the market, and we have a lot of runners from these last couple of days.
As far as individual movers go, I mean, Sharif just gave us a really good rundown there of that TTRX. Give us your thoughts. What are you looking at as far as that one is concerned this morning?
Well, I'm going to show you a screen here so you make a little bit fun of me. Look at my long there. I'm not a specialist long side, so I took a long here and cut it. I didn't trust it at all, and look at that. It was a huge trade. So, we are more short sellers, and this stock is very expensive to locate, so we will not be able to go short. So let's see how the open reacts on this one. It's very expensive. The range is very, very wide. wide. So you got to be very, very careful. We will look for longs, because we cannot short since expensive locates. We will look for long if we see any price that give us some confidence to get out, like some round level that is holding the bids or some big players coming in when the market opens. But so far, I think we will avoid these tickers since we cannot go short and longs are pretty much overextended now.
BAOS, another one popping up here. A lot of people were mentioning this early on this morning. It has come back in a little bit, but another one, I mean, that kind of sweet spot as far as the price is concerned, $3 to $5 range, ton of volume here as well.
Yeah, it has been a nice stock to short the pops during pre-market. Let's say at 1.5 hours ago, something like that. All the pops to the VWAP, it was a nice short. Right now, we will wait to the open. If in the open it pops to $5, $5.30, where the VWAP will be, I think we will short on this one. But so far, it's pretty much dead now. They just devastate the stock pre-market.
We had a really good question last time we spoke, Luis, and I think it's worth mentioning here. Why don't you run through just maybe in a couple of points your process of elimination when it comes to these in the morning? Sometimes we come in, there's 4, 5, 6, maybe even 7, 8, 9 individual names that are moving around up sometimes triple-digit % here. What really are you looking for to narrow down that process of elimination going towards the open?
Well, mainly it depends on every trader plan. If your trading plan is to trade with huge volume moving up, if it's in the long side, in the short side. So depending your trading plan, you have to base your stock picking, right? So we try to avoid, for example, shorts on stocks that are overcrowded. There is huge volume on the open because we realize that the volume usually push the stock higher, and when the volume shift to another stock, the stock start to losing volume and then start to losing price levels. So if you're a short seller, wait for the backside, wait that the stock lose a little bit of attention to another stock. That's the main point. But if you are looking for longs, you have to pick up other stocks. You have to pick up stocks with huge volume, with rotation flow and good news, etc.
All right, that said, let's dig in here a little bit. Give me your top couple of ideas this morning for 9:30.
We have 3 tickers so far that we are looking to. Is MRM, as Sharif mentioned. This is a very interesting stock. We had a pretty crazy movement last week. I think it was on Monday. I don't remember. It moved to $7. So it's kind of tricky if it breaks this 3-round level maximum of pre-market. I think it's going to happen. We're going to wait for the pop to 260, 270, what the VWAP is, and we will short there. Maximum pre-market highs. That should be the stop out level for the shorts. This is a Japan company, so it might be more volatile than other US stocks. We also have BJDX. I'm going to share a screen here because so you can see some trades on this one. We will short around here, stop out most of it, and then reshort against these highs, 520, 550. We have a very nice daily resistance there. Now it has lost the VWAP, so we will short 420, 440, 460 until this resistance of 480. That should be a nice trade as well. And on the lots, we have MNTS. It's losing a little bit of volume now, so we will skip this one so far, MNTS. So mainly 2 tickers, MRM and BJDX. And also we will look the quantum sector today. It's been racing like crazy for the last weeks and months even. So it seemed that yesterday we saw the first selling coming in, the first day that it crossed even negative, and after market some very panic sells. So we will look for some shorts if it rebound a little bit during the open.
What makes you want to jump to that transition on a day like this when there's, we just went through 3, 4 different small cap runners here. If an overall group is starting to get active again, like quantum, like some of the EV stocks even flying around. Here's RGTI, just actually, as you were saying that, breaking pre-market highs and starting to get going here for Rigetti. What are you looking for as far as these are concerned today?
Yeah, Rigetti and QBTS are the main two tickers that we will trade because they have the most volume of the sector. Even though you could be a trader in a small caps, you have to be aware of what sector is in play and what is the big players talking about. And for the last couple of days, 3 days, you see the huge traders like Nathan Michaud, Martin Shkreli, Kulamagi, Lucas, the short bear. Everyone is talking about the quantum sector getting some overbought prices and probably the first a lot of people buying puts on these stocks. So you have to be aware whether your specialty is something else like small caps. You have to be aware of the big trades that are building in the market.
And directionally speaking, great insight as always, Luis Barbedo over in Barcelona, Spain. Have a fantastic Thursday, my friend.
Thank you very much, Brendan.
Yeah, well said. Obviously, I was all ears there as he was talking about, my wheelhouse there, small cap gappers. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to keep my eye on MNTS. He was absolutely right that this one was losing volume, and it's also dropping below the volume weighted average price. It was also preceded before the loss of VWAP by a topping tail candle, which we know is not the end all and be all when it comes to these small cap gappers because, well, look, they're around for a good time, not a long time. So people got to take profits somewhere, and typically they're taking profits quite aggressively because they're in it for an intraday trade. So I'm definitely keeping my eye on this, but it's really the TTRX show over here. Now, it did lose trend. It held the 10 EMA on the 5 and is trying to work back into that $35. But this is why I always fear these ones that are below the pre-market high is because, well, this candle over here and these candles subsequent, the 4 a.m., 405, 410, they all had a decent amount of volume printing. And so you definitely had some possible holders of those levels. And shorts are also looking at these levels as well, off which to, get in a short position, or longs are looking to take profits there. So I'm looking for a continuation of the trend. Definitely we have some indecision over here with that topping tail. And then this candle's green, but it's got a lower high and a lower low, and it breaches 30. So I'm unsure how I feel about this one, given the spread, given the volatility. We're going to have to keep our eye on it. But I really want to focus on Tilray. You got a nice little bull flag pattern over here. You had a testing of, the volume weighted average price right around 192. It did lose 2, and it's dancing with 2 right now. So I think this one could get going off the bell. Now, obviously, it's a $2 name. That's more in my wheelhouse. You can size in substantially here for continuation. But it's probably prudent on our part to kind of look back a little bit and see, okay, if we clear 2, well, what's that next resistance level that we're looking at? Because we haven't been at 2 in a hot minute. So we're going to have to look all the way back into August of 2024 for a level that stayed above 2 for any prolonged period of time. And that was very, very short-lived. In fact, we really haven't been above 2 for any prolonged period of time. I want to say all the way back until April of 2024. The times that we have cleared 2, they've been sort of Christmas tree retracements, as we always jokingly call that on the desk. It's an upside down V, green on one side, red on the other. It rejects the 200. I'm seeing a lot of good technicals here, Joey, when it comes to Tilray. You've got the golden cross on the daily where the 50 crossed over the 200. You're getting a series of higher highs and higher lows. You're testing critical levels, aka $2. So there's a lot to like about this, and it was a decent report. I'm sure the gang will get to it on the rundown.
We don't want to get too high off of the Tilray news. Obviously being sarcastic there. All right, guys. No, in all seriousness, we're long some AMD here, and we're short a little bit of Bitcoin. Small size. We're just going to go fraction of risk units here. But there's another name that I wanted to bring to our attention, and Gora brought this to me yesterday. I think it's fantastic stuff, right? This is what we're looking for from an intraday standpoint and from a daily standpoint as well, too. So what is really starting to catch my eye on this name is that we're heading towards some of these lows, right? So we print around 1135. It's going to be that low. But one thing to note is just the volume profile. So the way that I'm looking at this is that, okay, we're selling, continuous selling after that IPO. It hasn't recovered whatsoever. Now, is this a potential bottom? We have multiple things that are kind of working in our favor, and that's going to be the print on the daily, this one specifically, and then also that volume signature as well, too. What can this signify? Hey, this is potential stopping volume and price being ready to turn around. So that's what I have on my radar this morning. I think there's going to be a great opportunity, even for for a potential swing trade in Webull, and the risk profile is defined. If it cracks the candle wick low, then you just get out of the trade, be patient, reassess the situation to see like, hey, is this thesis actually going to play out, or do we have to be a little bit more patient, wait for an additional entry, and then take another trade? So it may be a setup that takes multiple entries, but I'm liking what we're seeing here at Webull, especially at these prices. And we know that a lot of these brokerages are starting to climb higher. IBKR, we have Robinhood as well too, an absolute fan favorite of mine. So we're going to be looking at this name. We like it a lot, and also with the airline space as well. Crypto, a nice recovery in Bitcoin. Ethereum's been taking it a lot more aggressively there, Sharif. At one point, we were down 4% on the session. This is ETHA, but we're having that aggressive gap down, and we trade to as low as around 32.80. So is there going to be somewhat of a catch-up trade in the Ether spot? I'm going to avoid this. Why? Because it's significantly weaker than Bitcoin, and it might be lagging for a specific reason. So there's a lot on the radar. We have Webull, we have the airlines, and we have the crypto space, and most definitely the chips that we're going to be looking at this morning, guys.
You know what I like, Joey?
What do you like?
Show 'em, Assassino.
Show them what you got.
Show 'em, Assassino. Oh no! The American League champions are now winners of the ALDS. You know what I like about this, Joey? You got a lot of themes today that we got. You got the Gatorade over here on the left. Brendo said they're bringing it back. I don't know where it went.
I don't know.
To echo Brendo's sentiment, and then Delta reported as well. They're also on there, Joey. It was a match made in heaven. It was
it's meant to be, man.
Yes, the Toronto Blue Jays, we are going to the ALCS.
Oh, look, we got
baby.
Pepsi up there, too. So there you go, Adara. It was just meant to be.
See that Pepsi there, Adara? Yeah, I know. Well, she's more about her energy drinks, though, brother.
No, but she wants to trade Pepsi.
She wants to trade Pepsi. Yeah, she's also looking at some other stuff. She'll get to that. Craig, thank you very much. $5 Canadian super chat. Congrats, you two, for opening the show. Let's see some boys trading today. Would love to know the levels you two think on AMD, and we'll stop to take a breath. Shout out to my man, Craig. I'll give you my opinion, and then Joey will give you his. Let's load up the side chart over here and talk a little AMD. Obviously, AMD's been a rocket as of late on the back of its big deal with OpenAI. Of course, they did give up possibly some of the company there. We'll get more into that. I don't know why it's not loading. There we go. Embarrassing.
Katina in the chat. What's up, brother?
Katina's in the chat. Of course he's in the chat. Get it, Katina, man. Well, hope you're having a great day, brother. We know that you've got the fam today, and we're going to hold down the fort for you, Katina, man. Enjoy your time off. Much needed, of course, and much deserved. All right, here's what the deal is. We got that big boy breakout on the day that we got the headline. That was at around 6:45 in the morning. We had a consolidative day, the day subsequent, and then we had another great day making all-time highs. So what were the levels that I'm looking at? Well, the closing print, first and foremost, has to factor into your assessment here, and that closing print is 235 and change. Let's say 235 and a half, 235 and 2/3. The overnight low, we barely breached that 235 for a moment there, 233. So what I'm looking for is a hold of yesterday's closing print. In addition to that 235.60, 235.50 being an important level, I want to say 235 comes in as well. It was a local area high at around 2 o'clock before we tested the 10 EMA on the 15, and then we continued to trade higher and higher in the aftermarket. Look at that 945 print. We got around to 240. So the initial level of resistance for me on AMD will be 240 until we clear it decisively, and then we can talk about using it as support. To the downside, I'm looking at 235. So a $5 range there for AMD, at least initially. I'm a buyer. I probably won't trade it because I don't trade these stocks. But I'd be a buyer at around 235, 235 and a half. Or if it takes out 240, I'd be looking for a breakout trade and a continuation. How do you see this one, Joe?
You know what, Sharif? I was looking at some of the options activity yesterday, and I like that you mentioned that 240 level because you're going to see some open interest there, but also at that 250 level as well, too. I mean, we're in blue sky territory at this point. We've now broke through that previous pivot high, that previous all-time high. I like AMD for the continuation, but I mean, we've been on a monster run since these April lows. 206%. It's been a really, really big move. move here, but just the continuation and strength and everything that AMD has going on for it, it's hard to go against it. You may experience somewhat of a pullback at some point, but at that point, until you start to see those signals, I think you just have to go with the flow and look for those new highs and continuously allow the underlying asset to print those. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm long it right now. If it breaks the volume weighted average price, we'll just get out. But I think somewhere out of the open, if we can hold 234, then I'm going to be looking for a potential bounce in that area too. So pull back through the volume weighted average price and then a continuation in strength, because NVDA and AMD have just been absolutely phenomenal. So we like this name, blue sky territory. Let's see if it's going to continue on the path that it's currently on.
Before we send it back to the big desk, Jason Raybon, thank you very much, my friend, for the $5 super chat. Good morning, fellas. What are your thoughts on APLD heading into earnings? Any ideas for options plays? I'll just speak to the technicals, and then your boy Joey Options, he can give you the look there for the options trade. I want to shout out as well, GZ. Shout out to you for joining. Data Robertson. Shout out to you for joining Trader TV as well. Make sure to go get the free morning note in the members only section. So here's the 15-minute on APLD, very consolidative that we have been here since, I want to say, around the 2nd of October, kind of nice little rounded bottom there in late September. Let's go to the daily. Let's start with the daily.
Man, this thing has been a monster.
It's a monster, Joey. It's a monster. APLD is a monster, obviously. Applied Digital. So let's take a look over here. Yeah, I'd be buying off the 10 EMA. It's been holding the 10 EMA beautifully on the daily. That is the green line there. The pullbacks have all been bought up. Now, you know, I would, if you're swing trading this, then don't get stopped out on the breach of the 10 EMA. Make sure it's closing below the 10 EMA. So use that closing print rule. But it looks like there's some resistance here into 30. You got a topping tail candle on 10.7 into 30. You're accumulating for a $30 break here. So to me, if the earnings do well, you're going to blow through that 30 level. I'd be a buyer anywhere on the 10 EMA on the daily. Let's go, though, to the 15 and see where the local areas of support are. 2650, an obvious area buying over here. Look at the bounces. You got it on the 7th of October, right into 2650 was bought. The same thing happened yesterday. It dipped into 2650. It was bought. In addition to that, that 2650 was a resistance level before it was a support level. Take a gander at what we did on the 2nd of October as well as the 3rd. We were using that 2650, 27 as resistance. So I like this level. I'd be picking it up off there. If you don't get the opportunity to pick it up 2650, I'd be looking at a smaller time frame and to pick it up off the 10 EMA. How do you see the options on this, Joey?
On APLD, man, I've been talking about this name for some time now. I won't be able to see any options activity on it just yet. The market's not open, right? So heading into earnings, any ideas for options play? I mean, you can obviously, like, if you want to go with your standard moves, I can't tell you the open interest or volume or anything along those lines right now because the data isn't there, nor is yesterday's, right? But what you can do, if you really want to get involved with this name leading into options, one thing that you have to take into consideration is that the implied volatility is already priced in. So if you're thinking about getting involved now, I would just hold off a little bit and then most definitely hold off after the earnings report, regardless of what it is. There is strategies that you can use, like the straddle, strangle, whatever you're more comfortable. Straddle just being a long call and a long put. But the objective of that is that you need to exceed the expected move. We can actually pull that up right now, Sharif. We'll do that real quick before we head back.
Long and short already.
Yeah. We'll see what we can do here. APLD, we'll take a look at the expected move before we send it back to the desk there and go over our watch list. So essentially what we're doing here, guys, is that we're looking at about 15.9% of a move here with a high of around 32.37 and a low of around 23.51. So if you're going to play the straddle, essentially what you need is that to exceed that expected move, go north of essentially 16%. So you want your one contract to vastly outweigh the other, and in order to do so, it needs to exceed that. And if it doesn't, then essentially you're stuck with a couple contracts that are at an extended premium just due to the fact that you're paying for the implied volatility. So I would hold off with that unless you're comfortable with playing those straddles and strangles, guys.
All right, 9 o'clock. Let's go back to the desk and start the rundown.
All right, a couple things real quick. KLAR, Klarna, and Figma as well. So KLAR, nice pop deal with Google Cloud announced. Also FIG started to get going as well. They also announced a new partnership with Google Cloud, according to Bloomberg. So This was already holding 69, which was that consolidation that we saw throughout the day yesterday, starting to pop back up towards 71 here for FIGKLAR, both. A couple to have a look at this morning. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you take a second, jump down, grab the free watch list. Top link in the description will get you to the sign up page, and then all you need is your email address, as everything you need to know on it every single morning comes right to your inbox. Huge day yesterday for not only NVIDIA, but AMD as well, both to the upside. That is how AMD is shaping up so far this morning. If you look at NVIDIA, definitely leading the way here. We're back to 193. Both of these, though, pretty strong over the past couple of days.
Yeah, it's a tale of two cousins, Brendan. And for those who don't know, Lisa Su and Jensen Huang are cousins that be the CEO of AMD and NVIDIA, respectively. Now, for AMD's part, Brendan, this 43% three-day winning streak, is literally apparently their best three-day winning streak in 9 years. So this is great. They're at new all-time highs. Now, NVIDIA, though, has a bit of a catalyst we should talk about. They did reportedly secured approval for billions in chip AI exports to the UAE. So good look there for NVDA. We know that being able to get these exports to China, that's the ultimate goal, especially for CEO Jensen Huang. But UAE is a great start. We know they made those deals. Let's see what kind of, we see from these deals now actually being exported.
And we couldn't go another day without NVIDIA spending more of its money as
That's
well.
true,
Here's Reflection AI. I've never even heard of this, but Reflection AI apparently going to announce Thursday it's raised $2 billion in a new funding round led by, guess who? Yeah, NVIDIA as well, guys. Thoughts here?
I'm shocked, Brendo. I mean, he said that the only thing that he was upset about was he couldn't give Elon more money. He only gave him $2 billion. He wanted to give him more. So he's got a lot of cash on hand. I'm talking, of course, about Jensen Huang and NVIDIA. According to reports, I think they have about 240 to 250 billion in cash on hand right now. So he's clearly looking to deploy that. Look, I mean, we're taking out 190 here like it doesn't even matter. And we really didn't hold out at all. Let's load up the NVIDIA chart over here. We didn't really hold up much at all. Just a little bit yesterday in front of that 189.50. But overnight, I was just talking to Obi off camera, and he was involved in NVIDIA in Blue Ocean. Blue Ocean, in case you guys don't know, it's trading from 8 p.m. to 4 a.m., 3:59 a.m. basically until the pre-market opens once the aftermarket closes. And that's why you're seeing this untraded area over here, this gapping up. 189.25 is where we closed out yesterday at around 8 p.m. when all was said and done, and we opened up at 4 a.m. We were above 190. We didn't even look at that 190 area intraday or during regular market hours. So I'd be looking for a possible move back in if we sell off into 190, but I don't know, Joey. I think that 1.4 trillion that the UAE has pledged, UAE, is pledged for U.S. investments over the next decade. I don't know as much, of course, is going to see its way to NVIDIA, but quite a bit. Yeah,
I think so, quite a bit. I mean, the more inflows are going to be coming in, as you mentioned, over the past decade, and I'm sure they're going to extend that, right? As NVDA continuously updates their chips and gets better and better, you're most definitely going to see more cash flow coming their way, because we talk about this all the time. You're going to have to consistently upgrade. Everything is getting better and better. So I think that striking a deal with them is absolutely phenomenal. And across the board, AMD even has a deal with them as well, and Amazon as well for some cloud services too. So NVDA has just been an absolute phenomenal stock, guys. I mean, we know that Dan Ives calls this the godfather of AI. None of this AI boom is essentially happening without this name. So we're going to continuously look long. We're touching into those all-time highs once again. So it's blue sky territory, just like the other chip named AMD. So we're going to look to go long one more time. My issue here is, by the way, I did get stopped out of AMD. We were only a small size on that one, so nothing to worry about. We're getting the pullback that we were looking for, so now maybe we can get that continuation to the top side. But back to these two names, they've been moving relatively well. You want to try to continue and follow that strength. So essentially wait for those pullbacks in the after the open. Even though NVIDIA is significantly stronger, the pullback back to VWAP is almost inevitable. I shouldn't say that, but it's probably going to happen, and then you want to look for the continuation after that.
And I like what Mitch said yesterday when he was on. He's like, look, NVIDIA's going to continue to go up, but it's going to be that step up.
It's not going to be that clean parabolic price action, right? But it's going to be nice and steady, as you mentioned, stair step. You take a leg higher, consolidation, leg higher, more liquidity grab. You pull back a little bit. You want to buy. So it's like when these two names names right now currently, Sharif, if they're down 2.5%, 5% ever, I think a lot of investors are going to start stepping in, even the retail.
I would agree.
Space.
I would agree. But the point I was trying to make, Joey, is that I think that NVIDIA, you're going to get those higher highs and higher lows. It's a good deal. But as Mitch was saying yesterday, if you're looking, for that more volatile parabolic move, I think we may have to be looking at AMD
absolutely,
here. Right?
Absolutely.
I think we could easily see $500 billion by the end of the year. I think currently, where are we at? We are at 384, so I don't think it's too crazy.
Yeah.
And this thing has been rocketing up lately.
I mean, even though they're in the past, though, Sharif, we have to take the splits in NVDA into consideration. It makes it significantly harder for the underlying to actually move after you've split so many times. AMD hasn't undergone that.
No, they haven't.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Send it back to the desk.
New chip announced there this morning. Intel unveiling Panther Lake architecture. I don't know how they come up with these names, but first AI PC platform built on 18A from Intel. So a little bit of a wide range candle there for INTC. Let's talk about some of these airlines this morning. Here's the major catalyst, DAL, Delta to the upside in a pretty good way. $62, bit of a problem spot right now. If you just zoom out though, let's go to Jets, the ETF. Same looking start to the day here. Much better than expected results, much better than expected forecast from Delta.
Yeah, let's talk about it here, Brendan. So they actually did here have EPS $1.71 versus $1.52 expected. That's a beat. Sales $16.673 billion, also nicely beating estimates of $50.041 billion. Now let's talk here about their Q4 EPS guidance. The midpoint certainly beating estimates $1.60 to $1.90 versus estimates of $1.64. Now let's talk about their fiscal 2025 adjusted EPS guidance. They narrowed it, but it wasn't necessarily in a bad way. Narrowing it here from $5.25 to $6.25 to $6. So it's still above the midpoint of that previous guidance, and it still beats estimates of $5.76. So yeah, let's see, I guess, how the market reacts to it. Right now, they really like these numbers, and the whole space seems to really like these numbers, as you mentioned.
Yeah, here's, I was just going to bring up AAL. There's American for you as well, looking pretty good to start here. I mean, this thing's 1250. Wow, I haven't looked at this chart in a long time. But DAL, guys, the one with all the volume this morning.
Yeah, one of the things that caught my attention right away, so I look at the fundamentals quickly over here, and it looks like premium segment revenue, which is just a euphemism for business class and first, surged 9%, while main cabin revenue slipped 4%. And that is a story that we've been seeing more and more and more. Surprised? Rich people aren't hurting, all right? And that's exactly what Delta is trying to take advantage of. If you know kind of the way where Delta fits among the order condescendi for these airlines, it's one of the top domestic airlines anyway. I'm not comparing it to Qatar Airways and Emirates and stuff like that, but I'm talking among American Airlines. It is one of the top ones. And Ed Bastian, the CEO, he noted no signs of a pullback in higher end spending. Surprise there. Corporate travel as well continues to lift domestic demand for flight. So that is something to keep an eye on. Now, with respect to technicals, let's take a look here at DAL, and then Joey will give you his opinion. Let's just pull this bad boy up. Let's start with the daily, Joey, because that was a nice breakout there intraday on the 5. But where are we at with respect to the daily? So we're definitely well off those April lows, and it's been a series of higher highs and higher lows. Clean area there, but I'd definitely be looking for resistance into the $62 to $63 area. That's another area high that we have to clear. If we clear that 63, I want to say to 65, you're definitely looking at resistance at 65, given what we did back at around election time, November of 2024, 65 was a hot level. And then, the market was rocketing. After the election, we got about to $70. So my initial move here is to look for a clearing of this area crest, 62.5 to 63. If you squeeze by that, it's an easy move into 65. That's what I see on the daily. The 15, is not going to really show us much there because we haven't been around these levels in a while. Joey, how do you see this whole thing?
Yeah, it's absolutely. We took a little bit off there on IBIT, guys, as it's starting to sell a little bit. So there we go. We're short on this name, taking a little piece off there. But Sharif, I like that you mentioned that the business class is just doing fine. It's usually the higher end consumer that it can withstand a lot, right? It's the lower end of things that we feel the more brunt of that. So as for DAL, we like this a lot. We can see that we're gapping up here to around 61.50, and off that earnings report, there's going to be a key level around 62.74 that I'm going to be looking for. I believe if we have the ability to breach that, then we can continue it. But I'm also liking AAPL this morning as well, too, guys. So the volume is in on both of these names, and we're starting to form this bull flag pattern. So at the end of the day, you want to wait for that pullback to the volume-weighted average price, and then hopefully a continuation within the trend to the top side. We can go to the daily on this name as well, because we've gapped up, but we're still kind of stuck in the middle of a range. So there's going to be a key pivot level around that 1338 level. So that's what I'm going to be looking for. If we have the ability to breach some of these zones, then I think we're going to be able to continue on to the top side, guys.
All right, guys.
I'm just looking at a chart of silver here, guys. If you zoom out to this is a 15-minute chart, but this is happening right now in front of us. Absolutely straight to the upside for silver today. Highest level in 3 decades. I mean, we touched on gold a little bit the past couple of days, but everything going. I'm just seeing spot palladium rising 3% to multi-month highs as well. So metals catching a huge bid over the past couple of days. Just hearing this in my ear once again, worth noting, this is not Tesla related, obviously, but I mean, it kind of is. GM one-upping Elon, how dare they? GM unveiling a Chevy Bolt model, EV priced at $29,000, just because Tesla did what they did going back 2 days ago with their lower price models. So again, Chevy Bolt now $29K in the US on the EV side. So prices coming down.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely does seem like, as you said, that GM was scrambling to do this to try to compete with Elon, but kind of get why they do that. Let's talk here about this NHTSA news. That's the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. They're opening a new investigation here into Tesla vehicles, specifically 2.88 million Tesla vehicles that are equipped with the FSD or full self-drive system. Now, apparently this involves multiple incidents, apparently 6 confirmed crash reports where Tesla vehicles that did have FSD engaged ran red lights, and then those red lights led to some intersection collisions. So let's see how this goes. Apparently 4 of the 6 crashes actually added to the injuries, resulted in injuries, which makes these investigations a bit more urgent here. So interesting look there for TSLA and the NHTSA once again opening this investigation. Let's see if any recalls come of this, because that would be the next step.
It seems like a monthly thing almost for Tesla in these investigations. It's crazy. Yeah. Here's the daily chart. I mean, just kind of chopping around here, guys, for Tesla right now.
I'm not surprised by that, obviously, Brendo, because you know that I took that test drive and it was going to run the intersection. I had to intervene. Mm-hmm. So we know that they have also dropped a new version of FSD yesterday, 14.1. So it keeps improving. And if you look at YouTube, a lot of YouTube videos of people taking really lengthy trips with no disengagement. So we'll have to see how that all works out. But I want to mention the GM headline over here. So this is very interesting. It's going to be their most affordable electric vehicle. We're talking about the Chevy Volt 28995 for the base model. Here's the deal. 65 kilowatt LFP battery. LFP charges faster. It's also cheaper, but 65 kilowatts with a 255 mile range. Let's compare that to the Tesla scaled down Model Y, Model 3. The Model Y is going to have 357 miles of range, so about more than 100 miles. But when you're comparing apple to apple, sedan to sedan, Model 3 is going to have 321 miles. This has 255. But to be fair, the Model 3, the standard Model 3 is going to be 37,000. This is about 29,000. So make of that what you will. So how do you see Tesla today, Joey?
You know what, Sharif, I find this really interesting, this story, and you know where we talk about this a lot of these companies, these car companies undercutting each other. China, are we starting to see that here now?
You're gonna see it, Joey.
You're gonna see it. So yeah, it's very interesting.
Good call though on that.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, guys, we know that we got the likes of Waymo and they use LiDAR, Tesla using its camera systems and everything along those lines. We took a little bit more out there on IBIT, by the way. But as for Tesla, we know that there's going to be some bumps in the road. It's not going to be completely smooth sailing. The thing is, with the difference between the LiDAR and Google's Waymo is that it's easier on the software, harder on the hardware, right? It takes them a lot more to produce that. And then also it's the inverse for Tesla. significantly harder on the software, much easier because of the production capabilities. But at the end of the day, I think it'll be okay. There's going to be bumps on this road here, Sharif.
Yes,
it's
sir.
just a matter of just phasing them out. You get those software upgrades, and I'm sure they're going to be able to figure out what's going on in that little bug that they've been experiencing as
Yeah,
of late.
absolutely, Joey. I think they're always improving. And that's the beautiful thing about over-the-air software updates. You know, you want to get that
boom.
update.
It's just like that, boom.
It's out.
Well, the thing, they've identified the problem. Now it's just, okay, well, how do we debug this and find a way to correct it? So
here's what I see on the technicals, guys. Let's load up. This is the 15-minute chart on Tesla. So we're putting in lower highs and lower lows since essentially the 6th of October. So here's what I see. I see a very obvious area of support between 420 and 417. Take a gander at what we did on the 26th of September in the pre and what we did again on the 3rd of October. Let's zoom in a little bit. Look at these top bottoming tail candles. They all close at 420, but they breach it on a wick basis, going down to about 417.5. So I'm a buyer on Tesla. If we continue selling off, we're at 431 right now. If we continue selling off, I'm definitely looking at between 420 to 417 for a buy area. If for whatever reason we catch a bid, I'm looking at resistance on TSLA at yesterday's closing print. That closing print happens to be just south of 439, 438 and change. I'd be looking for resistance in and around that level. Those are my technical looks on Tesla, since we've already kind of drop below this 432 area, which was a low on the 7th. We obviously breached that level yesterday. Again, I don't know how you see this, Joey, but I'm looking at 420 to about 417.5 as an area of support.
420, eh?
Yeah, 420. I think Elon would be pumped about that.
Yeah, I mean, well, we don't want Elon on that stuff because he'll get everybody tested at Tesla like he did that one time off of the Joe Rogan show. Did you see what he said? He was like, yeah.
Is this legal?
Yeah. And then everybody at Tesla had to get
No, but he's a government contractor because of SpaceX. And they have different rules. You want to work with the government, Joey.
There's no more of that. No devil's lettuce. I don't even have the weed Batman there that Katina Man has. But
don't worry,
Katina will figure that one out for us.
He's
But
good.
no, in all seriousness, there, guys, we're about like I think it's around 10% off of those previous all-time highs. I think eventually we will get there. There's a lot going on there. Audio, cutting out constantly. All right, we'll get that sorted out. I'll continuously talk about this. It's only a matter of time. It's not if, just when, to the point of when Tesla is going to break through that pivot high. We're going to look at this thing from an intraday standpoint. One day it's hot, the next day it's not, right? So keep that cool. Yesterday's price action, I'm going to look for that repeat offense and maybe have to be a little bit more patient in this name just in case there's some more sellers stepping in there, guys.
All right, Tilray to the upside here, words I thought I'd never say. But if you zoom out here a little bit, since July, this thing's been on a tear. I mean, we were at 26 cents in July. This thing's pushing $2.10 right now. Back to the upside here. I mean, it's so hard for me to say there's better than expected earnings when you report basically $0 versus an expected loss. So yes, they beat. But what are we talking about here?
Yeah, Brendan, it wasn't even basically $0. It was $0. Let's be very clear. But it was better than the expected loss of 2 cents per share. Now, their sales were a beat, $209.501 million versus about $204.5 million that was expected. Let's talk, though, about the gross margin, because I was telling Brendan this off camera. That was really their biggest issue here. Gross margin, 27% versus 30% last year. Cannabis gross margin, 36%. Versus 40% last year. So the gross margin in general is dropping a bit year over year. Gross profit also contracted by 4% on a year over year basis. So mixed look. That being said, I do have to give them some credit here. Adjusted net income actually increased year over year. Adjusted EBITDA up 9% year over year. But that gross profit and gross margin a bit concerning.
Little one from a market cap scale, obviously, and a price action scale. But if you zoom out, I think this is more of a volume story, guys. Over the past couple of months, as I said, going back to July, the volume has been on the upside here for Tilray, not selling.
Yeah, no question about it, Brando. And I gotta make a couple of observations here. This 209.5, let's just say 210, That's a record net revenue for the company. And the CEO's kind of crediting the disciplined execution and the strategic vision. You're also seeing positive operating progress. They're really excited about the rescheduling of cannabis in the United States, because that fundamentally changes how the business can operate. You can't right now, if you're a marijuana company operating in the United States, offset your business expenses against your profits. You can't do that. Every other business can, which is insane to me. So this is going to fundamentally change their balance sheet. In addition, they're saying Europe, it's a shifting regulatory landscape. They feel that they may get legalization in that continent sooner rather than later. So we'll be on the lookout for that. And Joey, they're really advancing what they're saying is a new formulation and delivery methods in medical and adult use cannabis. And we know that the medical cannabis game is a higher margin business than the recreational, where there's a race to the bottom. I want to undercut you, you want to undercut me, but that's not the case when you're talking about medical use cannabis, and they want to drive
the CBD. You get the CBD oils, you have all the extracts within the marijuana business.
There you go.
We're all out of the iBit trade there, guys. We took another stab there on AMD, taking a fill on that one, so that's working out really nice. We got 40 cents on that pop up there, starting to come back in a little bit there, guys. But no, to add to Brando's point, you can see from the volume profile, guys, really starting to amp up in earlier July. So these names, again, I'm not going to say that they're up in smoke. At least they're not losing right now. But again, you want to be patient. As soon as they kind of get that, if the government decides to change the grading of it, then sure enough, you're going to see a massive spike within the whole space. But currently right now, it's still illegal. State by state, completely different thing. But mass adoption, I don't know if it's ever going to come. If my opinion, if I thought it was going to, would have been during the Biden administration, not necessarily the Trumps. But hey, we're not going to complain. Volume starting to pick up. As Brando mentioned, once again, you're 36 cents off of those June lows, and now trading at $1.72 north of that. So you can't complain.
You know what's funny? It's like, it's legal here, obviously.
Yeah.
And then it's legal in New York, New York State,
but
right?
you can't bring it over the border.
But if you want to cross from Ontario to New York State, you're going to get dinged, Joey.
Dinged, brother. Dinged.
All right, so let's look at the technicals here. I'm obviously involved in it right now. Long 204, looking at getting multiple more dips. I'm looking to defend that 10 EMA on the 5, but this is the 15-minute chart. And personally, what I see here are higher lows and that 205 area of resistance. So I perceive a bull flag forming with a possible flat top break. I'm looking at building my position into the open, which is about only 8 minutes away. I will be looking to defend key technical levels. So if there's instability or volatility at the open and we dip down as people look to offload maybe some of the shares, I have to look at the imbalance locator here. See if Tilray is actually on there. Tilray trades on the NQ, Joey. So let's actually do that right now. Let's load up that imbalance locator if I can find that bad boy. I always have trouble finding it. Where is it at? Show yourself. There it is, imbalance locator. Let's bring that in. We'll flip this over here. We'll go to NQ, take off Canada. We're just going to the NASDAQ, apply, okay. All right, what did I do over here? Because it's not loading, Joey. So let's take that one off, apply, and then let's do that again. So we want to see everything that's trading on the NASDAQ right now. We want to get there it is, good. So let's see if it's by size. So let's go ahead and look by size. Tilray, nothing there. Let's look paired volume. Yeah, Tilray not really showing up right now on the imbalance locator. So at least there's not an aggressive market on open or limit on open order to sell. So I'll keep looking for that. That's probably something that I really need to do if I'm going to take the open on Tilray here, Joey. Any other observations on your part?
On Tilray, no, we'll keep our eyes on it. For me, I think that's more your realm there, Sharif. With those cannabis stocks, but I mean, hey, talk to me when Aurora Cannabis gets back up to $1,300, and then we'll start looking at the weed space once again. Obviously, being slightly sarcastic here, but that's what happens. I was in this name from I don't even know when did that weed boom happen? In 2018, right? Okay. So yeah, about 2018. So I've been holding on to a 5-figure loss for about 6 years now. But hey, complete tax write-off. We're not going to complain about it whatsoever. As for the weed space, keep your eye on it. MSOS isn't a bad play. So yeah, and CGC, maybe you get some sympathy within a couple of those names as well too.
All right, Pepsi chopping around here so far this morning. We decoded what we were talking about earlier a little bit. I mentioned that they were going to launch Gatorade again, both in the US and quote unquote globally. It might have been just a misprint initially, but it's a relaunch, like a rebranding, I guess, for Gatorade, because as far as Adair and I were concerned, it hadn't gone anywhere. So, I mean, there's that. For anyone who cares and follows along with Gatorade, I certainly don't. But that's how we're looking right now. Not much to take as far as the price action is concerned here. Tell us about the numbers.
Honestly, they were also pretty much not much to take. It was pretty ho-hum, Brendan. They did report a double beat. Earnings of $229 versus $226 expected. Sales, $23.937 billion versus $23.827 billion expected. Now, the commentary from the call beyond Gatorade relaunch, where things got a bit interesting too. I will say with regards to guidance, they said they're continuing to expect low single-digit organic growth, but flat core EPS for the fiscal year. So they're not really expecting any growth in terms of earnings. Now let's talk about their portfolio transformation, because apparently they're working here with Elliott Management, at least to some degree. Now that is an activist investor. They said they, quote, had a couple of interactions and that Elliott Management is aligned, I guess, with PepsiCo, saying they're undervalued and they need to create that sense of urgency for shareholders. Let's see if the Gatorade relaunch is what does that for them, but we'll have to wait and find out.
It'd be interesting to know what the percentage of their market comes from Gatorade versus the actual sale of.
You got a lot of brands.
I don't, as I said, follow it at all. But Pepsi, guys?
If they're going to introduce a protein called Doritos, if they're going to introduce a product called Doritos protein.
Yeah.
Right away.
Read it straight?
Straight.
Like mass order?
Well, pricing. Important. I've seen these protein chips before, and they're super expensive. If they can make this viable, Joey, I'm a buyer. So apparently they're trying to revamp their snack lineup in North America.
Absolutely.
Doesn't want to get.
Well, the GLPs is what I was going to lead into, right?
Exactly.
Right. So it's like, okay, they had to have a tough transition from kind of having these unhealthy, high sugar, high glucose snacks to something more relatively healthy, because it just seems that was the shift that the consumer was looking for. People want the Pepsi, is it Pepsi Zero, or is it only Coke Zero? Whatever it is, Pepsi Max, I believe, or something along those lines. People want to eliminate the sugar and get a little bit more healthy. And I think with Pepsi kind of just shifting some of their product objectivity, it's really, really important. But as for the technical, Sharif, not too bad of a look. So guys, you can see from a daily standpoint, you breached through some of this the support levels around 139.50, but now you're starting to pop back up them. Look for that to continue to recover, because that might have been enough to absorb the liquidity through the 138s and then climb back higher. We're up 1% and we almost have 1 million shares traded there, Sharif, almost with 3/4 shares traded.
I gotta tell you.
Liquidity is a little bit of an issue on this one. Adair likes it spready. We're sitting at about 5 cents right now. Not too bad. It might tighten up after the open, but liquidity, it's more of a slow mover, not that day-to-day intraday trader that we're looking at.
Absolutely, you're right, Joey. And here is the imbalance locator. I know the Katina Man and the Neil will always put this up for you. So here it is. You got UiPath with the #1 buy size right now, waiting above 1 million shares. FCX, DAL, Lithium Americas as well there with a buy side, 271. ZET, I don't even know what that is. We got NOK, you got T-Mobile on there, MP Materials. Obviously, I'm involved in that one. That's got a buy-side imbalance of about 145,000. NEO is on there with a sell-side imbalance on NEO for about 150. Let's keeping a look. Alibaba, also the sell-side imbalance for about 115,000. There's Stellantis buy-side imbalance. They had a good report not that long ago. Love on there with a buy-side imbalance of a little bit less than 100. But there's Nike coming up with its own buy-side imbalance here. A nice 215,000 share buy-side imbalance. We'll be keeping tabs on that. Not too many in the way of sell-side imbalance, just AT&T, NEO, and the Dow and Baba. So, yeah, keep your eye on that if that's kind of your look there. Let's see exactly where we're at relative to the opening bell, Joey. Just I got to load up my atomic clock over here. We got about 45 seconds left. I'm in Tilray right now. I'm looking for Tilray to hold up above this area trough over here. So this 190 area was an area that was tested. Initially, I needed to hold up above there. VWAP is also at 190. It could get about a 190 retracement. Originally got in at 204, defending into 2. I still have another DCA here at $1.96. We're getting in small pieces here because I don't typically trade the open, so we can't go gung-ho right off the bell. We got to build the position in. So I'm definitely looking at taking Tilray long over here with a decent earnings report and a good tailwind, guys. All right. The opening bell brought to you by Beta Pro, 3 times daily leverage ETFs. If you're a sophisticated Canadian trader, bring the bell, Joseph options. All right, here we go. Tilray, zagging at $2. No continuation though, Joey. We don't pick up any more at that $1.96, but there it goes into 210. We will wet the beak there. Long at 203. We got shares on here. Let's go ahead and post 15, and we're also going to wait a little bit above that at 18. Looking for continuation here. Seller at 10 on Tilray. Hidden seller. You can't shake them right now. So let's keep an eye out there. There's 10s again. We're not getting any prints, Joey, above 10. So that 10 seller, a staunchy little bugger, 214 high. Let's look for the continuation.
Absolutely, guys. All right, so this is what I was talking about earlier in the pre-market session there, guys. NVDA trading above the volume weighted average price. Bang, and there we go. We take a little bit of a move there on IBIT as we're heading to the sell side there, Sharif. Right. So a nice little move to the downside in IBIT. We'll take a little bit off there. This is going to be our second entry. Bang, we catch that fill on that one. So heading into 70s, I think we're going to head into the volume weighted average price just like we were seeing in the chip space, guys. I was talking about that move, and then you get that dip and absolutely rip. There goes the chip space, Sharif. Boom. Gone. NVDA gone, punching through that 193, new all-time high there. Bang. We'll write that one up. So that was a really, really good look. And we're starting to come back in. Eyes are on the airlines as well, too. But that dip, back to the volume weighted average price, and then you get that rip back higher, putting in NVDA to a new all-time high. Let's see if we're going to get the exact same style of price action within AMD. I don't mind getting stopped out of this IBIT trade, but you can see that we're also forming these consistent lower highs here, guys. Keep that in mind. As soon as we crack this resistance level, I'm at a dodge on that one. We caught the fill on IBIT.
All right, criminals breaking out. CRML. This is a former runner. We know all about this. I trade this often on the midday show. CRML up about 11.5, taking out 13. It's got a low of 12.36, and here we go on criminal. It's a 13.32 high. Does it hold 13? Right up into the high. There it is. Seller at 32. Can't shake him. Seller at 35 now. Let's see if we can get up a little bit higher. We're dipping back down into the mid-teens. Let's pick up some here. Anything below 13 ends the trade. Let's go ahead and put that in there right now. So we'll put that in there for criminal. So there it comes into 13. So we'll get stopped out super quick on that. Probably shouldn't have been doing that.
Just like that.
Just like that. But there it goes, right back into the highs, Joey. Criminals breaking out. Seller at 30 now. So the seller's moving down. It was 35, 33, now 30. So I need to be alive to that. So let's see if we can clear out those sellers first. Maybe I'll pick up something at around 13 to get a better entry price, because this one is awfully volatile into the high there, and no continuation right now on criminal. Keeping my eye on this, up 12%, Joey.
Bang, there we go. We'll take another fill down there at 702s there. On there it goes. Right back towards the volume weighted average price. We'll take another small piece out here as soon as we head towards those lows. So keep an eye out on for that 70 break on IBIT. And there it is. There it is, Sharif. Right back into VWAP. This is what we're talking about. Katina Man. Brother,
what are you doing
come on, what are you doing over here? He's in the chat.
Is he actually?
Yeah, he's in the chat, man. Come on, Katina, man. You know he's in the chat. Brother, we're taking the fills right out of the gate. We get another move south of VWAP here on IBIT. But guys, full disclosure, we're only at half a risk unit here. As some of these chip names are starting to come back in, we'll piece another little bit there right at VWAP. One more out, but a nice downside move in the crypto space across the board. The NASDAQ is tanking, Sharif, heading towards some of those lows, so there might be a potential trade there. The Q's breaking through support. I'm going to wait for that pullback, and then bang, we're going to look for that move back towards the downside. But I want to see the buyers step back in to the crypto space. Why? Because I'm really, really, really long. I was going to say helly long, but yeah, we are extremely long on that one though, Sharif. Taking the fills on IBIT. I'm avoiding AMD right now as it's coming off of those highs. tapped into 240 and started to reject aggressively. We're cracking through some key pre-market support levels on the Qs. Keep an eye out for that one, guys. SPY holding up relatively strong here, though, Sharif. What does that lead me to? What is XLF up to? If XLF decides that it wants to be ripping, it's going to have a much better day. And there you go on that 5-minute print. You tap up into 53.70s roughly, and now starting to come in a little bit. But SPY holding up better than the NAS here.
All right, we're doing it freaking live on Criminal, Joey. We're taking out levels. We got 05s. It's showing me 33s. Here we go. My next profit taker is above 40. There's a seller at 35, and there's been a seller at 35. We can't shake them right now. And they're, it's incremental. Sometimes they move down, they get taken out, but they'll reposition themselves right back at that level. Let's look for continuation here on Criminal. I'm looking for CRML. I should stop calling it Criminal. But there it is, seller at 25 again, or this time popping onto 25. We'll wet the beak there. Then I want to hold here. Okay, it's holding 13, so at $13 level got defended. All the bottoming tails come off 13, and that's where I got in, 13.05. So I like that 13 level as support for now. Underline that for now. There's 31. Can we shake the seller at 35? There's 35 again. There's size posted on Memex, about 391 lots. We're not printing anything above 35 right now on CRML. I need to see that level get taken out because there's a staunchy seller right there that we can't shake. So I'm packing my patience over here. There it is, Joey. We take him out. Give me the print, bro. Boom! 50 pennies in the money, super quick. On your boy Criminal, looking for continuation. We're waiting above 60 now. Seller at 50. He's a staunchy bugger, just like that same bugger that was at 35. We take out 50 momentarily. It is a 54 high now, but we're not getting continuation above that level. I got to pack my patience here on Criminal.
Yes,
we have a good price. Let's see if we can get continuation, Joe.
Absolutely no. Yeah, I mean, Sharif, come on, we're crushing it here this morning. Continue, man. I know you're watching this stuff over here, my friend. We got that move into view up there on IBIT. I didn't take anything out, but Jeffrey, I get it. Jeffrey 69.
Hey.
Ice didn't get Sean, man. Come on,
what?
brother.
What happened?
You said Ice got Sean. That's why I got it. Yeah. I'm like, come on.
We have no ice in Canada.
We don't have ice here, man. Everyone's welcome. Come over here. What was I going to hit
down that road?
But we don't want any. We don't want any more criminals. We don't want criminals. We don't want criminals. We don't want any criminals. Other than that, you're welcome.
Keep those
over here. Yeah, we'll keep those over there and whatever you guys are over there. Just
we have plenty of interesting people here.
We got a lot of those. We got a lot of.
I see them every morning on my way.
Oh yeah, I mean, listen, you're taking the TTC at the end of the day, right?
Well, Joey, we're carless now, you know.
Hey,
I don't want no scrub. Scrub is a guy that can't get no love from me. Sitting in his best friend's ride or something like that. Get it, Adara.
I don't have the moon. That's the thing. I feel a little empty-handed here because we don't have the all the Sean kind of animations here. So all I can really hit is these, right? If we'll put in one of those there. We got that there, bang, and then also.
Oh no, we're breaking out on Criminal, Joey.
On the siren,
we're breaking out, Joey.
Listen, look at these small cappers moving. I don't know, Sean and Neil, what's gonna happen, man? We're hot today. We have to keep that rolling, man. There might be new boys, which I know I'm obviously joking on that one. Joey, no option, says Chavo. Come on, man. What is that? I'm still sitting in all my contracts. What is Webull up to? Tell me. Where's my guy Gorvin, Lost and Jag, and everybody up there? Let's pull up Webull and see what we got going on. Not doing what we want to. Patience on this one. I like it. If we break through VWAP here on IBIT, we're gonna take our last out, Sharif.
All right, Joey, Criminal is breaking out into 75s. We've got 05s on. 77 now, the high of the day. 77 showing up. 80s. That's the end of the trade. Boom! Into the high. Almost a dollar club there.
Wow, what a huge
Criminal.
move.
Yeah, that was a good move there, Joey. That was a good move. All right, Criminal looking real good now. What's the next trade? As the guy to the right with me would always say, CRML, I'm done my trade on this one. Do I get back in more? Do I look for a pullback? And if I'm looking for the pullback, Joey, where am I looking for it at? I'm looking at it at the $0.50. Here comes 14. There's a prohibitively large seller at 14. Multiple lots showing up on the book, but it's always what we can't see on the book that, that we need to be aware of. So we're zigging and zagging. Above 14 we go momentarily, but the sell comes in, and it comes in aggressive. Back into the 80s we go. I'm going to post up at 13. Let's go. No, that's not the one I want right there. I'm going to post up over here for small share size. I want to say prior bar low. Excuse me here for a second.
No
prior
problem.
bar low. That takes me to 1360. I want ahead of prior bar low. Let's go 69. Let's go 69. And if we lose 50, it's over. Okay? So we're going to risk 19 pennies on much smaller size for continuation into 14, but it may not give it to me. It is already working its way back up into that 14 break. So we'll see what Criminal here has to offer. I'm waiting at 69s for a dip trade. That by definition is ahead of prior bar low, and that's the trend that I'm trying to ride. If it loses that 50 penny level, we're going to end the trade on Criminal and hold on to the winnings here, but it feels like it may not give me that 69 print. As the buyers are keeping this afloat in the 80s, we're going to have to pack our patience.
All right,
Joey.
beautiful stuff, guys. I got to take this NVDL trade here. There's a beautiful signal, Gorev. We're going to go small. We're going to start off really, really small. There it goes. It's popping through. I had to get in a little bit quicker, but there goes NVDA. Man, we're in pretty heavy here, so we want to be patient on this one. We still got our IBIT trade going on, NVDL. We're going to start piecing it out here as it's 20 cents. Quick as you'd like there, Sharif. Oh, starting to come back in. 99%. I got to take one from Katinaman. What are we even doing here, bro? Get out of here. It's money, money, money. No, we didn't take anything out, obviously being slightly sarcastic on that one. But there is some good signals, guys. Let's be patient on this and look for the continuation and strength in NVDA. Beautiful hammer print right there. Now, can we break through some of these key resistance levels? I think that's going to be really key as we're starting to come back in. So hopefully it's not reverse dollar club over here, because we got that pop into 99s, didn't get anything out. We're going to be more patient and wait for that 99.24 just in case that wants to come into play there, Sharif.
All right, guys, got back in over here on Criminal at 87. Let's see if we can get, this is very small, still keeping my DCA there at 69 to see if we can get that dip and then a possible move back up into 14. I'm looking at wetting the beak into 14 just to de-risk. Let's see if that buyer steps in there. We got the fill here. We got the fill at 69. So there we go, popping back up into the 80s. We'll wet the beak there. Good look, man. Good look on these levels. There we go, 75, 85 now. So again, into 89, let's wet the beak again. Now we have one more beak wetter, so let's let that one go for 14. We're going to wait at 14.25. Let's see if we can get a price spike through 14. There's 14 again. We can't shake them. We got 69s on at the moment. We're showing 94s. Second entry here on Criminal. Let's hope that this trade is not Criminal and we give back some of the profits there. I do like my entry at 69. Anything below my entry, though, ends the trade. But what I'm looking for is that continuation and a price spike. Because typically when you have that kind of resistance at this level, here we go, 14 again, usually when you breach it pretty aggressively. Now, I don't know if it's going to be 25 pennies worth of aggressive, because that's where I'm waiting, 14.25, but I like 25. I like the number 25. So that's my look right now, holding on to CRML. Anything below 69 ends the trade. Anything at 14.25 also ends the trade for a beak wetter, Joe.
All right, beautiful stuff there, Gorb. Yeah, so we're starting to print a 5-minute inverted right here. So that long off this 5-minute print, not looking too good just yet, Gorb, as we're rejecting the volume weighted average price. I don't want to give this too much more room here, guys, but we did get all out of our IBIT trade. You can see the crypto space really starting to sell aggressively. So that was a nice move to the downside. More shares, only a quarter of a risk unit on that one as we're continuing to bleed in this space. So keep an eye out on that one. We're going to hold through on this NVDL trade. But with the NASDAQ tanking extremely aggressively, hopefully we can get a little pop here once we do get that breath within. There it goes, the crypto space. Bitcoin absolutely tanking. I had that hunch, guys, that when we filled that gap from an intraday standpoint, we were just going to continuously bleed on the day. And I was thinking about selling a couple calls to relieve some pressure and a little bit of stress, but I'm like, you know what? Nah, we're gonna diamond hands this one for October and see what we got going on this one. Ethereum, I'm just gonna sell because that has not been working out relatively good at all for us. But there goes there goes NVDL to the top side. Bang, another move. Let's get that over. Enough of this IBIT tanking because we don't want to see that just for the personal account reasons. But we tapped into 99. Must be a seller. Let's pull up the options chain. I know Ozan mentioned, somebody in the chat mentioned something about 195 and a lot of open interest up there. Well, guess what? We have the ability to take a look at it. Your boy Joey O's is here. We're going to go to it, and he's right. 119,000 contracts at that 190. There it goes, Sharif. What a big time move.
Joey.
Oh, my days. Let's take 20% off here, guys.
Okay.
Bang, we catch that, Phil. We're going to take another 20%.
Joey Diamond Hands in the chat.
Is that what they're calling me?
They're calling you now, bro.
Oh, my days.
Diamond Hands.
All right, let's get a little bit more off here. As I can't catch a fill if my life depended on it. But there it is, bang, a nice pop-up all the way up to that 99.26 there, an NVDL, Sharif.
All right, guys, Criminal is breaking down, so I'm really happy with my exit. I want to get out on my entry. Sometimes it's not a good idea because the market doesn't care about your entry, but I think I had the right idea here. As Criminal does dip down, it rejects 14, and it's now coming down into what I perceive to be the volume-weighted average price, which is around 13.30. So that's what I'm looking at right now, Joey. Not going to touch Criminal at the $0.50 unless there's a prohibitively large buyer and we can't breach that $0.50, but it doesn't look like that right now.
Yep.
So hold on, we are defending the $0.50, which means a higher low on this candle. So this current candle that just opened up on the 5 has a higher low relative to the prior candle, which was the 940 candle. And here we go again. We're moving back into 14s. Oh, baby. If this clears 14, it could push out a lot of people, and that would be really interesting to me here to see what kind of short squeeze we can get. Adira, are you able to check the short interest on Criminal when you have an opportunity, please and thank you? So here we go, 1380 right now.
You breaking out there? I'm breaking out here. Sure. Yeah. Let's rock and roll here.
Money.
One more time. No, we don't want to do that one time.
No, you can do it again, bro.
You want that one? Yeah, let's go here. No, big time move there. Up there in NVDA, guys. We had that signal. We were looking at, we'll piece a little bit more. 30% left of that position. What a big time move we're starting to experience there in NVDL. We got to take a little bit more, but we're going to send it off to Adara, guys.
I did find the short float there in CRML critical metals. It is 13.4%. Let's talk about UNH, which is having a nice push off the open. This one getting not two, but three price target increases here from Barclays, Mizuho, and JP Morgan, raising their targets to 386, 430, and 425 respectively. So great look here for UNH this morning. Just a reminder, guys, no economic numbers. The shutdown is still happening at 11 a.m. We'll get Donald Trump's cabinet meeting. No Fed speakers before that time. Back to you.
Good stuff. Yeah, guys. So Sharif and I were just filling in for Sean and Neil. We know that Sean's getting his eye surgery and Neil taking some time off.
Katina Man is doing eye surgery?
Yeah, he's getting the oh, you didn't know?
I had no idea. What is he doing, laser eye?
Yeah, he's just getting it touched up, though, on the one eye. Yeah.
My sister got
one eye. Wow, look at this move here on NVD. Are you long too, Obi?
Obi's pumped.
Obi's pumped. Let's go. Bang. What a move that we got going on. Uh-oh, Sean. Watch out.
Get it, Katina Man.
No, I'm obviously playing there. But there we go. We'll piece another one out there on NVDL. We have one out left there, guys. Crypto space continuously selling. I would rather it move higher than have his NVDL trade. But it is what it is. What a big time move as we're continuing to climb. We might head into that 195 level there, Sharif, and that's going to be absolutely monstrous. What a move that we got going on here in NVDA. Big time move, but once again, guys, Katina Man getting some touched up on his eyes. LASIK eye surgery, and then Neil also taking some time off, guys.
Yeah, we wish both of them, obviously, a speedy recovery. Guys, SERV is all sorts of insane. Serve Robotics. This has a headline today with DoorDash. It is on the morning note. The morning note is for YouTube subscribers only. Click that join button below the video, and you'll have that every single morning. So SERV, look at this one go, 21.5%, give or take 1678 high. It broke through the pre-market high, so now it's in my good books, right? Above that 1650. That was the pre-high. Now we're showing, as I mentioned, 1678 high. We're at 60 right now. This one is of a lot of interest to me. I just need to get it in the right way. I'm not going to punch in at highs. Now, what I'd ideally like is a move possibly into 17, maybe 90s, 1690s, and then a move back down to test that $0.50. We get it, fantastic. We don't, we'll have to look for another way. So Serve Robotics right now in focus. I know we've been getting a lot of super chats. I promise you guys we will go back and we will look at those, but it's the open, so it's insane.
Yeah, it's been hectic.
So it's like not the same, obviously, as trading at 11 o'clock.
I'm not Assassino, but we're ready, brother. All right, you get that. All right, man. Look at NVDA go, brother. It's absolutely insane. We're gonna take it. We're gonna wait for that 195. We're doing it. Hold on, Assassino. Bang. One more time. All right. And now, guys, check it out. And now, for some exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on the stream. Beta Pro by Global X Canada, Canada's largest provider of leverage and inverse leveraged ETFs. A lot of leverage here, has just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs offering 3x bull and 3x bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60 semiconductors and the U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special free rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points straight until December 31st, 2025. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential for pure performance and exposure. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca 3x daily to learn a little more. Now breathe, woosah, big time now. Okay, there we go on AMD as well, guys. A big time move, maybe 101 on NVDL. We are now in complete blue sky territory. Am I in the $3 club?
Are you?
I am.
Oh no! We're spinning it. We're spinning it.
I don't even have you hit me the dollar club
the
3
dollar.
times.
Don't even ask, bro. Don't even ask.
It's $3, Katina, man. Big time move. A beautiful move here at NVDA, my friends.
All right, guys, we're getting into serve over here. Anything below the $0.50 ends the trade. Let's see if we can get into the mid-70s and then obviously want to test those highs of day. So let's go ahead and give this one a little bit of room here. We're going to give it a little bit of room. So what's this situation? There we go. We've got 65s on. Let's see if we can get that continuation. But I'm seeing criminal start to compress. It's doing a compression pattern, lower highs but higher lows. I'm looking at criminal on the side chart here, but I'm looking for continuation here on Serve Robotics into that, I want to say $17 area. Did dip down into $16.50. Did find a bit of a buyer there, but there are now short sellers in the high to mid 60s. We're unable to really ascend into that 70 penny area. Packing my patience, showing 68s. That's not why I'm involved in this. I'm looking for bigger. There it is. Into the highs.
Baby.
It takes out all my levels, Joseph Wilson.
Dang.
And now we're going to wait on the north side of 17. Either that or I get stopped out. Here comes the high day. We just printed the high of day on Serve Robotics. Over 9,000 of you guys watching. I really hope there's at least 1,000 likes right now, because neither Joseph or I have an L on the day. Let's freaking go, baby.
Let's go.
SERV going into the highs, Joey. Waiting and packing my patience for that. And there goes Tilray. We got 98s on. It's taking out 8s. We're 10 pennies in the money on a $2 name. Tilray up 21%. We're doing it live on this stream for you guys. We're keeping our eye on all these ones. Tag myself, Joseph, in the chat if you want anything specific looked at. But we're trying to do this live for you guys right now. So if you could focus possibly on Tilray or SCRV. I'm not telling you guys what to talk about, but this is what I'm focusing on.
Yeah, man. Are we even doing it live here? I don't even know anyway. No, it's all fun, man. And don't get it twisted, guys. Katina Man is our boy.
Tell him, Joey.
That Katina Man's our guy.
I love Katina Man.
We're just messing around. We're like, hey, Katina, because we know he's watching.
Is he still in the chat?
No, he's not in the chat, but we know he's listening. He's watching. So it's honestly an honor to fill in for his shoes.
Obviously.
And I'll just sit in the same thing. Same with Neil as well too. Those guys are absolutely amazing. But like, I'm all out. I'm out at 101.20, and NVDA is still deciding that it wants to just go absolutely parabolic this morning. We didn't even have enough shares. So shout out to him. Sean would have been boom, 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 boom.
Sean would have been in 10,591 shares.
He would have been in. What's up, man? What's up?
Hey, Ram, thanks for coming into work, bro.
What time is it? 10 o'clock. Oh my God.
It's nice to be Ram.
At least.
That's all I can say.
At least till 6.
It's nice to be
At least till 6.
She's angry. Hold on. We gotta weaponize.
Yeah.
Here, we gotta weaponize.
No, but hey, we'll give credit where credit is due. You see all of this right here?
Bro, Ram has been dominating the social media space.
Yeah, she's been
dominating. Her video is dominating TikTok right now. Now, Ram's obviously killing it, and
Bro,
I
what
love
is
the
NVDA
teaser.
doing? There's 195. Ozan, there's that 195 call wall, guys. Keep an eye out for that one, Sharif. Paul Wall.
Crazy.
Call wall. We're heading right into that. How is this going to go? Wow, Sharif, look at this. 116,000 contracts traded at 195. We still have 119,000 still open. Look at the size going through. This is absolutely insane. 119,000, 120,000 contracts traded on NVDA this morning. This is massive, 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 man.
All of them massive. Do you remember that song? All of them massive, but the very best. KRS-One.
Oh,
no
is it the only
can tell.
the only KRS-One song that I know is What Da Da Dang, What Da 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 Dang. You know what I mean?
That was a good one.
Yeah,
That's a good one too.
listen to my
This is an OG one.
Look at the aggressives. Assassino screen, please and thank you. I know this is NVDL, but let's picture this as 95-24, and look at the aggressive sellers starting to step in, right? So you have all those short writers who essentially need the price to close below 195 by tomorrow, or they're going to roll those contracts over, right? So you might see some downward pressure, but if not, if the exuberance is there, you might see this go absolutely parabolic, and then you can get squeezed out. So fantastic stuff. Check my DM, says Ozan. We'll take a look at that one there. Charlie Taff, I hope you are shorting the Qs. My brother, we were long NVDA up here, so we weren't sure. The only thing that we were short was the crypto space, and you can see that start to come in a little bit. Let's take a look at Bitcoin from a daily before we send it back to my guy over there. He's cooking up a storm. It's aggressive to the downside, but as long as we continue to consolidate like this, what I was thinking here, guys, you can see the buying pressure really start to kick in. I was happy this morning to see that we didn't construct a new low and that we were pushing positive at some point. But once we open up on a daily above this 124.5 range, we'll call it, I think we'll have the ability to push through that 126 and head into 128. And at 128, I'm going to be looking to take some profits. Wow, look at the aggressive selling there on NVDA.
All right, guys, I'm trying my hand at criminal here. We're going to risk about 15 pennies. It's broke through 14, but it's not having immediate success through that level. So I'm giving this the old college try back into 14. We got 5s on. It's showing me 2s right now. I'm packing my patience on that. Anything below prior bar low ends the trade. But go Tilray, go. Tilray is breaking out. We got shares on this one. It's taking out all the levels, bro. Joey. It's taking out all the levels.
Expand your axis here so we can see the detail.
This is the one that's the 5. So yeah.
Expand that. You go a couple more. You know what I'm saying? There we go. Dang, look at the beauty on that one there.
It's not too bad. It's not too bad. We're going to give this
great
one
look there, my brother.
a great another try, Joey. If we run out of shares, but definitely keeping my eye on it, up 25.5%. But I'm trying to keep my eye here on criminal. There we go, popping up above 10, but we're not getting continuation. There it is. That's the first print on criminal. Waiting for more. Now we're waiting at the $0.25, showing me 15s. I need criminal, CRML, to hold the $0.25. And there it is again, man, right through the $0.25. Now we're waiting at the $0.50 on criminal. Let's see if we can get that continuation. We've been involved in this one since 13, in, out. We'll keep doing it, and we'll do it live for you guys every single day. There's 30, there's 36, Joey.
Okay.
Oh, I'm waiting in the mid-40s here, ahead of that 50 penny area. Let's see if we can get continuation into that mid-40s. But we're doing it live again.
We're doing it live again.
We're doing it live.
As live as it gets.
Let's take out
Gorev
here.
There goes
Get it, Gorev.
There goes Weeble. Great call out. We got to get involved in this thing. You buy that dip. We love Weeble right now. Now trading up to 13.21s. Fantastic stuff. All right, Sharif, we got some DMs, and we're catching a whole lot of love here this morning. Man, great show once again. Oh, this was yesterday. Never mind. I'm still going to read it. With you and the team, the lessons you provide everyone is invaluable. Thank you. I am a WOW 104. I'm making some gains in the market and would like your thoughts on some dividend stocks. Good to stash some cash in for the gains. Love you guys, Bash Bros and Adara on the show. Bang. Give us a good dividend player that you like.
Divvy?
There. Yeah,
Enbridge.
Philip Morris as well. What is the ENB, right?
Philip Morris. I don't know what Philip Morris is, but I know they pay like an insane divvy. AT&T has a good divvy.
Okay.
What else? We can. Those are the ones I'm thinking
Those are some
of.
good ones.
But I'm not really a dividend guy.
Yeah, we got the
right?
PepsiCo. We got the Coca-Cola with the divvies as well too.
Oh my God, Joey. Tilray's breaking
brother.
out, guys.
Go ahead.
It is breaking out, and we have a nice winner on our hands. We just took out the high of the day there on Tilray. Yeah, Path, people are saying, pays a divvy. Who else? SCHD, dividend, says Vista. Those I can't vouch for those. I don't really know. But there is Tilray, 28, almost 29% now, 222. We got $1.97 on right now on Tilray. Great move on this one. Looking for more. Don't want to take out too much too quickly. The next level we're waiting at, 25 pennies. I have an affinity for that number, 25. All right, there's Criminal. We took out the highs, but we're done our shares on Criminal. I've been involved in Criminal all morning, and this one has been quite good. Usually I'm trading these ones around like 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, and, they're fading a little bit. But today, they've got all the gas. In a good way.
Wow, man, you're in the great names there,
We're
man.
okay, man. Criminal's been okay today, Joey.
Criminal's been good. Tilray's been good as well, too.
Good as well,
so those are just straight and up and to the right. Hold on, hey, man, we're on the big show here, Sharif. So I got to send a little message. Maybe Randy can bring us a reload here. No, I'm obviously being slightly sarcastic. I don't even drink coffee, man. That stuff makes me feel extremely weird. So I mean, I'll have an espresso martini, but they're not serving those here at 10 a.m. So hey, and
we can make any rules we want, Joey.
Is that the case?
Make any rules we want.
Man.
The thing is, though, Joey, I've been here a long time.
Yeah.
And I've been able to observe the nuances of the morning show.
Yeah.
My observations have led me to believe, Joseph,
that there's Baileys in the coffee.
Don't play into that narrative. They already think that in the chat, Joey. They already think that in the chat.
Obviously
no, what my observations have been is that the big boys, they get a banana, they also get a coffee.
A coffee.
We only got a banana.
We only
got a banana. You got two?
Well, I got one myself there.
That's crazy time
at the end of the day.
No.
Okay, so no
Almost got a banana right there. All right, we're going to Adara happening now.
Let's take a look here at this S&P 500, which is now poised for its third straight candle to the downside. We know there were new intraday highs made for the SPY yesterday, but today it looks like we're giving back some of that strength. Tons of Fed speak all day, as Brendan mentioned on the big desk this morning. There is a bit of a Fed event happening. There's going to be the Fed Community Banking Conference. Fed's Bowman already spoke. Then we're going to be getting Fed's bar at 12:45, Kashkarian bar at 1 p.m., and then at 3:45, we'll be getting Fed's Bowman. Let's talk here about Delta. We're going to go through some of these earnings plays right now today, guys, before we send you back to Joe and Sharif. Delta on watch. They did beat their EPS and sales, narrowing their EPS guide for the fiscal year, but it is still above analyst estimates. Pepsi here. EPS beat and sales beat, just like Delta. But their guidance here, they're guiding flat core EPS for fiscal 2025, maintain guidance, so they didn't actually fundamentally change the guidance itself. Then we have Tilray on watch, TLRY at day's highs, better than expected earnings and sales here for Tilray. Make sure you like, make sure you subscribe, and we're going to take a moment here to thank our friends at Oragenics, OGEN, because each year 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., but there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Oragenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more. Schedule a meeting today. Back to you.
Very much for that. Adara, I don't have that one either, but yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. I had this hunch going into the crypto space, guys, is that we very much, Adara. Thank you very much, Adara. So you fill that gap out of the open. I was thinking we should have just stayed short this name, break through the volume-weighted average price, and just gone substantially heavier there. But I mean, we're in a new mode. We're here doing the morning show, so we don't get to put on that much size just yet. So we'll be patient. There's going to be that quality opportunity where we just get to hammer. And I'm looking at some of my watch list here, guys, and it's just red across the board. NASDAQ relatively cheap, choppy here. So sellers still fully engaged in the crypto space, which is slightly annoying. So I might have to just do the smart play and relieve some pressure on some of this because we went 8 straight up days. My issue being is that the lengthy consolidations, and if you're trading contracts, and you're stagnant for a month, that's just lost money doing absolutely nothing, right? Just alone on those contracts. So we're going to be patient, see if we can find a potential bounce here in these names. You can see that Ether is not looking too horrible off of the 5-minute, guys. We got this 5-minute hammer candle right there. I would love some eggs this morning, Sharif. I don't know about you. I would have loved a nice omelet or something like that.
You're not going to get the best out of me if I start talking about this.
The eggs, okay.
Because you know exactly why. We got French toast again.
French toast. And it was pancakes on Monday.
You have eggs, Ram Ram? I brought my food, but I can't eat it.
Is there cheese?
I'm sessioning. I'm gonna gym
during
the midday.
Boiled eggs?
Huh? What kind of session? Eh? Oh, wow. Okay, bro. Okay. All right, Joey. We gotta do this ad.
Do the ad, brother.
Quick. Are you guys looking for a futures trading platform that actually delivers without these pesky hidden costs? If you are, with plus 500 futures, you get free live charts, transparent fees, low margins, and an unlimited demo so you can practice until you're ready to actually trade live. Open an account and start trading with as little as $100 with plus 500's powerful platform. You can access a wide range of futures markets like the S&P 500, the NASDAQ, you even got Bitcoin, Nat Gas, Forex, Metas, crypto, you guys get it, and more, all in one place. Plus, enjoy a welcome bonus of up to $200 in commission-free trading. Just scan that QR code on the screen to apply for your account today and join over 30 million users worldwide who have already chosen plus 500. Shout out to them, man. Interesting look there. And anybody who's going to give me a free demo and some upfront cash is in my good books right away. Joey, let's cut the crap, though.
Cut it.
Okay? Because right now we're getting a topping till candle on Tilray. We wet the beak there at the high of the day, but I need to be alive to this sell area right here, okay? Especially if this makes an aggressive new low and closes that way. So I'm on the lookout here for Tilray, possibly topping out. It's been very good to me today, but you know, all good things eventually, sadly, will come to an end, and I need to be alive to the fact that this is maybe turning here. So that I wanted to point out to you guys. Also, get it, Ozan. I made a ton of today. I can give you money if you need. Ozan, look,
you said that, Ozan.
You give me money. You give me money, then you only have to stay one day at Joey's house.
One day?
And then you can stay over.
Hey, Ozan, listen, you give me money, you can move in with me, brother. At the end of the day, we could be roommates.
Bro.
We could take.
Don't cut yourself short, bro. No, you got to get more than that.
Money?
Yeah, you need money.
I need lots of money. I'm not saying, I never said how much it is. Like, hey, listen, if you're doing the cooking, you're doing the cleaning, come on over, my friend. Right. We got that for you. What was I just about to do?
Joey, let me tell them about Serve over here.
Okay, you're moving?
I just wanted to tell you guys, SERV, excuse me, not this one, is starting to work its way back into 17, okay? So this is a bit of a bull flag, with the bull flag being about initiating at around 935. So there we go. There's the big move up. There's a consolidation sideways, south, of course, of that $17 level that we couldn't clear, and hence why we got out. So I'm certainly looking here for continuation in SERV through that $17 area. I'm definitely on the lookout for that. Criminal as well, pulling back into a key technical level. Remember this 14 area? We were talking about this to no end. In fact, I wet the beak into 14, and then once it broke out 14, we got back in. Lo and behold, it clears 14, dips back down, and now is using $14 as a support level. I'm alive to that as well, so I want to see if I can work in closer, to 14 single digits. Here we are, dipping back in. We're going to get in small pieces over here. I'm going to wait at 5s. It's already going, man. It's already going. I'm going to look for a bit of a dip there into in criminal for continuation up. Bovin is saying PRSO is going up. I see it. It's up 35%. Bovin, $1.85. Shout out to the OG Bovin. He's bringing that one to my attention, AKA my other pair of eyes. PRSO. Let's load that one up and show it to you on the 5. I certainly will be interested in this, Bovin. Look at that. That is clean, Bovin. That is very clean from the 930 pop and then rockets up, nary a red candle, and I really do mean that anywhere on the 5-minute chart as we move into that $1.90. So this is a great one, Bovin. Thank you for pointing it out. This one has earned its way onto the side chart, and we'll look to execute that on that. I want to see how it dilly-dallies with that $2 level if and when it does work its way up there. $1.90 right now. There are the highs right now on PRSO as it dilly-dallies with that 190 area. So I'm keeping my eye on that, but I also want to keep my eye out, of course, on CRML as I look to get in, Joey, around 14 bucks.
Absolutely. All right, guys, we're in long some IBIT, not doing so good as it's tanking. So we don't want to hold this too much against us. You can see that we're approximately 15 cents OTM on this one. So if it continues to bleed and break through some of these pre-markets, then we're going to have to get out of Dodge. Someone needs to collect some data on pre-market rips and pre-market dips. If it's moving higher and extremely extended off of UP, the probability is in the favor in the short unless there's an extremely strong catalyst. If it's selling aggressively in the pre-market, look for that move higher. So I'm not going to try to stand in front of this freight train. We're going to take a hefty hit on this one, trying to pick some bottoms. So we'll give away a little bit of our day here on this IBIT long. Doesn't look like the crypto space wants to participate. I think I'm going to sell a couple contracts right here at the crack of 69. If it breaks 69, I'm out a couple. Don't want to sit in them for too long. They've been doing absolutely phenomenal for me. We'll lock in some profit. We'll obviously give a little bit back as well too, but we're going to stay positive on them. So I'm thinking about 3 contracts there. We'll lock in some of that cash, and I'm just going to get rid of this Ethereum garbage. At the end of the day, we're down. We were positive on that one. It's been an absolute whirlwind sitting in that Ethereum contract and in these Ethereum contracts, and we don't have any time for that. So, yeah, we didn't got time. Nobody got time for that, brother. Volume's really stepping in here as well, too, guys. Big time volume profile as you're heading towards some of these key support levels. So a couple more cents. We offload some Connies and see if we can get rocking and rolling. If not, we get back to that volume weighted average price. Maybe we unload a Connie or 2 after that anyways, right? Because we're trading higher. There's always going to be another opportunity to get involved in these names again. So can you look at AMD 240 puts expiring Friday? I told you about E, says Rich Buddy. What did you tell me, my friend? Let me know. Just put it in the chat. I'm obviously not being sarcastic or anything. I'm curious as to what you told me about that. Ethereum garbage, how dare you? I mean, life about Matthew. I'm being sarcastic. When we say those things...
He doesn't actually think that.
No, it's just like me. What it is at the end of the day, it's my emotional relief. It's just like, hey, yeah, you suck. But at the end of the day, we know that it doesn't. Look at the performance on it. It's just the coping mechanism, I guess I should say. Maybe it's not the best.
It's kind of your personality, too. If you get on your backside, you'll flip the switch immediately.
Listen, I will say you're the best, but then if you're not performing how I want, you're essentially you're benched. You're left bench.
Right away.
Starting left bench is essentially. It's funny. We used to make fun of our high school football coach. He's like, yeah, I played CIS ball, and one of my good friends, Jimmy, he says, yeah, what, starting left bench? And the whole team just absolutely erupted. So it's been a running joke for probably about 17 years now. But
yeah. Hey, there's Justin Everest. Thanks for the continued great work, everyone on the team. Appreciate the information and the great conversations. Took some Tilray profits. Cheers, boys. That's my guy. I appreciate that. We both appreciate that, obviously. Shout out to you guys. And I promise you, I will see all the super chats. As soon as things start slowing down, we're going to get to all of them. I really do promise that.
It is already 12, though, man. That's crazy.
Assassino said he's never seen this many super chats at this time of the morning.
You said that.
By now. Yeah.
You said that.
Assassino, am I making it up? There you go.
Oh, well, how come you didn't tell me that?
Well, he's talking to me.
All right, that's fair. As long as he's talking to my guy, then we're all right then. Oh, all right. Yeah, that's fair. I'll let you off this. Look, hold on, Sharif.
Yeah, go ahead, Joey.
8,300 people watching. How many likes do we have? I see 47. I'm gonna refresh. If that's not at least at 800, it's done. We're done. The stream's done. We're not trading anymore. How many we got there? We got 1,000 for the folks. There we go.
All right,
and we're starting to cook up here in Bitcoin as well too, Sharif. We're going to look to start to piece them off as we're heading into some key resistance zones. I think 69.70 is going to be a key level on this name. Go IBIT. Those 1 minute hammer candles were an absolute thing of beauty. Great stuff. Tell them what you got.
All right, I'm in criminal still. We've wet the beak multiple times in the 20s. It is coming down into 14, and it's being bought up off 14. But for how long? That's what's concerning me right now. We've got a red candle on. It's a little bit below 13, a little bit, 14, a little bit above. Here we are at 14 again. Let's see if we continue to slip. Yeah, I'm going to take it out here. We'll give back a little bit on that one. As it did lose 14 pretty aggressively, we'll look to pick up more possibly at 13.75 or 13.65. So the third of 3/4 of a dollar or the 2/3 of a dollar. So the 3/4 is the 10 EMA on the 5, and VWAP is essentially the 2/3. But here we go with 14 again. Let's see if we can get continuation on this one. But it's the Serve Robotics show. I was on the wrong one. I should have been more alive to the breakout above 17 on Serve. We kept saying SERV had a hell of a resistance level at 17, and there it goes again. 1739. That's the high of the day. We are literally at the day high right now. Be on the lookout, SERV. But I also want to bring a new one to your attention. And I forgot who mentioned this to me, but I really want to give him credit over here. So let me just go back. TTMAS. TTMAS. Shout out to you, buddy. And the reason I'm shouting you out is because you told me about NUAI.
Okay.
NUAI is all sorts of strong to the tune of about 20%, 21%. That is the chart. Good breakout there, breaking out at around 945. Did kind of nothing, a little bit right at the open, but it caught the bid right around 10-2 or 1/4-2, and we just printed the day high at 187, showing 185 right now. I could certainly be interested to pick this up. If it does retrace back into 175 and catches a bid, we'll keep an eye out on that, though. I'm not really sure how I feel. Oh, crap. It looks like I got pushed out of CRML. I should have given this one a little bit more room, and up we go again into the mid-teens. We're not quite into the 20s yet. I'll keep my eye on CRML. And then last but not least, Tilray's pulling back. We don't have too much. In fact, we only have one out left on Tilray. So either, it makes a new high, or I get stopped out below $2, in which case I'll be profitable on both because my long is 197. Right. So we'll see exactly what happens with Tilray. Not much I need to do in that regard as a result of the amount of share size that we have left. But I'll be focusing a lot on CRML, SERV, and the new one that the OG Bovin brought to our attention, NUAI. We're going to load that one up on the side chart super quick, or the trading screen, excuse me, as we watch it continue to dilly-dally near day's highs. Joseph, that's what I'm looking at. And now I'm going to kind of wind down, try to get to some of the super chats and some of the people's questions.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys, we're starting to piece them out here on IBIT. Coming back to our break even here. So hopefully this pullback isn't too deep, or that might just be it for the trade. So we were short it. We're long it here now. It's coming back in. I don't want to hold it any against me because I still have the majority of my position on, 65% to be exact. So we want to see a rebound here. But as for what the tape is telling me, we're not going to get that anytime soon. So that might have been the complete move all the way up into 69.70s roughly. And there it is. We're out of that trade. A nice little bounce as we're starting to curl over. Sellers are fully engaged there. But the shorts, bang, bang, not too bad of a look. We reverse long and then head once again towards VWAP, but now starting to reject. Ethereum's been performing a little bit better there than what Bitcoin is. Now, we're starting to form a bull flag here on NVDA. Look at the price start to compress. This is big time stuff. We also have a double bottom on AMD. Fantastic. We really like that. If we can get off of the, I have to, Shreve. I have to get involved in this AMD. Okay. Not right this second, but there you go, guys. So you can see that Bitcoin starting to come back in. That's why you get out when you're supposed to. You don't want to turn a profitable trade into a losing one. Get out, break even. This is my thing, and every trader's going to have a different stance on this. So if I have a profitable trade, I'm at a 1-to-1. And what do I mean by that? I'm risking $50. I've now made $50. All right? If that comes back towards my break even, I'm out flat. Some people will say, no, continue to hold that, continue to hold it, and that's fine. That's their system. But my system is, if it decides to come back to my break even, after going into a 1-to-1 risk to reward, or even a 2-to-1, the chances of it going lower are substantial. They're there. So what does that tell me? I can get in at a better price and still look for that 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio. And if I happen to get into a 2-to-1, then guess what? If I happen to get in at a lower price, then what was a 1-to-1 before can now be your 2.5-to-1s, your 3-to-1s, etc. So that's why, for me, don't get too personal with these positions. Get out when you're supposed to get out, because at the end of the day, these numbers and all of this movement essentially means nothing to you. They don't care about you. They don't even know we exist at the end of the day. So get out. preserve that capital and get back in on those better prices.
All right, let's get to some of these super chats. Again, Craig,
yeah, we got a
thank you. By the way, guys, just before we continue, Neil and Sean off today. Neil is under the weather, and Sean is just getting LASIK done on his eyes. So we wish them a very speedy recovery. So Joseph and I filling in for the big boys today, and we hope you're having a good time with us on the morning, switching things up a little bit. Let's get some of these super chats. As we mentioned already, thank you, Craig, for the $5 Canadian super chat. He says, congrats, you two, for opening the show. Let's see some boys trading today. Would love to know the levels you think on AMD. We covered that one for Craig. Jason Raybon, good morning, fellas. What are your thoughts on APLD? We got to that as well. Any ideas for the options plays? Your boy Joey.
We can take a look at that now because we have the data.
Yeah, you want to do that for us?
Yeah, we'll take a quick second as you continue on those super chats. We'll look at the APLD.
Okay, I'll keep going over here.
Yeah.
We got David as well coming in with $10 super chat. Dave's early silly list. I like that. USAR, MP, LAC, LAR, Quantums, flip a coin at own risk. AMD holds the line. I like all those, man. I don't know too much about USAR. I'm involved in MP materials myself. Of course, I know about LAC, LAR. I don't know too much about the quantum names we've covered ad nauseum. I happen to like all those. I think those are all good plays. Intraday, I'm not really sure. I think you've already established yourself there. So shout out to David and thank you for the super chat. Taylor Stedman, $5 super chat. Thank you, Taylor. What do you think is going to happen to cost at open? I have calls, and I'm not sure if it's going to test back down or should I pull out. Let's have a look at COST. So some people have been talking some smack about Costco lately. Ram. I don't happen to be one of those people, but it is in a downtrend, Joey, and we have to be alive to that. We've topped out back in February of this year, and then sadly we have been putting lower highs.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's just the nature of the beast. And the thing is, we're making lower lows as well, which is concerning to me. It's quite concerning. The reason I say that is because it's a downtrend, right? Like I don't want to say it's a secular downtrend. When you look at Elliott waves, you can clearly see this could be an ABC sort of pullback. What I need to see, though, is I need to see this get above and stay above the 200. It's been using the 200 sort of as a line of best fit lately. And that's not the move, right? We know that the moving averages are super not good when we're in a consolidative state. So I don't want to say we're in consolidative state because we're making lower lows and lower highs, but I definitely need to see us get above the 200. Now, in addition to that, you also got the death cross, right? Where the 50 EMA crossed below the 200, and that happened on the 3rd of October. Now, obviously, if we're consolidative, that won't mean anything. But again, I think that maybe we're not really as consolidative as I initially thought. We are in a bit of a downtrend. So that may mean something here, at least for the next little while. So you did get that death cross. So I personally not loving Costco as a swing at the moment, but it looks as if, you're holding this maybe as a swing trade. So let's do a little TA here. See if we can kind of gauge this a little bit. So you may have some upside room into maybe 950, 960, just given how this one's trading, right? The harmonics of this one. So I think you may have some upside room. And it's green today. It's certainly green today. It was green yesterday. It's been on a 3-day winning streak if we close this way right now on Costco. So I don't like it until it can get back above and change trend, get back above the 200 and change trend. But I think you might actually have a nice move into 950, 960, really depending on where this one finds resistance. We're going to pause the, what's it called? The super chat shout out at the moment, and we're going to go to Adara for small cap recap.
Yeah, let's take a look here at these small caps. All of these have been mentioned already, and a lot of them have decent short floats too. We'll start with TLRY. This one, with their earnings here, again, they did have better than expected earnings, or rather they didn't actually report any earnings, but it was better than the expected loss of 2 cents per share. Sales were a beat here for TLRY, which does have a market cap here around $2.4 billion, roughly 14% short float. Then we go to $1.3 billion market cap and a roughly 13.4% short float for this one over here, CRML, Critical Metals Corp, securing another 10-year Tanbrace offtake agreement here for CRML. This is a name that has traded higher frequently, and it's been on watch in the past. And same here with our final friend in the small cap recap here. $1 billion market cap, 25% short float for Serve Robotics, DoorDash, and SCRV partnering up here to bring their delivery robots to the DoorDash platform. Before we send you back to the guys, we'll take a moment to thank our friends at Trade the Pool, because the Trade the Pool Beat Ackman live trading competition is here. From October 8th to 10th, every day Ackman makes his move, and your mission is to outperform him, beat his return, and prove you've got what it takes. Then the grand finale on October 13th, broadcast live on Traders TV. With the Trade the Pool team live in the studio. Over $600,000 in prizes are up for grabs. $25,000, $50,000, even $100,000 valuation accounts. Plus surprise giveaways during the live show. Don't just watch, compete. Beat Ackman, win big, back to you. Or scan the QR code, start trading.
Yeah, that should be good. Thank you, Adara, for that. My favorite segment of the day, obviously, goes without saying. Let's go on with the super chats here. Alejandro Gemi is primed and ready to fly. Go, Blue Jays, go. Oh no, New York, what happened? They just got lucky they didn't get swept. The fact is, you know, they caught one, Joey. They caught one because we pulled our starter a little. They should have got swept.
You know what someone in the chat said?
What'd they say?
He's like, but all the players on the Jays are American.
Okay,
yeah, but
we could say the same thing about hockey, bro.
Exactly,
like,
but
what?
in his defense, he said he's like, I'm just doing what the Canadians do when Florida won.
Okay.
And he's like, oh yeah, but all the players are on that.
Did you say that?
I don't think I said that.
I don't think I said that either.
I didn't say that, but I might have said it.
I don't really look at us as being too different. I have made that point very clear. My sister's American. I love America, and I don't really differentiate between us all that much. All right, let's get the next.
Do you have one thing? We're still got super chats to go through. Okay, guys, I got filled on a couple contracts. We're gonna leave that with pressure on me. Just a couple. I mentioned if we break 69, we headed into that, so I did let some of those go, and I'm completely out of my Ethereum contracts. I might get long Weeble. I need that pullback, but we like it. Nice indecision print at the lows off of IBIT. We might take one more stab at the long here.
All right, GEMI, I don't really know what you're looking at here, brother. The daily on this is, well, obviously this is Gemini, which is the Winklevoss twins IPO. Look, I read a good article about them yesterday. The article's position was buy Gemi, okay? That we're gonna move up from here. It wasn't well received initially, okay? It opened up at about 36, it popped up to 45, it ended up closing right on the day. It had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 red days in a row before it caught finally a bit of support. So the support is clearly 23 bucks. Okay, look at this. None of the closing prints actually closed below 23 bucks. And now what I do like about this is we're putting in higher highs and higher lows. So we may be doing the rounded bottom. If you were to get in here, the current price is $25.79. My out would be below this candle low, all-time lows. That takes you into $22.25. That's where my stop would be. Otherwise, I don't really have a way to execute on Gemi because there's just not enough data. I hope you print up multiple storms. We're going to Adara. She's got news.
All right.
Yeah, just keep an eye here in Delta. DAL dropping really sharply here, and this actually had initially a pretty strong earnings reaction. We have their call going on right now. Their conference call started at 10 a.m., likely still going on. Apparently, an executive from the company is saying that their increased focus on wealthier customers has strengthened their position compared to airlines serving less affluent travelers. For whatever reason, does not seem like the market likes this comment, or I guess either way, just worth noting this call is happening. Anything can happen. Be aware. Back to you.
We're absolutely. All right, thank you, Adara, very much. Holy cow, we have a lot of super chats. Assassino, what did you say in my ear there, brother?
Use the thing for the super chats, Fabian's tool.
Oh, use Fabian's tool for the supers?
Yes, sir.
Anything for Fabe.
Of course.
Actually, no.
Well, you look, bro, you don't want to disappoint and upset someone called the Chilean Nightmare. Because as his name denotes, it can become a nightmare.
You can be,
right? I'll be watching out. All right.
Well, you know what, Fabian? You know what? I'm a good guy.
I'm a good guy.
You know, because
I'm a good guy.
You would give me a hard time on the little things I asked for, but I'm not that. We'll go and do it there. Let's use his tool there, guys. Bruh, yeah, it's right, Fabian. Bruh is right.
No.
Where is it, Treef? I don't even have it there.
What happened, Joey?
Okay, where do I go and find the super chats? Bang, bang, bang. I got it.
Yeah, you got it? Good.
Yes, sir.
All right. Super chats at the top, brother. Yeah.
Yeah, super chats. I'm still not. Okay, so there we go. We're at James Willis, right? Let's pull it up here. Sorry for the lacklusterness. Okay, we're gonna get stopped out of another IBIT long, but I do like those indecisions. We'll hold to see if we can find a potential bottom. We've already filled in 60% of that wick, so not too good of a look. Keep it on the side chart. Okay, James Willis. For the tip on GLTO, here's a couple bucks. Thank you. I think that one was for you, Sharif, trading GLTO.
Was it? I didn't trade GLTO.
Oh, this guy, that's crazy. I didn't even notice he was there. What's up, brother? All right.
Baby,
click the
You're gonna
question.
show us how to do it live. I like it.
Send. Full send.
Full send.
Oh, wow. Full send.
I like it.
Let's go.
You don't want to have it the whole time, then you get to say goodbye.
Bye.
Hang. We're rocking and rolling.
You can do that with any message. You can click that.
Any message?
Yeah, click that. Click one of those.
We're bang.
Look at that.
Full
And then-
send.
And then you want to see super chat?
Super chats.
Like that.
Same thing.
Same thing.
Full
And
send.
you can even show how much like they donated.
Okay, yeah. Thanks for the dono. Wow, is that what the kids are calling it these days? The dono?
Alejandro.
All right, Alejandro. Yeah. That's exactly what I was saying. Who has it? Oh,
Like Lady Gaga?
I mean, I don't think she's ugly or anything like that.
I'm not talking about that.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't
Singer.
yeah, I think she has a good voice and stuff like that. All right, guys. Jemmy is primed and ready to fly. Go, Jays. Let's play ball. Okay. Blue Jays. Let's play. Let's go. Let's take a. I don't know. Maybe we have different. Take another look here. Primed for a go. I'm not seeing it. Who is it?
Big Spile.
No, wait. We're going through it. We're doing it in order, Sharif. We're not reading it just yet. We're doing it in order.
What'd he say,
All right?
Reverend?
I don't know what he said, but we're doing it in order. Primed to go. You might be right. You want to break 26.45. I see. The thing is, though, I can't even full send it. On there, no, I'm not reading it. I don't want to know what he
chirping my
said.
shirt, bro.
Is
This
he?
isn't a V-neck. This is the mic bringing down
No,
the
it's a
V-neck.
V-neck.
right?
It's a V-neck.
It's a U-neck or a rounded neck, man.
All right, we're
it's
moving
just
on.
flimsy material. And Assassino's getting very upset that the mic keeps falling. So
Okay, I'm out of this. I'm out of IBIT there, guys. Thank God we sold some contracts there. All right, on to the next one. Alejandro, prime to go, breaks 26. We like that one. What do you think is going to happen to cost that open? I have calls, and I'm not sure if it's going to go test back down or if I should pull out. Okay, I got to go long some DAL here. We're going to go over to Adara, and then we're going to take a look at Costco shortly after.
We already looked.
Yeah, we're going to take a look here at ORCL. ORCL's been strong here. Only news on this actually came well before the bell. Before 9 a.m., they announced they're launching Intelligent Communications Orchestration Network. They had a couple other press releases this morning, so ORCL, tons of press releases. But they also got a Baird here, giving them an outperform rating, initiating coverage with outperform with a $365 price target. So ORCL, positive analyst rating, and a whole bunch of press releases they had just put out before the bell. Back to you.
Down on this, Fabian.
Clear that. Hit the X, bro.
I'm hitting, brother. It's at the bottom of my screen. I can't go. Yeah, you see what I'm getting at? So yeah, where's Big Spiles here? I gotta read it first. All these.
All right, Joey, you're taking too long,
no,
bro.
I'm good. All right, no,
Yeah.
we can do that there, brother. Patience is key. We can throw this one up there, maybe.
All right. I already read it. It's fine. Yeah.
All these super chats and not one throwing shade at little Joey Smalls. We're big Joey these days, my friend. Come on, gang, do better. Sharif, is that a ladies' V-neck J shirt? No, it's not.
It's just the mic
Shout out
pulling
to
it
them.
down.
There's so
Shut
many
up.
super chats here. We done big spiles. There's so much. Justin Everett.
KC.
You want to go over a couple of those there, Sharif?
Yes, sir. Okay, we're going to have to go in order because people are going to get upset.
Yeah. I think
So here we go. We got James Willis. On behalf of Sean, it says, David, that was a lackluster impression. Okay,
Yeah.
MP, USAR, AMD, hold. Thank you, David. Steven Springer, IE, been balling out all week. Let's take a look at IE for your boy there, Steven Springer. IE, what is this? Ivanhoe Electric. Oh. Okay, so we've definitely broken a downtrend there. That's super obvious, and you gotta love that. The clearing of a downtrend. Now we're on the lookout here for a new uptrend, and lo and behold, this fits very, very well. Okay, so I do like this. I like this a lot, actually, because look at this. So you got the rounded shape, right? And it's a bit of a cup and handle pattern. There you go, cup, there's the handle, and there's the breakout. It's clean. Sometimes you're going to get a retest of the breakout from the handle part of the cup and handle, which is 13. So I'd be looking for a possible 13 test. Now you're getting a bit of a candle of indecision at the highs today, topping tail. Big wick up, not as big of a wick down, but you're certainly, this could be a reversal candle. Now, if it's a reversal candle, I'm a buyer at this breakout level over here, 13. That's a clear buy area for me. Otherwise, just ride the trend. Look for higher highs and higher lows. Otherwise, I'm looking for that retest of $13. That is on the daily. Let's flip to the half an hour. Yeah, you're not really getting much in the way of volume on this one. So this one seems like certainly a swing trade to me, but those higher lows and higher highs are basically unabated since the end of September 22nd. Good look there. Let's go on to the next one. Shout out to Traveling Pants.
Ooh.
Welcome to Trader TV, my friend. Oh no, it's Corey Ewing dropping 5 in the chat. Shout out to Corey. Good morning. My guys, good morning. Great to see you guys lead off. Sharif, your next trade. DPRO, don't forget this one. Also, MYO looks good. So MYO we were on yesterday. Shout out to you, but let's check out DPRO and see what this one's jib looks like. Okay, it's trading at high. So right away, I like it. Let's take a look at the 5. I love it. It's already replacing the hot garbage MRM. DPRO. Great call out, Corey. You're getting it. I really like your calls lately, Corey. This is a buy here off the 10 EMA. You got higher lows. You got higher highs. The 10.05 candle clearly defended the 10 EMA. You're getting a quick wick down into the 10 EMA right now. I'm a buyer there. If it doesn't hold up, I stop out. Below the 10 or below 13, I'd give it to 13, given its proximity to the whole dollar level. If it doesn't hold 13, that's the end of the trade, and I'd be looking to get in at about 12.75, 12 3/4-ish, because that's where the volume weighted average price is, assuming it holds trend. So that's what I'm looking at right now. DPRO is probably going to be one that I execute on if it's warranted. So that one is good. You want to look at path for dangerous. He's talking about calls. He printed up a storm on path.
Yeah, absolutely. I got to pull up DAL here, man. What a prime time signal. Oh, okay, I got to get involved. This is a big-time chase off of those lows. I would have had a much better price, but let's get involved in some DAL here and see if we can get that move back towards the volume-weighted average price, punching through some key levels on that one. Yeah, let's go. He wants UI path calls. Yep. Let's take a look at UI path. Let's go DAL as well, man. I should have took that fill at 59.20s. That would have been 50 cents just right, just as quick as you like. It's a fact, Jack. Where is Mike Peter Ryder today, man? I'm glad that you're cooking up on these here, by the way.
He's always cooking, bro.
Yeah. I got a lot going on here, Assassino, but we'll get ready for that. We're ready for Assassino. I'm good to go. Okay. Ready? Let's rock and roll. Bang. E-signal. New traders, listen up. First month, free.
Good.
We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data at your fingertips. Global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now.
Thanks.
Ready to elevate your trading?
Yes.
Scan the QR code. Check the link in the description there, my friends. There it goes. What a move there in DAL. Gorev.
What?
Gorev, take a look at this 5-minute print, my brother. I had the opportunity to get on that wick low hold there. We didn't take advantage of it, but that's okay. I think there's going to be plenty of opportunities throughout this session. But a move back into VWAP, it's going to be my primary target. That is a nice sign of strength, and we want to see if we can continue on that trajectory there, Sharif.
All right, Joey, we're into serve over here as it came back into 17, and 17 was an interesting level. It bounced off 17 before. It's not rocketing up, so I'm packing my patience here. We're in at a price I don't really like, 13s, but let's see if this one can kind of work its way above the levels. Let's take a beak wetter there. SERV, nice. Okay, we just got a beak wetter there in the mid-20s. So I'm going to hold this. Let's see if we can get up and maybe test high a day again. 13.64, or maybe even the $0.50 on SERV. I also added into my position on where, sorry, wrong screen here, PRSO. We added there, nice, into 73s, into the 10 EMA on the 5, and we just got printed there at 78s. Now let's set up a little bit higher than that, looking for a beak wetter there, and then we're also going to set up at 82s. Let's see what PRSO has to offer. But I need to keep my eye on SERV because I am concerned that this could be a double top into 1750, 1760-ish area with the neckline at 17. So here's what I'm looking at on the 1, okay? So you have the top, neckline, top. And here we go again, testing 17. So I need to be alive for a $17 breakdown. If we get that 17 breakdown, I got to get the hell out of there, okay? Because that's not what I'm looking for. I don't want to be involved in the double top. Now, what's helping me, what's aiding my trade is the 10 EMAs also at the psychological area of support. We're talking about 17 bucks. So that's what I'm looking at there. Let's go on to Papacito. His super chat there. Shout out to Papacito dropping 690 shekels, 6.9 shekels. Crazy penny bid. Buru. Yeah, that was from yesterday. BNAI. ATCH. Let's have a look at all of those. Let's just make sure that we're good to go. So let's go up BURU. That one was big yesterday. This is trading lower today. It's got resistance at 65 bucks, and it's right at the volume weighted average price. So this one on my list is a no-go, but it had a decent day the day prior and a bit of a ziggy-zaggy day today, making newer lows yesterday. So, sorry, it had a ziggy-zaggy day yesterday, making newer lows today. Sorry, Assassino, we're just going to finish these ones. We'll send it to Adara. BNAI is down 2% here. And since basically the 7th of October, this has been putting in lower lows and lower highs. Adara's got breaking news. We got to send it to her.
Yeah, so Google coming out here saying that, quote, dozens of organizations are being affected by a hacking campaign tied to Oracle software. So it's not actually Google here, it's ORCL we want to look at. I will look at Google, though I have not checked this one out yet, but ORCL, as you can see, pushing sharply to the downside. Google already to the downside, not much volume on this, but ORCL pushing lower. We'll do a quick sector watch while we're here. Everything's basically red. Oracle, oddly enough, when this hacking news, still green up 2%. Netflix green, but a lot of the other names in this sector red, notably AAPL down about 5%. Retail trade mostly red, with the notable exception of Costco up 3%. They had better than expected September sales, not better than expected, but just growth in general for their sales for the month of September. Producer manufacturing red, consumer durables red here, health technology a little bit more mixed, and electronic technology mostly red, but NVIDIA up 2%. Those UAE chips reportedly starting to get export licenses, so good look there for NVDA, not a great look for basically any other name in that sector, guys. Back to you.
Thank you for that.
All right. What were you going to say there?
Nothing. I just wanted to cover the other ones for Papacito there. So I didn't like Buru. I didn't like BNAI. But hey, I mean, if they're good swing trades for you, don't let me dampen your mood. This one, though, there we go, Papacito. Third one is a charm. Now look, it's south of $1. It's a 61.57 penny name over here. But this is the kind of chart pattern that I really like to see. Stair step up. Higher highs, higher lows, comes back in, tests previous area of resistance as support. This is the kind of thing that I like. ATCH is the ticker. It's already earned its way onto the side chart. ATCH, let's throw in that name for you right there. So I'd be picking this up off 55 pennies, Papacito, because this is where the 10 EMA is. Okay, a correction. It's a 20 EMA love fest over here between ATCH and the levels, because look at this. All these prints over here touched the 20 EMA. So I'd be picking up at the 20. Maybe you can get into the 10 initially, DCA into the 20. The green line is a 10. The yellow line is a 20. That's what I'd be looking at there if I were you. But this is a good one. So shout out to Papacito. Good look there. Adam James, thanks for starting the day off with Joey Options and Sharif.
That's our
TTV, wink, wink. Energy, baby. We're spinning the money there for Adam James. Shout out to you, brother. And thank you for the $5 super chat. Awfully kind. Good look there. Get it, Adara. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. Joey Options.
Yeah.
I just went the beak there near the area high into 35 on SERV. It is losing 17 right now. So SERV is of no interest to me at this level. I'll be more interested at around 60. 16 1/3, 16 and a half, where I see possible areas of support.
All right, cool. All right, this is going to be our last attempt. Oh, the position board not working. I put the reload there on DAL, so we're going to see if we can head into that next level. Consolidation right now. I love that indecision print. I'm taking my last stab here on IBIT long. We were 2 for 2 on the shorts. We're 1 for 1 on the long, and I don't want to give up too much trying to force an underlying asset that is continuously bleeding on the session. So that's the final attempt on these longs as it's just slowly digging into our day. We want to stick to the names that are strong. That's going to be some of the earnings reports, the chips, and I mean the overall market is continuously selling here. We have AMD cracking through some key support levels. It was holding support for a while there, Gore, but now starting to come back in a little bit. So IBIT puts in a new low of the day. Adios muchachos. We ain't looking at that one no more. And then now we're looking for that 3-bar play back into the volume weighted average price here on DAL. Big time pop. We're up 5% on the session. So see if we can catch that next fill. I might remove this bid here just potentially for that move, and I want to go in full size to that 60-60 zone. All right, so that's what we got going on. I mean, we got 15 minutes left. I don't have the what's for lunch thing.
Oh, well, I don't get it either.
I don't get that either, brother. So we're not going to be able to figure out.
Talk to your friend there. See if you can get the email.
Who? Katina Man?
No.
A Ram Man?
No. Definitely no.
I was joking.
You obviously know.
Yeah,
what
I know exactly, bro. That's why I said everything opposite of that. But no, it's essentially short. Yeah, if it's sandwiches today, Katina's gonna be mad.
Bro,
that's his favorite lunch.
I don't understand why we keep getting French toast. We got French toast. What else did we get the other day?
Pancakes.
What's going on?
I don't know, man. And
what's going on? It was a protein-only breakfast, and now it's turned into a carbohydrates.
Carbohydrates. We don't want any of that. We want the protein breakfast.
I don't understand what's happening.
But also, Shreve, you're having a little bit of issues with the eggs as well too, because they are acting as they're like the carton eggs or the powdered eggs there.
Well, exactly.
Right. I think they're carton.
What he's talking about, Joey, there is we got a huge tray of scrambled eggs, but you know, I happen to eat eggs a lot, and I know what they taste like. And these weren't real eggs, so I feel like, what are they called, Fabian? You know what you were telling me the other day. What's the name of it? Dehydrated eggs, yeah. Eh? I know, brother, but the texture tastes. They're processed. They're processed. Yeah, well. They definitely tasted processed, Fabian, so I definitely support you on that. I don't know, I'm not loving the breakfast as of late.
No. We got to let them know that.
We got to speak up, though, because nobody's going to know that we're unhappy unless we say something.
Exactly.
Obviously, right? So I think maybe...
so you're going to start conducting the email?
No, I'm just going to say it to the driver in the morning. The driver's super cool. He conveys the message when they stop bringing bananas. I said one thing to him, and then we've been inundated with bananas since that time.
Bananas?
Yeah, he's fantastic.
Okay, so what do we... So that's the thing now. We might have to slip him a little fin in his pocket or a sawbuck or something. You know what I mean?
I don't even think you need to do that, bro. I think he's a good guy. Like, he'll do it for you.
If I was like,
what's the problem, Adara? Adara says if you bribe him, it would be a sketchy move, Joe.
Why?
I don't know.
Everybody likes a little cash in there. That's my language. That's my business language.
Yeah, that's like. Oh boy! Wow. Adara's got quite the reaction there.
No, not whatsoever. Hey, you got to do what you got to do sometimes. In all seriousness,
it's gonna be Adobe today on the midday, eh?
It's Adobe on the day. It was Joby the other day.
Adobe.
Yeah.
Say that again. The reunion tour, she says. Guys, I got to bring your attention to NUAI because it is breaking out right now at the moment. It is at the day high, 196, day high, 199. This is a good look right now. It is rejecting that $2, at least for the moment. We kind of had a feeling this was going to hit 2. I didn't execute on it. I was focused on PRSO, and that ended up being the wrong choice. We're positive on PRSO, so we'll take that and run, but I could have definitely been doing a lot better if I had chosen NUAI. Now, here's the deal. I see a buy zone between 185 and 190. Take your pick. That was an obvious range. We were ranging there from 10.08 till the breakout at 10.41. So a move into 190 to 185 gets me involved. Gets me involved as a long. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to throw in an initial order. We're going to put it at 91s to front run the level, right? Because sometimes it doesn't work its way right all the way back down. And then we're going to put another dip trade at 86 to take advantage of that 85 to 90 range. Again, my idea here is to front run it. So that's my look on NUAI. I do like the way that this one is trading on the day. It's that stair step up sort of pattern. We'll definitely get involved in that. But I also want to bring your attention to another one, DPRO, since PRSO is no longer tradable under my system. Let's look at DPRO. This is a this is a $12 name, excuse me, and it's coming back into the volume weighted average price. I like this one possibly at $12.75. Now, why I like this, area high, area low, higher high, and if we hold up above 1260, that will be another higher low. So that 1260, 1275 area is a buy zone for me on DPRO. Look, it's only up 15%. We'll keep tabs on that. But last but not least, one that we were involved in with all day, Criminal. Look at the breakout on Criminal. There goes 15 into 15, 17. We were involved in this one at 13. So this one is really stair-stepping up. Good, clean move. Above $14, it dilly-dallied with 14 and a bit, which ended up getting me out of the trade. It pulled back into VWAP, and it hasn't been stopped since. So it was a VWAP retracement, a triple bottom, in fact, at VWAP, where the way I see it, 1015, 1020, and the 1025 candles all defended VWAP. And there goes the high of the day again. It is 1524 now. Criminal is on a breakout. Keep your eye out on this one. I'm watching Criminal, I'm watching NUAI, and I'm watching DPRO, Joey.
Oh, okay, all right.
Okay.
All right, okay. So yeah, let's go. We added here aggressively onto this DAL trade, just trying to stick with those in-play names. So we had a small ad right up here, just a little reload, and then now we're just going full on size right here to see if we can get that move back towards the volume weighted average price. Bang. Oh man, what a play on that one. What's our average? 59.88 on that one. So starting to climb higher. We're going to hold that bid up there, and then we're going to hold a lot for that primary target, and that's going to be the volume weighted average price. Let's see if we can get into that realm, because that's what we're looking at there. As for some of the other names, you're getting a little bit of a bounce in the NASDAQ and the SPY. AMD bouncing off of those support level lows. Be patient on these names. They've been on monster runs, but I think at some point you're going to get the continuation on it. We'll just take a look at what I'm specifically, what I got on my list. So I got my eyes on Ethereum. I've removed I removed IBIT, so there's zero temptation to even trade it right now. It's not looking too good in my opinion. We got AMD and everything along those lines, but we're gonna
red, bro.
Yeah, the whole market's red. The whole market is red. Yeah, exactly. But we're gonna set it up.
Nvidia's, I mean, it's green, right? But
yeah.
Netflix.
Holding on, but the majority of the names are red. I see my screen. It's a little bit of a bloodbath this morning. But we're gonna send it off to Adair here, guys.
Nice push up here for the US dollar. This sits fourth straight day that is green. And let's see if we can take out that 100 level. Now, even above that, another level here of potential resistance was that level just above 100. So let's see if we're able to take out that resistance that we made here at the start of August 2025. So like 3 months ago. We did have the FOMC minutes yesterday. They were pretty mixed, guys. It's worth saying. Some people view these as dovish. Some people view these as hawkish. Overall, the Fed is just not in agreement. And I think that's the biggest thing I can say here. Even to quote the statement, participants expressed a range of views about the degree to which the current stance of monetary policy was restrictive and the likely future path of policy. So they're really unsure here with regards to the speed of the rate cuts, but either way, they all, I guess, on average, agreed that it would be appropriate to ease policy further over the remainder of the year. Now, 5% of participants expecting rates to be held steady, 95% still expecting a 25 basis point cut. Back to you.
Oh man, this video's hilarious. It's Poppy and Vlad Guerrero just trolling the hell out of Derek Jeter, who's on set. Oh no, Derek. Oh no, it's A-Rod, dude. Don't tell me, two Yankees. Oh
man.
No, poor souls, man. But they got the same vibe though. You got Guerrero Jr. and Poppy. They have the same vibe. Both Dominican cats, obviously. I love that, man.
We love them in it.
Oh no, New York.
Canada.
What happened yesterday, New York?
Shout out to Punta Canada, man.
Punta Canada.
Yeah, that's what they call it. Yeah.
Because there's so many Canadians.
They go there. It's like the winter destination.
Send us the link to the chat. What chat, man?
Cowboys cheeseburger. I don't know what you're talking about, Cowboys cheeseburger, man.
Cheeseburger.
All right, guys. Criminals breaking out, man. It is on a rampage to the high side. But we'll get to that one in a second because 2 New York cents wants me to look at VTAK. Let's take a look at that one. Yeah, I know. Cucumber Road. It's a strong one there. Get it, Adara. Ooh. Let's look at that one for your boy, 2 New York cents. What's it called again? VTAK. A little light, brother, on volume. 360,000 shares. It's positive on the day, 9.61%. It's coming from highs, though. Look at that move back yesterday. This one broke out in the aftermarket. It looks like 4 o'clock. It got the breakout right into, 425. And it hasn't done much today. I'll keep an eye out on it, but the volume is a little light, brother. So I'm going to have to respectfully say no to that one. But I want to mention DPROs at VWAP. NUAI is breaking out. Here's what I'm looking at on the side charts. There's criminal bottom right of your screen. I don't know why it doesn't have the ticker there. I do apologize, CRML. It is breaking out all sorts of strong right now, 1585 on criminal. It's really getting extended away from the 10 EMA, but I'm also keeping an eye here on NUAI. There is $2 finally on NUAI. 201, this one is breaking out right now. SLV, I said almost nothing about this one because it wasn't doing anything. This one's also awoken and taking out VWAP, but it's more expensive at around 46 bucks. But this is the DPRO VWAP pullback that I was talking about. By definition, if it holds up at VWAP, that will be a higher low. So it'll be higher high, higher low. So that is okay, but it is spready just from how I'm seeing it trade. Did I load this up on a trading screen? Let's find out. Yeah, it's let's see what the spread is. 07 on the bid, 97 on the 08 on the ask. Basically 00 on the bid. So it's about an 8 penny spread right now, which isn't bad, but I'm pretty sure it was wider. So if you get in here, I'd be giving it to 1280. So you're risking 20 pennies to possibly make 60 because that would be where the high of the day is. So yeah, I don't know if I want to get into this one with about 6 minutes left on the show. I'm going to be eating my breakfast and then I'm going to be gymming. So we'll keep an eye out on that. But there goes NUAI breaking out. Joey, I didn't get any of the dip trades that I had set up on NUAI. Both those teal or whatever aqua lines still remaining there. So we didn't get anything on NUAI, but there goes the breakout 209. So lots of strength there, but it's really going to be focusing criminal, DPRO, and NUAI, Joey.
Bang, bang, and another one. Oh, I don't even.
Oh no! Oh no! What happened, Joey? No. We definitely have to get Rizbot's laugh.
You like Rizbot's laugh?
Have you heard it?
Yeah.
Have you?
Yeah.
How do you not
I've
like
seen
that?
the guy read it. It's all right. I like this one. I like Spice. Bro, Spice Adams is. You don't like Spice? You don't like Spice?
I like Rizbot better, bro.
I like Spice Adams.
No, because the context, though, he just drops a lie and then he laughs in your face, then he walks away.
Have you you know Spice Adams, right?
No, I don't. Let's
You
find
don't
out
know
who he is.
Spice Adams?
Joseph,
oh, brother,
I'm
he is
ancient,
so
man. I tried to
hilarious.
tell you this in the
Oh
past.
man, you gotta watch like his basketball videos. He's like jacking up threes. Like
There
he's
we
like
go.
he's like
Oh, I
doing
know
like,
this guy. I
he's
know.
like
Of
doing
course I
like
know this
he's
guy
like
is.
doing the
Yeah,
most.
yeah.
He'll like jack threes up and it doesn't even come close. And he'll do like the most wag.
He shoots like threes from like super far.
So
Yeah.
anyways,
I know who this guy is.
when 50 Cent did the Super Bowl. You know how 50 Cent in the club video comes up, he's like hanging upside down?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, after he did it in the Super Bowl, 50 Cent, right? He like gained some weight and stuff. So Spice Adams made a video making fun of 50 Cent in the gym, so he hangs off like the Smith machine, eating like a chicken wing, doing yeah, this guy is absolutely hilarious.
Hold on, did you see the Ja Rule try to settle the beef with 50?
And
50's like, no. We're beefing till we're dead.
Oh, bro,
Yeah,
that's crazy.
50's an angry guy,
Yeah.
He is
Did
a
you see what he said
troll
to Diddy? He's like, yeah, whoever had Diddy for a public speaker, I heard he's not available, but I am. It's like, yeah. It's like, bro, this guy is the ultimate troll.
Oh, boy.
But yeah, I mean, there we go in DAL, guys. We
Sir.
were talking about this name. So we get that pop up there. We take a little bit off. We go with that ad. And then sure enough, we're like, all right, we'll start with that small ad. And then we get the pullback that we were looking for. Bang, we take some off. We take a little bit more off. And then now what are we going to do again? We're going to probably take a little bit more off there. So not too bad of a look there. Just sticking with the names that are in play. And that's going to be the chips. Even though they are moving to the downside. We get another move there in DAL. VWAP is going to be that primary target. We love that one, guys. It's been an absolute fantastic show.
Fantastic.
We got 3 minutes. Sharif and I have been having a blast. Speaking for myself, I've been having a blast. I'm pretty sure he has as well too.
Joey.
So we're gonna take a little bit more off. Actually, do I do that? No, we're gonna go like that there, Sharif. We'll still leave a little bit running just in case.
What is she laughing at now? Why is she laughing? What is she doing? I never know what she's doing.
Someone's doing the cha-cha over there. Where's the midday, folks, man?
Oh, bro, it's like apparently, you know, it's free. It's a free for all.
Yeah.
Nobody has to get ready.
Still no structure.
Nothing.
That is crazy.
Oh, why? I know I'm getting up right at 11 o'clock.
11, you're gone at it. You're gone.
Come hell or high water.
He's gone right
there he is.
Straight to get the food. Straight to get the food, and then you're off to do something else. Okay, I wanted to clear some of my tabs.
Food and then gymming.
And then your gym, like what? You're gonna walk and eat, or are you just
I'm gonna post up here, eat. I don't like to gym right after breakfast, though, but it is a bit of a lighter one.
Yeah, it's a light.
Okay,
I mean, you're crushing some eggs. You'll just have to do some leg raises, maybe some mountain climbers.
I smashed. I told you, I smashed quads yesterday.
Yeah,
I was supposed to take the day off. I was under the weather.
I did leg extensions yesterday and some
There you go.
But man, I can't go so heavy. So what I do is I go just super light because of my knee, right?
Yeah.
So I just go super light and I hold it for 10 seconds. Hold.
You're doing the isometric.
Yeah, exactly. And I just hold, just so you don't get atrophy in the leg as well, too, which is really key.
I agree.
Which is really key.
Well, you don't want that though, because if you get weaker quads, it's going to just exacerbate the problem on your knee.
Exactly.
You need the muscle around the knee to be strong.
Exactly. Good thing I'm still playing hockey, though. We take that
There
up.
you go.
But
Absolutely.
Kelvington's $10 super chat. Hey, okay, all right. Hey, yo, Sharif, look at our bleep MP. We up, brother.
Oh, I know, brother. I know.
Oh, yo, take that down. Take that down. Who put that up there?
Yeah, take that out. Take that out.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you.
I know. It's okay. It's okay.
Right.
It's not a big deal. Yeah, MP's up 10 and 2/3. Look, you guys know, man, I don't talk about my winners. You're not going to hear any excitement from me about these ones. I'm just going to keep my mouth shut, and we'll take the profits, quietly. But yeah, we're heavily long MP, and the reason what got me into this, obviously two things. One, the critical minerals push by the current administration to want to reshore that and lessen their supply chain reliance on China. Now, we know that there's obviously some dealings between our two countries, and we got raw materials in spades, right? So I foresee more interactions between Canada and the United States with respect to this. And the second reason, obviously, I got into this is the money that the Pentagon threw in there. It does not hurt, at least for the moment, to have the government backing you, because they're going to continue to buy. Now, what happened in the past with these critical minerals companies, American critical minerals companies, is that they would get involved, and then China would basically outcompete them by lowering the prices, dumping, as they call it in economics, run them out of business, and then they'd increase prices into a more natural market level. Now, when you have the government as a buyer from you to kind of backstop your source of revenue, the dumping tactic by the Chinese companies doesn't work as well. So I do like that. I do like it a lot. It's very similar to kind of the CoreWeave NVIDIA deal, where CoreWeave, if they have excess capacity, which they probably won't, NVIDIA will buy that excess capacity off CoreWeave, thereby, securing a source of revenue for them. So that's it's a long-winded way of saying I like the backstop that the U.S. government provides for MP, and hence why I'm involved in said name. I think it's a good one. Any final thoughts, Joey, as we send it off to the midday show?
I was really curious as what was for lunch, but that ship has now sailed. We're still sitting in this DAL trade, so not too bad. Let's see if we can get into the volume-weighted average price. It's been an absolute monster of a ride with you guys here this morning. Go Blue Jays, go. We're going back to the We're going to the midday. It's going to be Adara and Adobe. The Adobe show.
Oh.
Sharif and I will be back at 2 p.m. sharp.
What a crazy morning. Hopefully you guys are how are you doing?
I'm here. How are you?
Well, I didn't really see that
Okay, sorry about that. Muted. But yes, so welcome everybody. Thank you for joining us here. Hopefully, I was saying that hopefully you guys had a solid morning session. It's been pretty good. AMD didn't really do anything too crazy, but Nvidia absolutely solid off of the open. I think that's the only thing that I really kind of participated in. But we'll talk about that later. I was asking Adara how your morning was, and if you had any interesting trades this morning.
This morning was kind of a blur, and it was kind of wild. And I'm happy to be here with you guys. This is going to be my first time. Like this monitor's, I don't know where to look.
Yeah, these monitors are huge, right?
Yeah, these are
very
this
clear.
Is a baby,
that
but
one
this
is
one's very big. So, anyways, I'll talk here about my good friend Ferrari. So
Nice.
I want to explain why I did what I did on this, because I feel like people, you might have questions, and I'm going to stand by what I did because I follow my plan. So if you draw, I forget how to draw trend lines here. If you draw little trend lines, right, this was kind of, on the 15 it's a bit cleaner, but there was an uptrend here, right? And I'm gonna see if I can zoom. It's hard because I don't really chart on P8 anymore, so, but right, like there's a little bop, there's another bop. So basically what we did was we were holding the anchor VWAP from the event, and we sloop up here, I got long, and this is where I say, bear with me, I gave it to True Risk. In my opinion, I got long 420.50. I believe True Risk was 415.50. A lot of people would not be comfortable holding it for that long. I don't care because I trade these spready stocks. You're going to be like in the money $1, you're out the money $3, you're in the money $5. Like this is kind of how it goes. And I find too, and this is a caveat that I think is really important when I get into this trade, and bear with me, I'm going to explain this whole trade if you guys don't mind. So with these spready tickers, sometimes I find, like a lot of people say, and I think this is true for a lot of trades, that if it's good, it should go right away. That is not true for spready stocks at all. A lot of times the best trades, they go right to your stop loss, and then they go. So with that in mind, that I think to give a sense of my mental, I think is important. So my stop loss, 415.50, I'm not moving it until we make a higher low in the trend line or I get stopped out. So we do make a higher low in the trend line, and I add to the position actually, and I usually don't average down. I only average down when it's part of a ongoing trend and if I still feel the trade is hot. So I did it. And then we do this. I'll zoom in so you guys can kind of see what I did, right?
Now you can see it better, yeah.
So then we have this fun little predicament where we just chill at 416s, and we chill at 416s, and most people would probably be like, Adara, why are you not punching out here? I will tell you why I didn't punch out there, because that was not part of the plan. I had my stop at like right above 416, right? Nice. So we're chilling, and then we get this spike up here, and I'm like, okay, this is why I didn't stop out, because sometimes these tickers give that to you, and as I said, sometimes the best trades on spready stocks are if they get right to your level, and then they bounce. So I chilled. Either way, it didn't end up getting stopped out, but by that time, I had long recognized, probably by around here, like around where I added, that I was like, okay, if we break 416, I'm hopping in the short. It is such a short at 416. I don't care. So I got short. I got stopped out. I immediately get short 416, and I tried to add here this 415 breakout, or a breakdown, but I forgot this was SSR, so I didn't get filled. That is my own fault. Either way, we are continuing to the downside. I don't have any plans to add right now. Truthfully, I just want to see this go down. There is a double bottom at 408. I will almost definitely take profit out at 408. And yeah, I'll talk about it. I did. Okay, nice. Thank you, Ferrari.
Nice.
But
wow, look at that.
I will. My layout's not fully set up, as you can see, guys. I'm still getting used to this. I had some trades I tried in AMD, and I actually wanted this long. I couldn't get filled on this breakout of 237.5. Either way, with my system, I probably would have gotten stopped out flat or for a loss here anyway with the long, just because of the system I use, so it's fine. Tried this AMD short, and in case you're like, hey, Adara, why would you add here? This was an AVWAP I liked, and I use a lot of AVWAPs, so I'm not going to get too into my strategy because I'm still trying to refine it, but either way, tried it, didn't work, got stopped out, tried it again, and I actually liked this one a lot better. Added again, we have the breakdown, then we come back, I get stopped out, I'm chilling, because you don't get emotional when you trade. I was in AAPL too, and I apologize, Obi, for yapping, I'll send it back to you in a second.
No worries.
So, with these spready tickers, a lot of times this is the one situation where I actually think you can and often should chase, because they might not give you the first entry, but you can still keep your risk relatively tight and give a little bit more. So 619 is a huge level for me in AAPL. Look what we wick right off the open. I wanted the 614 breakdown, couldn't get filled. Tried 613, because that was I think like the 1 minute low, could not get filled. I was like, whatever, fine. What about 610? We consolidate for a bit, I'm like, yo, what about 610 versus 613? Would you believe it wouldn't fill me? But I'm like, it's fine. So then you go, Adara, why would you get long right before VWAP? So the book on it was really clean. I will fully add the book was clean. And when you look at the 1 minute, I think you can probably see what I mean a little bit more. So look at this 1 minute, right? We get this pop into VWAP. Then we make a higher low. We hold the 90 MA. I wasn't even looking at the 1 minute. I looked at it after to try to figure out in my brain why I did this, but I did see stuff I liked in the book. I did have my stop a little bit lower, plus I got slipped. I had it around the VWAP from the low. Either way, it didn't work. It's all good. I'm chilling, and I don't check my P&L, though I did accidentally see it when I switched streams. I am red, but you know what? My positivity is green, my attitude is green, and I'm happy to be here with you guys. How was your morning?
Nice. That sounds awesome. Those were some solid trades there. Good job getting involved in some of the strong movers there. I think the one of the only ones I did have on watch. We can talk about some of the stocks that I did have on watch. I had Nvidia, I had DAL. We know that had earnings. So on my main screen, I had Nvidia and DAL on. I was also watching AMD. We know that one's been moving around, and Pepsi, Figma, Intel. SLV, we saw that one, the silver kind of moving around this morning. That was a pretty aggressive pop in the pre-market session. So I was watching all of these stocks. Tilray as well. I know some of you guys been involved in a bit of Tilray. But so the thing is, I know both Sharif and Joe mentioned this. I did trade Nvidia. So we were talking about it yesterday. I was so excited to trade AMD in Blue Ocean last night. And it did well. I mean, it did decent volume. It did outlier volume. It was doing amazing. But the thing is, I missed the open, and I thought that the best entry was at the open. The market and the Nasdaq was bleeding out as well. And I liked the short on AMD, and I think the best prices were right off of the open. Didn't really get involved. I watched it from like 8 p.m. all the way to around 11:30, and I was telling Joe this. I was literally about to get up. 11:30, I'm like, okay, nothing's really happening. 11:40-ish, nothing's really happening. I want to get up. I'm probably time for bed. It's way past my bedtime. I'm trying to go to bed at 10 o'clock normally, but Blue Ocean sometimes, you know, it keeps you up. It keeps you interested. Right as I'm about to get up, there was news, Adara, last night on Nvidia. And how did I know? I just saw like a strong bid just come in, not even just on Nvidia, but across the board. I saw it come in on the Nasdaq. I saw it come in on the ES. I saw it coming in on Tesla and AMD, and everything was just bidding like crazy. And I was like, something's definitely happening. And I caught the initial leg of that Nvidia push last night in Blue Ocean on the news that the U.S. government has approved billions of dollars worth of sales of Nvidia chips to the UAE. So that was nice. And 192 was a bit of an interesting level last night. So let me just, I'll refresh this chart here and pull that back up so you guys can take a look at what I did off of the open. So Nvidia, pretty good last night. Long and strong, and I was looking at 192. There was a significant participant at 192 last night that I was watching, and I was like, all right, well, buddy's gonna get filled with the way that the ask is being held up. He was on the ask, that participant, and 192 got blasted through. We went all the way to 193. So coming in today, I was like, all right, I like all of that action. I saw the demand last night, and I see the demand coming in the morning. So I'm not necessarily buying specific prices. Sure, I can be a little bit heavier on the right side of the V, which I was here, but I like this whole area. I just want to keep, I want to try to get inventory above 191, maybe 190 halves at the most. Yeah, so that panned out pretty nicely here as 191s held really well. We reclaimed VWAP. You guys saw Joe was in this position as well, in and around VWAP for the strong push, all the way from 191s to 195s. Unfortunately, I pieced off of most of it going into 194s and the rest of it into 194 halves, but oh boy, that 195 came in real nice. Since then, we've just been kind of consolidating sideways. 192 to 195 is the range. This was a nice reversion on Nvidia, but yeah, these chips, man, they're really giving us great opportunities and something to watch out for, especially when something like an Nvidia hits an all-time highs in the overnight trading session, right? Yeah. So something to watch out for. Well, what about you? Were there any other names that you were watching off of the open today that kind of didn't do what you were looking for, or did do what you're looking for, and you kind of missed? Because I know in terms of for me, I missed a little bit of Intel because I did think it pushed up into a supply zone in the morning on that new chip news. But a couple missed trades on my part. But other than Nvidia, I didn't really see anything too crazy. I think the boys were trading Path as well as Tilray. Those were pretty decent as well.
Yeah, so I liked also, guys, just so you know, yes, I'm aware RAC is coming back to my entry price. I am short 416. I'm going to let it do this because I don't want to get out just because I'm worried it's going to go against me. Like, I would rather get stopped out with where I want to get stopped out than like freak out over this. And again, and maybe that's something I'm trying to work on in trading, right? Maybe I could let things go against me too far, but again, I would rather do that than kind of chase and freak out and trade on emotion, because I'm not here to trade on emotion. I'm here to trade my plan. So get to the plan here. You asked me about my plan. Also, guys, I do have to address this every time. No, also to address Taste the Packs, I am actually not trading Sim, but thank you very much for your concern, and thank you for your kind words, because you know what? We have a great community here.
There are trades live.
Everybody's concerns over my live trade.
Yeah.
Let's talk here about CrowdStrike, though. So CRWD, if you go to, I was looking at this in a 4-hour. We were going ham over here, OB and people. And yeah, I do talk a little fast, guys. I will continue to speak quickly because that is how these markets go. Oh my gosh, this is what I wanted. Okay.
Boom. Oh my God.
My knee
Get
hit
it.
I'm so
Get
sorry,
it.
guys.
Let's go.
So, oh my God. So CrowdStrike on the 4-hour. What I wanted was, and you can't see it here, you can see it better in TradingView, there was like that 510 level, I wanted that breakout. It's not all-time highs, but it's pretty darn close. So, but the 502 was the level I said, hey, if we drop this right off the open, I want to look for some, I guess, bounce here. So CrowdStrike, what volume are you doing, sweet friend, CrowdStrike, sweet, beautiful angel CrowdStrike, what volume are you doing? Okay, it's pretty bad. I don't like it. I also don't like this setup. Like, yes, we get the 502 bounce, but this doesn't really get me out of bed in the morning. You know what I mean? Like higher lows from the low of the day, but I need a little bit more. Thank you very much for the kind words, OB. I will be everybody's espresso over here on this show, because you know what? I love these markets. These markets, jab me up and they wake me up. And yeah, I mean, the point I'm trying to make is I like CrowdStrike as a breakout, and now that I see this 502 breakout, I like it better.
Yeah. So okay. So I mean, I'm looking for the next trade. I think we're gonna fix. There's Mike in a second there. But yeah, looking for the next trade. Like I said, I'm mainly sitting on my hands. Here's the thing, man. Throughout my time here on the floor, and I even said this yesterday, there's so many C trades that show up, man. There's so many C trades. Like, yeah, I can take a scalp off of that, take a scalp off of that. But where are the trades that actually are meaningful? That actually are, what do you call higher conviction? Which ones do I have high conviction for, and which ones do I not really have high conviction for? And I'm just like, all right, the probability of it happening is okay, but is it really worth my time? That's the real question, right? So is it worth my mental capital, or should I be saving it for something that's again, aligns more with my playbook? Something right now that is moving is ARM. Now, ARM yesterday had some crazy strength into the close, so let's take a quick look at that one before we move on as well. So ARM, look at this strength. Wow, where is this line coming from? 164 must have been an important place in the past. I'll go back and take a look at that one. We had a little bit of a consolidation with a strong push into the close yesterday. This is aggressive strength, and this is not imbalances. This I don't think it was news either. 3 o'clock volume starts to just come in, and ARM starts to ramp up for a high all the way up to 168 halves. Started off at 160. So coming in today, yeah, I did have it on watch a little bit, but it's getting that follow through as of right now. So where is the next trade? Maybe it could be right here, or it was right here, because look at that VWAP hold. Nice little consolidation. Strong flush. I like that for the reversion, but the reversion doesn't follow through. It finds some support on top of VWAP, and guess what? I got to go back and look at this chart. But that 164, there's a reason I put that line in there, and I got to trust myself. If I see that I threw up I had enough conviction to throw up a line on the chart, and it's starting to respect it, I do have to maybe look to get involved as well, especially with the confluence of holding opening range highs, VWAP, plus maybe a significant level, plus volume expansion into the push of the breakout. So ARM absolutely solid here. 170s testing on ARM, but let's see what you guys are looking at here. LAC. I don't know, man. That thing's been lacking over the past couple of days, but nice run up. It's sustaining levels, right? It had that strong push, but this is what I mean. A little bit of a sideways chop and a hold on top of $8. on LAC. So that's something to watch out for. I'm watching it bigger picture. So 3 hours, I know a lot of people have been involved in this one on the swing trade. That's been working out nicely over the past month or so. Yeah, we'll see. 982s are the highs on LAC. Let's see what else you guys are talking about. Apple. Yeah, Apple is really weak. Alphabet's really weak. Oh boy, I guess I haven't looked at the Mag 7 as of right now. But yeah, Alphabet and Apple both looking like they're getting aggressively sold off here. We'll just take a look at them before I pass it back to Dara. So Google, right here, you can see pretty aggressive sellers off of the open. The market was also selling off, but the market reverted. It's reverted about 50% so far with reference to its opening prices, but Google nowhere near that reversion. Sellers still kind of holding out. Look at this aggressive volume as well. All of these volume bars exceeding that of the average volume bar traded prior day, and you can even see like these bars kind of rival the bars of the open and the close on Google, which is very, very interesting and kind of shows you that, yeah, sellers are definitely on board on Google today. So when and if they do step off, maybe that's the next trade. I don't know. I'm looking for maybe a reversion. We've gotten a first green candle, and we've also gotten a first prior bar high break on the 15-minute candle here on Google as well. But unusual sellers, when there's unusual sellers, I want to be a little bit more patient and hold off before and look for more information and more confluence as well. So those are the things I guess I'm watching now. Let me know in the chat where you guys are watching. We'll get back to there.
Yeah, thank you for that, Obi. Sure, guys, I'm going to be honest with you because that's what we do here on the show. I'm still getting used to, like, it's been 6 months since I've been here for the entire 3 hours. I'm still getting used to kind of trading and talking at the same time, and I'm getting very comfortable in my little hobbit hole in the Shire over yonder where I just kind of trade in peace. And this shocks a lot of people, but I'm an introvert. So that's, kind of more my earth, my wheelhouse where I'm more comfortable. So this is something, that I need to get used to again, but I'm happy and pleased to do it with all of you guys. Let's talk about dangerous. Again, great pun for the name there. Thank you very much for the $10 super chat. Some love for Obi and Adara on the midday. UiPath, let's go. Also, I just saw a comment asking if Obi looks like Snoop Dogg, and that's the thing. I don't know what to say to that other than get it. Let's take a look at UiPath because, wow, this is beautiful. This is not one that I would really do anything with because I think also, like, at this point, you're kind of in it or you're not. I think it would be a hard one to get into. Great look here for UiPath. Great push to the upside. Let's see. Let me take a look here. Someone asking about puns. Don't worry, we're not going to force these. If they come, they will come. But I think this one certainly is going to be the path higher. I'll say that for sure. And this 30-minute, oh my gosh, this is a coil. Okay, love this. So I don't want to push back again because I'm worried I'm going to cause another earthquake on this desk. But if I'm being really truthful with you guys. But look here, look at this 1740 level. If we break out of this, like, honestly, this is great. This is a rocket ship. I don't want to add, I don't want to get in, like this is, I don't want to force anything in on here, but this is a nice look here for UiPath. Was that Oracle news negative? This is pumping now, says Los Pollos. It was not, yeah, it was negative, I would say. But I mean, sometimes the market digests info and it decides it doesn't care. And that's how I always say this. And that's why I think I'm in a unique position, right? Where I do take day trades every day, but I'm also, I do the news. And so how I have to look at it is, like, I will say the news, I'll report the news to you guys, but I don't really like to let the news impact my bias if I'm already in a trade. So for example, I remember I was in a Boeing trade once, I was long Boeing, and then some news came out about Boeing that was negative that I got out because I was like, oh, my trade's not gonna work now, and Boeing didn't care. So you really, you know what I mean? You have to wait and see what the stock's gonna tell you. That being said, Oracle did drop. It was around here, the news, I think probably around here, yeah, it was like 1040, there we go. The news came out around here, but in the technical story, it was still in an uptrend, and where it bounced was VWAP. So story wasn't great, but it continued to push higher, so great look. Sailing SPR, I am in a trade. I think they're working on the position board, so I will be real there. I am in RACA, okay. And this is why, what I like to say, and this is why, and I'm not trying to front or anything. I told you guys I'm right on the day. I don't look at my P&L, but I accidentally saw it when I was setting up, and also, like, mathematically, I knew I would be anyway. But look at this RAC. This is why you kind of have to keep your stops in and not respond to emotion. So my short here, this was where I got out of the long, if you guys missed it earlier. So I got short here, right? My stop is around here. So basically the top, that kind of wick top, right? I was like, you know what, Derek, yes, we bounced like, what, $4 off the low, but I'm not going to panic because it hasn't hit my stop yet. And in fact, Opie and people, yes, what I might do here Pray tell. Is that, oh, there's an ad. Okay, I want to add here at this low, which is, what is this, around 414.17, and then, yeah, so I think I'm probably going to add to that. If we get a little bouncy here, I'm not going to like that anymore, but I do like the concept of adding to RACE here, so that's likely what I'm going to do. UiPath, we looked at, UiPath is looking great. People were asking me about the IPO, so I'm going to look at the IPO, and I apologize to you guys. I know I am the news person. I do have my little news screen up with my X account, so if there's anything big that I see, I will certainly keep you all apprised. I am not listening to the cabinet meeting, which, you know, I'm a little sad about, truthfully. I'll watch it later, but I don't want, you know what I mean? I want to make sure I'm able to focus on giving you guys the trades. So IPO, let's take a look here, Obi, at this IPO.
Yeah, there is an IPO too.
Thank you very much for Alex, Puerto Rican, $5 super chat. Adara, it's true you may speak faster than some people, but don't apologize. Some people just need to listen faster. Girl, you're a bat. And then the strong person emoji. So thank you very much, Alex, Puerto Rican. I hope Florida and Puerto Rico are doing quite well now, both for you there. Phoenix Education Partners is the IPO, NYSE, $32 price target. Someone earlier in this chat was saying this is $1.2 billion IPO. I can't verify that because I haven't checked yet, but I will put this up on my side screen so that I can see it. Okay, get rid of the CrowdStrike for now because I'm just going to watch the chart on that because it's going to take a while to set up. PXED. So guys, I will have that ready for you for the NYSE. Let's get a little more details here on the IPO. So Phoenix Education Partners is going to be rising from the ashes here. Again, $32 price. Nice. Let's see if it opens above or below that. It's not open yet. Tap here, $34. Theoretical option volume here at 155.2 thousand. And then, yeah, PXED, 4.25 million shares. Not a ton of shares here. And again, expected to IPO today, offering $136 million. So there we go. Okay. There you go.
Yeah, no, I think I think it's important to remember what were the kind of how do you say the stats or like the makeup of all of the IPOs this year that did really well, right? That's something to ask. They had hype, they had oversubscription. Like, what were the factors that made some of those IPOs? They were notionally huge. Most of the ones that were really, really good this year were all probably above 600 million, above $1 billion easily. We saw Circle, we saw Figma. All of those, the better ones had those kind of, I guess, pedigree, if you want to call it, criteria kind of coming into it. So the oversubscription is huge. The AI hype was huge. The question you have to ask yourself on these IPOs is that the same kind of IPO trade on these new IPOs? Not just punching into every fresh IPO that comes out just because one or two of them or a few of them actually went. You really have to understand the nuances when it comes down to which ones are working, which ones are not, and it could be even better. You can still, I'm not saying don't trade it, I'm just saying that if it's not the same, then maybe it's better to go the other way, is what I'm saying, more to that. But let's see what else is going on here. Alphabet's still weak, so we talked about that first green candle. Oh boy, that's coming right back in through day low. So this is what I mean, unusual sellers. We identified that this selling volume is very unusual because it does rival the magnitude of that of opening and closing candles for this week here, especially the prior 2 days. So that to me is indicative of maybe an unusual seller participating on Google in the morning. I have no idea who or what it is or why it is, nor do I care. But the fact of the matter remains is that when and if that seller does step off, I want to ask the question, will Google revert to the mean? Will Google balance itself out? Is this unusual seller kind of pushing price down in such a way that this is mispricing? So that kind of concept in a sense. And then if this is mispricing, what's an effective area and what's an effective place to potentially, take the mean reversion so that you can balance or participate in balancing this specific market here. So that's the question. I like it. Let's see what you guys are asking here. Boom, boom, boom. All in AMD saying Mr. Easy Street. So, okay, we can take a look at that one. AMD here. Advanced Micro Devices. All right, so yeah, AMD short was nice off of the open, I guess. I mean, I'm kind of still consolidating, holding. I think this was the pullback from yesterday, 229s, 230s. So that's something to watch out for. I think that's where buyers kind of came in. Well, I don't think that's where buyers came in, but I think that's where I want to look for buyers if price kind of drops down into that 230 area as of right now. But the market's looking weak, man. You can see the ES here as well. Not really kind of, you know, bidding up as much.
Yeah, so OB here, yeah, this AMD, I was in this short, as I said a couple times, got stopped out twice. But yeah, I mean, it looks really good now, but the thing too, I think that's important is you don't want to force anything, right? You don't want to get into a short, and I think like sometimes to go back to AAPL, there are times where a low of day breakdown trade, and I think especially certainly for certain stocks is going to be valid. Also, guys, I do want to remind you I am in a position. I don't know why it's not showing up, but I am short 416 RACE. It is racing, kind of racing in circles right now. But so let's talk about AAPL. So with this, I'll switch to 1 minute. Maybe you guys can see it better. So yeah, okay, so great. This is what I'm trying to talk about. So that's 600 breakdown, right? You've got, and it's not super clean either. It wicks all the way up to 606, but then it pushes lower. So it's like sometimes, you know, your low of day breakdowns, I find, especially in the morning if the stock's already weak, you kind of want to get into that. If it's something like AMD where you have to risk what? That's at least $2-3. On a stock like AMD, that's not really going to get me too excited, get me out of bed in the morning. I hate that I keep using that analogy, but that's not really going to do it for me, right? I have to think about what am I really trying to get from it, and then is it going to be worth it for me for AMD? I'm not sure. Like, it has a lot of room to drop, as Obi said, but you don't want to force anything here. Obi, do you have what are you looking at right now? The SPY actually.
I think SPY looks good. I think, but here's the thing. I'm just observing Google and Apple here. But, yeah, people in the chat talking about, I guess, you know, this IPO. So do you want to take a look at the S1 filing maybe for that?
Yeah,
and
I'll see if I can find
pull up the IPO for that. Yeah, that could be pretty interesting as well here. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm watching. I'm waiting for the next trade. So you guys let me know in the chat what you guys are watching, what you guys are looking at, and we're more than welcome to kind of cover that. So I think you do have the S1 up if you want to talk about that.
Yeah, so I am looking through it. I've never really done one of these before.
You can search like underwriters.
Yeah, there we go, because I'm like, this is not.
Yeah.
Here we go. I spelled with it. There's a K in here. Oh, okay. Underwriter. Let me see who the underwriters are on this. This is mentioned 97 times, so we're gonna have to keep scrolling. I'm not seeing a list of the underwriters here though. Underwriters. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go through this later, but I'm not immediately finding it. This is mentioned again 97 times in this document. Let's talk about Google here though, guys. AAPL breaking out. I kind of want this long, but I'll figure that out later, and I am going to add to my short on Ferrari because, as I mentioned, if it, yeah, there we go. I had to punch midpoint because with the situation with regards to the SSR, I was only going to get it if I punch midpoint. Google, people keep talking about Google. GOGL, oh my gosh, this is, it's a little sad. This is a breakdown. Absolutely, this is a breakdown. And here's the thing, Opie, this one is kind of a sneaky dude because look at this. We get this like kerplunk, right? Wires, there we go. We kerplunk here. Okay, now my position is showing on RACE, awesome. All I had to do is add. It won't, okay, there we go. Now I can add trend lines maybe, there we go. So what I'm trying to show you guys here is look at this downtrend on Google. And it kind of fakes you out. It actually breaks out of the downtrend, as you can see. A little bit of a breakout, but notably it doesn't make a higher high. So that's sometimes I think too with trend lines, you don't always just want to look like, oh, is it obeying the trend line? You want to see, is it also making a higher high? Because in this case, Google broke out of the trend for sure, but it did not make a higher high. And then it continues to break lower. Right now, it's kind of tepid. It's not anything I would want as a low of day break, so I wouldn't get involved in it. But either way here, OGL, certainly going to be spicy. And I think on watch today, AMD, I think probably did its flat bottom break. There we go. As you can see, my timing on this was a bit unfortunate. But, one thing, you can't beat yourself up for trades, right? What I can say about my AMD trades is I was looking in the right direction. I was looking at an in-play stock. My timing was off. My stop placement was off. And my entries were probably off as well. And in that case, you can say, well, did I dare? Why was there anything good about this trade? What was good about it was I was looking at it and I made attempts at it. And I didn't go too crazy on risk. I took trades that I believed in. I think, you can say whatever, Pollyanna, I don't, maybe, but you have to stay positive because if you don't stay positive, how are you going to get positive on your trades? If you have a negative mindset, you're just going to I don't know, you're just going to beat yourself up and hurt yourself, and I don't think it's going to be fun for anybody involved here. You took the attempt, you tried the trade. I want to thank David Tresiak for the $20 super chat. Sean and Neil said to 4x your size, parents away, kids play, just a few units short AMD. Well, congrats on your AMD short, David Tresiak. And yeah, I mean, honestly, with regards to size, and I actually really want to have this conversation, Obi, so I know you and I are both kind of people with regards to size. We'll kind of take it if we think the position warrants it, right? Like I would say that's the case. I do want to say though here, with regards to especially the stocks I take with spread, sometimes big size for me is probably going to be like what, a 10th of a position maybe Sharif or Joe will take, because like I said, I have to risk a lot more for my positions. Again, real risk on my Ferrari trade earlier was $6. So obviously the sizing on that is not going to be as exponential as you might see if you're going to be trading like Delta or Pepsi, right? Or, you know, any ticker that is like a little bit less spread. Like, for example, Sharif's small caps, maybe he's going to risk 6 cents on a stock. So I think sizing is really proportional to the opportunity and to the stock in which you are trading. And I think be important about that. Always Testy is saying, I slowed down the stream 2 times. Now I can hear you clearly. Guys, I do talk fast. I try to slow down, and then I find I just can't really keep up. And this is a great question from Zabo, XABO. So is your profit target also $6? No. My profit target is going to be, what is the trade going to give me? And here's the reason I say that. Because I think a lot of times, like, I'm not going to pull my trade up because I'd have to go through my Google Drive, but AAPL a couple days ago, I had that, that's a New York trade. I had that long off the open, and I had to risk.
Long. I think that was one of the trades that you showed me, or
yeah, I showed you guys, you and Jose that one. So we'll scroll back, but
we were going over some of Adara's trades earlier this week.
Thank you. Yeah, that was dope.
That was good.
So I'll pull up the actual trade later. Right now, what day is this? This is.
I don't know if your arrows might still be there. They could be.
They're not going to be there, but so this was the long I took basically, and I'll find it later and show you guys. So I had to risk like $5 for this with slippage, maybe 6. But this trade, it gave you $35 off that. I ended up getting out with like 21. But the point I'm trying to make is, with the stocks I trade, sometimes you're going to lose, and it's not going to be worth the risk you take. But sometimes I think the RR can be immeasurable. I think if the opportunity is worth it, I don't mind risking that much money, because I'm not trading it for RR. I'm taking it, what is the value of this opportunity? Is this opportunity worth what I'm taking? Can I size it appropriately? Sometimes I'll even take like 1 share. I'm being really honest with you guys, just because it's like, it's a trade worth trying. Now, I don't do that for every trade, because some trades, it's like, even if you take 1 share, you're kind of wasting your time. But if it's some, what I like to do, I don't like to think about it as, how much am I risking? How much am I trying to make? I like to assess the opportunity. Now, that AAPL trade, as I mentioned, if you had like that entire move, it was like 6 to 1, 7 to 1, if you risked $5. But either way, even if it was only moved $5, $10, I stand by the trade, because I like the technicals, I assess the situation, I assess the risk, and I thought it was worth it. And shout out to Maybelline, L'Oreal. I should know this cosmetic brand, because
maybe
you're
it's
worth
Maybelline.
It. What trades are worth it for you right now, Obi?
What trades are worth it for me? I'm not really looking at much more than the stuff that I've pointed out. But I think the point on sizing that you mentioned, I think is pretty good. That's something to watch out for, and that's something I'm working on as well. So, because for example, my Nvidia trade this morning, Nvidia was really nice in terms of. What do you call in terms of the opening range here? But I liked buying all the prices, but it gave you that nice dip. It gave you the opening range break. It held this pre-market low as well, 190, 191 as well. So that's what I'm kind of looking at right now. So we'll see. Let's go. We'll see what happens. Let's find the next opportunity as of right now. Google with some fresh flows. Doing not too bad. So
That's awesome.
Not too bad. Good stuff.
Oh, okay, sorry.
No, I'm just like, that's what I'm looking at. Google reversion is probably
sorry,
really
Obi, our SPCE is at like 411.
Yeah. Are you in that short?
Oh, I added to it.
Great short. I think it was good. It was good to keep eyes on that short, and it was really good to kind of participate in that. So
it's the Euro close. That's why it tanked so much. I'm like, why did my beautiful child drop?
Here's the thing. It's already like we had it reported earnings today, right?
Yeah. Oh no. It just had some guidance update. They had some capital markets.
So I think that's more of the reasoning why there's sellers in charge on the day today, because it's an earnings day, I think. But yeah, good stuff. Staying involved in that one here. Nvidia coming back in into VWAP as of right now. So that's just chopping around sideways. I'm going to be a little bit more patient with that one. But the main one right now, I'm gonna look at Google here and take a look at this. Look at this aggressive selling. We're seeing unusual selling. It's going to be 245s all the way down to 240s. So aggressive sellers on this one. Market is selling off as well at the same time. So I'm just being like, all right, I'm waiting for this seller to step off. This is very, very unusual in my opinion. Look at the extension we've had. Adara, did we have news on this one in the pre-market session? Because that little pop definitely looks like news. And
was that
it looks
8 a.m.?
like that's this is.
Yeah. Was that right at 8 a.m. when the news
Right
came?
at 8 a.m. So
Did I know what it was?
So what was the news on that?
It was weird. They just announced their Google Enterprise. I think what happened was the market got excited about the announcement, and then they were kind of like, what does this really mean? But really, apparently, the goal of the product was to compete with like Microsoft and OpenAI and stuff like that. That was my understanding of the news there, Obi. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
That's good. That's good. That's what I wanted to ask. Okay, so we're selling off on this news. Pretty aggressively, I guess. So that would explain some of the unusual sellers. So same idea, waiting for some of this selling in this market to step off to really participate. But Amazon is relatively strong as well. We can take a look at this one. This one was pretty decent in terms of a reversion yesterday. We saw that end of day, boom, quadunk, all day bid, and a little bit of a continuation. So strong bid all day, and then strong selling off the break of trend. And guess what? We can't even reclaim that consolidation. That consolidation low ends up being this breakdown price right off of the open, and boom, continuation of sellers right off of the open. Yeah, good look there. Let me know what you guys are trading, what you guys are involved in on the day today, or any strong ideas that may have panned out in the morning. I'm more than willing to take a look at them today.
Yeah, thank you for that one, Obi. I do want to shout out, thank you to Steve M, complimenting the courage of convictions. And I think that's really important, right? Like, I think it's obviously worth knowing, when does your conviction change? When are you like, okay, maybe step away from this? But like I said, if you have a plan, your courage of your conviction should be, what is the plan? Is the plan still working? And that's why I stayed in the RICE long as I did, which I do recognize probably most people would have, and I would even argue should have left. But I stayed because, the idea is strong opinions loosely held. And my opinion was so loosely held, I immediately entered the short when I got stopped out of the long. And that's, I think, where courage of convictions is, right? My conviction was this long is fine until we break 416. And at that point, my conviction went on to the short. Do you know what I'm trying to say? So I think that is where courage of convictions comes in. I really appreciate your comment, Steve M. And I think the thing is, if you guys remember watching me like 2 years ago, crazy time flies, when I started in the midday, at this time 2 years ago, Obi, I was not even shorting. I was too scared to short. I thought you couldn't short trades. And I remember one time you and Sean were like, just take a short already. What are you doing?
Yeah.
And then I shorted Tesla and I lost $2 right away.
You've gotten so comfortable with shorting.
I love
You've
shorting
gotten so comfortable with shorting. Here's the thing, man. We've seen the growth in Adara's trading over time, and it's absolutely exponential. I would say, like a world of a difference from when I remember the first time I sat beside you on the midday show.
Halloween.
And was it 2 Halloweens ago? Yeah. So and then I was like, yeah, I really like the way your entries and exits are. And I started talking to her about like, why are you trading in the sim? It makes no sense. You should have some skin in the game. And I think it was after that you took the compliance test and went live since then. And since then, oh boy, have some of those trades been really, really nice. Like I was saying before, Jose and I were actually pretty impressed earlier on in the week with a couple of trades that Adara was showing us. So I was like, wait, let me see those, because I kind of want to study those as well. At the same time, being like, okay, some of your entries and exits on these stocks are absolutely, I guess, sniper, very, very methodical. And we talked about this. Like, you're really, really good at following rules. So if you have a rule set, you're just following your rules, and it really shows on your chart with the cleanliness of some of the entries and exits. So
yeah, thank you. I really appreciate the kind words there, Obi. And I think one thing too, there's a couple comments here about shorts versus long that I want to address. And one thing I do want to say, I really appreciate Adobe had to say there, and thank you very much for the kind words and for the support here in the chat, everybody too. But one thing I want to shout out Michael Noss. Michael Noss is awesome. He's awesome, dare we say. And you know, I've had the pleasure of getting to talk to him live in person at the studio a couple times as well. And I think one thing that he said before in the show that just stuck out to me so much was he said he likes rules, and if he meets a situation that he doesn't know, then you know maybe he steps out and he comes up with rules for it for next time. And you know, I think that's a really great way of doing it. I want to get better at coming up with these rules kind of on the fly and being more adaptable to it. But either way, I think, you know, just having that system and being prepared to make those rules is a really good thing. So I do want to address some of these comments about my trade specifically, and then also about some of these comments too. So, okay, nice. You just got another out here in RACE. I covered part at 410 just because I was like, okay, this was a drop. Let's get a little bit. Then like I said, 408 was a double bottom. I did want to take out some more here. I still have half the position. And I don't have any intentions of moving said half of the position, Obi, because my car is parked. This Ferrari is parked. And, you know,
you're not taking it to the track?
Well,
I mean, it seems like the track is downhill today.
Yeah.
Like with that kind of a report. I mean, aggressive. Like, what was it? What was it sold off? It was sold off something really aggressive on the day from the open.
It's like one of its worst sessions ever.
70? Does that say 70? No, down $70. 14.7% is what it says there on your chart. So yeah, nice trade there.
Thank you.
Good job getting involved in an earnings name. Definitely in play on the day today, and yeah, still kind of bleeding off here. Maybe it's poised for that 405 as well as of right now. So great trade. Are you $10 in the money on that one?
No. Well, okay. So I started at 416. So I'm like $7 in the money, maybe $8. But like I said, my thing too is I don't like to think of it, and I just mentioned that in terms of risking $6 in that long. I don't like to think of this like RR. I don't want, you know what I mean? That's not. That's never really been my approach. My approach is the trade worth it? Will I risk when it's worth it? And if, like, for example, again, I thought about something you and Jose talk about a lot, and I do want to. I know we keep talking about Jose, but shout out to Jose. Great, like what, 6'5" tall gentleman who's in the back, who's really cool. But anyways, so we'll talk a lot about real risk. And I literally heard your guys' voice in my head, like real risk on this trade.
You have to give it real risk. We always talk about giving it real risk.
Was 414.50. So then, guys, I think what you do is you look at your chart and you think, when am I absolutely wrong? Not when, oh, I might get scared of the trade. Look at your chart. When are you absolutely, without a doubt, incorrect? For me, for Ferrari, on this long, I was not absolutely without a doubt incorrect until it broke past this wick area, right? And that's why I didn't move my stop until we made a definitive higher low at 416. So with that, I challenge you. I don't want to give homework because that's weird, but I'm just saying, like, go look at a chart and maybe consider placing your stops instead of where you feel like you might want to get out. Instead of maybe putting it break even, get a little bit more comfy, get a little bit more loose with it. Like, think, where am I absolutely wrong? Because you don't have a reason to leave the trade until you are absolutely incorrect. And that is I think that I've learned a lot from talking to you guys and just being on this floor, soaking up all this knowledge, and I'm just, you know, forever grateful for. There are some people in the chat too saying like, oh, you know, longs may be better for the market, or people saying, you know, just never, if you're long to short, never flip. I don't like I know I love rules, but I don't really like never, you know, I'm not Justin Bieber. I'm not going to say never say, I will say never say never.
Sometimes say never.
Here.
Maybe say.
But yeah,
maybe sometimes.
I think, Obi, I will say though, I'm a believer in not these absolutes, but in having rule systems that help you make decisions. So instead of saying, oh, I'm never going to split from a long to a short, sometimes, you know, you don't want to flip just to flip. But in this case, as I said, if my rule for this trade is 416 is the over under, and then we break 416, especially the spectacular way that we broke 416, then absolutely I'm going to get on the short. So there we go. That is my take. I know I keep yapping here, let's yap about app now. Pranet in the chat asked me what my thoughts are on app. I still think it's in a no trade zone, so I'm not going to trade it. I like the idea of a breakout of VWAP, but that didn't really happen. I like the idea of a rejection of VWAP, but right now that didn't really happen. It just chopped and it's done nothing. And I want to address this long because I stand by this long. Like I said, I thought it was going to break out VWAP, but also sometimes, like you see these topping tail wicks, right? I've noticed sometimes, and I don't know why this is, but specifically in spready stocks at levels like VWAP, you get these top wicks and they actually, like, they kind of fake you to being bearish and they're actually bullish. So that, plus the movement we were getting on the tape, is what gave me the impetus to try the long. It didn't work, but, you know, no skin off my back. I'm gonna shake it off and I'm gonna keep grinding. What are you looking at? I see your old friend.
My
You're
old
good.
friend is
Good pal.
still on my main screen, but the truth is there. I'm typing in the chat. I'm looking for opportunities. Amazon was a nice bounce as well, but guess what? Google. I've been saying this over and over again, and I'm stalking Google right now and trying to look for trying to goggle at the next opportunity here potentially. So maybe that's setting up here as we start to catch a bit of a bid here on goggles. So let's participate a little bit in this one. Boom, boom, boom. 240.36 is so let's quickly kind of pull that up on the main screen, get this chart out of the way. We don't really need that one. Yeah, Jay's saying I already missed the Google, but hey man, it's okay. You don't have to. I don't have to pin the bottoms. I just have to get with the flow, dude. It's not that big of a deal. And sure, up here I might be sizing a little bit less, but we'll see. If it gives me the opportunity to take a little bit more, I'm more than willing to participate and take a little bit more again. So I think that's the mental there. Let's see, throw in a bit of a stop here. You know what? Derek was talking about real risk. Thank you for reminding me. I got to give this thing real risk.
Give it real risk, Obi.
So as of right now, buyers came in through here. So the real risk is all the way down to here. So if I feel uncomfortable risking a whole dollar, probably means I'm a little oversized. So that's something to watch out for. I'm going to throw that stop in and see what this thing does. Unusual seller. Pretty much throughout the day, we're catching a little bit of a bid as of right now. It's 11:46. Let's see if there's follow through. There was a bit of structure here that kind of cracked and failed. Broke down. That was on top of 240, so good confluence on that structure hold or on that level hold, building structure on top of it, and then stopping people out as sellers, still very much in charge through the 240 and bringing it down to 239 as well. So now that we reclaim that break of structure and maybe breaking this downtrend as well, I am 100% sure that if you put a moving average, a tighter one, 8, maybe even starting to push up into the 21 now. I don't know how extended this thing is, but it's definitely starting to test and break the 8 moving average. So however you want to define the trend, whether it's with a trend line, whether it's with a moving average, whether it's with structure, it's breaking all of those. And any participant that's playing off of those indicators is probably thinking the same as well. Therefore, a confluence of buyers may or may not show up on the break of multiple trend definitions. So we'll see how that one kind of pans out. VWAP all the way up here at 41.5. We'll see if that can potentially come in. But this is what I mean. Some of the best ones go instantly. Sure, you don't have to have the bid all the way down here, but guess what? Unless you're watching the tape and you're staring it down, you're probably not going to see a distinct difference in the chart. So yeah, sometimes you do got to do a little bit of a chase if you want to call it that, but it's a bit of a size down. If it gives me the opportunity to take more, I'm more than willing to participate. That's, you got to stay nimble. You got to stay humble as well in terms of just like, sometimes I'm just like, I'm not in enough size, and I find myself aggressively pushing into it, skewing my average, therefore not being able to give myself the opportunity nor the trade, the respect for it to actually work. So here comes 241s. Let's pull up I just noticed that this is PayPal tape here. So we'll pull up the goggle tape. We'll throw on a size filter so we can see any big boys that are sitting up on the book. So 240.90 is currently trading at. So instantly push right there, and 41s, there it is, 42s. Let's see if that can potentially come in. I see that you are enjoying the race to the bottom.
I am, yeah. I mean, I'm going to be honest, guys. There is a probability, just how spready tickers work. This thing is going to bounce at 400. I still have a piece left. I have like a quarter of the position left. I'm not messing with the 400. If it breaks, it breaks. When I look at the daily chart, I honestly don't have too much reason to worry about 400. And why is that, you may ask, Obi? Because look, here's where the real support is. It's like 390. So why would I get it at 400 when this has a potential to go a little bit lower? So I'm going to chill. I am going to thank everybody for being here with us. I'm honestly so grateful for this opportunity every time I get to be in the midday again, because it's just such a treat to be back here with you guys. And sure, I said earlier I was a little nervous. I had to get used to it again, but this amazing community keeps me in the thrill of the race. And Obi, dare I say it, make my heart beat fast, Ferrari. Not the trading, because we stay calm when we trade.
Who's that song by?
I don't even know. It used to play when I worked at Bikini Village. A piece of Adara lore. I worked retail for many years, including at a bikini store. So shout out to them. But their playlist was mostly like if you go to a mall and you hear music, that was the playlist. But that's how I heard
like
that
a
song.
generic,
So generic. And sometimes really weird. But we had a couple super chats we missed, so let's get into this.
Okay, yeah.
$5 super chat from Vanu Gunda addressed to you.
You want to pull it into the screen so we can see? Yeah, you can just pull that window in.
Thank you. I haven't done this in a while, guys. I'm a little rusty. So thank you very much to Vanu Gunda. Actually asking you specifically to look at Serve Robotics. It did pull back a decent amount from days high. While you get that set up, though, do you mind if I address the second super chat? There is no try. Guys, I just watched the first 6 Star Wars movies, so I love that name because there is only do. And we will look at NBEX for you with that $2 super chat. Thank you very much. There's no try. Yoda was my favorite, guys. I'm not going to lie. I really enjoyed Yoda. And then I also enjoyed the prequels more than the originals. And I will.
Do you know who Grogu is?
That's the baby one, right?
Yeah. Have you seen that one? Have you seen the Mandalorian?
I haven't seen the Mandalorian, but when I went back to my parents' house, my sister had a little mug of Grogu, and I kept stealing it because I was like, this is too cute. NBEX, what is this ticker on? Is this on like Amex? Just want to make sure I find it for you. This might be a Sharif special because I have a feeling this might be a small cap, and I can't find it. So please let me know. Or NBEX, there is no try. Can you please don't do another super chat? You can just tag us with what index this is in to make sure the ticker is right. I want to make sure I'm looking at this properly for you. So there we go.
But yeah, no, NBEX not a stock. Let's see. Did you catch David's super chat here as well?
Oh yeah, I read that one. Yeah, that was a good one.
David saying Neil and Sean said to 4 times your size, Parents Awakens play just a few units short AMD. Nice. Yeah. When here's the thing, man. When at the end of the day, I understand that they are our managers in a sense, risk managers for sure. But at the end of the day, you got to be able to manage your own risk. At the end of the day, like sure, Neil and Sean are my managers, but at the same time, I am my biggest manager because there should be no reason for one of them to be like, hey, what are you up to? Back in the day, I still remember though, classic times when we still had the floor right here in the back. How many times? I mean, I know you've experienced this multiple times as well. Just like Brankles would stand up because you know what? Sometimes I don't like using a stop. And
he's a member of no stop loss game. Sometimes,
not always. I started to use stops a lot more, but I do still believe that there are certain kinds of trades that you don't want to necessarily give it a stop loss, but you still want to maintain your daily risk limit. That can technically be your stop. Or if you want to be like, this is a crazy opportunity, I'm giving it 2 days worth of risk. Sure, whatever. You still have to maintain your risk. So certain trades, I do think that they don't really deserve. But funny enough, going back to the story, there would be times where so the manager can see whether you have a stop loss or not, right? In the manager blotter, and so Brankles would get up and stand up. He'd be like, "Obi, you have a stop in that? Put in a stop," and like aggressive yelling for a good reason. I'm holding the bag. I'm holding it against me. I feel zero pain. Sometimes, but they're just like, dude, who hurt you? How are you able to hold these positions so far against you? I'm like, because I trust in the trade, but I could be but here's the thing, that's a whole different concept. But I've done much better over time to kind of pull that back in, and sometimes you might see me holding the bag a little bit, but more often than not, I am getting much better with holding the bag on the right kind of stuff. And letting go of the bag on the stuff that's, very obviously thing. Yeah, internet's going to go out one day, Mr. Easy Street saying that. Here's a funny thing. Trading at home one time, and there's some construction going on at my house. So this guy, so they were working in the basement, and my modem, my main modem is in the basement, and it wires all the way up throughout the house. So I'm sitting in my room upstairs, and all of a sudden I get into a position, and I didn't even so I'm putting in the stop. That position did have a stop in, so I get in the position, I go in to put in the stop, and nothing happens. And I'm like, oh boy, what's happening? Nothing's going through, everything's frozen. I look down, no internet connection. I'm like, oh my God.
That's so scary.
I have risk on, and now I don't have a stop. I have no clue what the stock is doing. So first thing I do, I get up, I run to the modem, because I'm like, first thing, I check the wire at the back of my PC. I run 2 floors down to the modem in the basement, and I'm just like, okay, well, what happened? This buddy pulled out the modem to plug in a light. He pulled out, he's like, I needed this
Why would you even do that?
And I'm like, okay, fine, I'm not gonna get in the way of your work, but you're getting in the way of my work. So I was like, give me 2 seconds. I looked at my position. I'm like, it's doing okay right now. So I just gave him I brought him what are they called, power bar, and I'm like, make sure you do not remove this modem from the power bar and use your lamp with whatever. And people would have, you're saying that I would have lost it, I would have gone mad. Yeah, no, I tripped out. I didn't get mad at the guy. I'm like, whatever, it's out of my control. You got to remember, at the end of the day, guys, things you can control versus things you cannot control. You got to manage your emotions based off of that. So regardless, what I could control was I could supply the liquidity to him. I could be like, you need an outlet, I'll give you that. Yeah. Plug this back in, ran up back to my desk, and I'm like, we're still in position, everything's still good, it's working. Throw in that stop, move on to the next trade. So that has definitely happened to me before. And oh boy, while we had story time, guess what's happening? Thank you very much. Boom. Google. The reversion has come.
Yep.
The reversion is here.
Congrats.
Supported also by the bid in the market, the NASDAQ and the ES. Now the question becomes, why don't I have more? It's always the question I'm asking. Why don't I have more? And it's funny enough, Wayne this morning, he was just like, well, have you tried taking more shares? And I'm like, yeah, maybe I should try that.
That's such a Wayne response.
Yeah, exactly, right? No, I love Wayne. He's always keeping it real. That's why I respect him so much.
No, literally one time I was like, because he gets so confident. I'm like, yo, Wayne, I'm legitimately asking you, because he's so good at what he does, and he just will size like crazy. And I'm like, how do you get confident? He's like, you just have to win. He's like, I'm sorry, but that's the truth. And I was like, I love his honesty there. I want to get back to these super chats, Obi. Sorry about that, guys. Thank you very much. There is no try. Correct it here. It's NEBX is the ticker. I'm going to be honest, guys. The volume here is only 280,000 shares. It is a little bit tricky from a day trade perspective, but it is at day's high. I'll look at the daily because maybe on a swing perspective. Okay, daily Obi. I actually like this. Daily, it's on a nice little uptrend. I think, it makes, let's see if it takes the 92 high, but I'm going to be honest, it's hard to analyze this when I just think from an intraday perspective, it is a bit harder to trade. Now, I will be honest, and this comes to being able to manage your own risk. I will take trades on stocks, specifically spready stocks that I'm comfortable with, mostly Eli Lilly and Netflix. I will trade stocks that have done 200, 300,000 shares in a day, but only in the morning, because if they've done that little later in the day, I don't want to touch it. But only in the morning, and only if I'm reading the book and they're spready and I'm really comfortable with what they're doing. Something like this, the book is not that spready and it's not really giving me tons of conviction that this will continue. So probably not something I would be taking a look at here. Someone mentioning a meta reversion. I don't see it yet. I kind of see an uptrend still, but I will look at this. And then Howard, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Adira upfront equals improvement. Super smart trader. Thank you so much. That really means a lot to me, and I'm very grateful to be here. And did you want to look at Serve Robotics? There still was that super chat asking you about Serve.
Thank you for reminding me. I'll take a look at that here. I was a little busy looking at Google, and I was like, all right, well, came in a VWAP, unplanned trade. It fell into my lap. That's how I like it. It was just like I'm sitting there, I'm doing nothing. I want trades that have a high probability in my head and in my playbook and in my opinion of going right away. And I'm trying to find those kind of opportunities. Now, it doesn't always work like that. Not always that clean. This was very clean. But I talked about why I was stalking this one. I was stalking this one because it had there was an unusual seller. And in my playbook, there's a class of trades which of course have multiple subsets as well, but there's a simple like a category class of trades where it's called, first of all, unusual participant, right? And then underneath that unusual participant, there's unusual buyer, and then there's unusual seller as well. So today, this was an unusual seller reversion, trend break reversion back to the mean here. And if you want to know an unusual buyer, oh boy, this was a trade that I missed yesterday, and again, it was pointed out by a lot of people as well, and I think a few of us on the floor definitely had this trade as well. Look at this, QBTS with a held bid yesterday, so strong sellers all day. This kind of action stands out right away. That, my friends, is what a held bid looks like. So, unusual participant, category, unusual buyer, trade, level hold, failure to hold. Level hold, failure to hold. So level hold fails. So there, obviously, someone's buying this thing up. Crazy buying. I think Buddy was sitting on 34.15s back to back after this aggressive selling. Right, we're puking. QBTS is potentially. There's a lot of bags on this. If you guys follow Cal McGee, he talked about how he lightened up on his quantum positions as well. So a lot of retail that follows along might be kind of participating in that idea as well. Regardless of however you want to think about it, what is the price action and what is the chart telling me? The chart is telling me that there is a buyer. The price action and the tape is telling me that there is a reserve bid, held bid sitting here at 34.15s, and look at what happens when Buddy is finished buying. So that buyer finishes and instantly, maybe not instantly dump, but within the span of the next 30 minutes, we drop down almost another 5% off of that held bid. So yeah, unusual participants in the market. I definitely want to stock them, first of all, and number two, I definitely want to formulate trade ideas and then playbooks in and around some of those unusual participants. So I think that's a good thing to look out for. That's what's been helping me as well. So hopefully you guys find some value in that. What do you got going on in there?
Well, I was just looking here. Someone asked me in the chat, what was your best trade ever? So I thought that so it's Cowboy Cheeseburgers, I think, and I like that. And I do want to, again, my thing is, someone said earlier, guys, I'm really not trying to gloat or anything. That's never my goal. And I hope it doesn't come across that way. And I do apologize. But because this question I really wanted, it kind of made me think about this trade. And I think it's always important sometimes, too, to look back at trades where you did really well or trades where you did really badly. And why did you or did you not? And Obi, you actually sat next to me when I took this. This was on the 1 year anniversary of Meet the Floor, August 30th, 2024. You and I were on the midday. We were both wearing green. And this long on Lululemon, earnings day one.
Amazing memories.
Yeah, I do have.
Remember. Wow.
I should address this for people who don't know.
That's a year ago. And it's like, look at how beautiful that trade is. Right side of the V, getting with the flow and then selling into the strength, eventually pretty much clipping the top as well.
Yeah, it was 3 minute prior bar lows. And this was actually mental stops too, which again, at the time, I had not come up with the stop loss putting system. I do not necessarily recommend mental stops, but I think if you have the kind of, mental where you're comfortable doing that, then I think it's up to you. But either way, so I got in here, as Obi kind of said, we have this hold here around the VWAP. I was looking at the order book as well because this is spready. I added VWAP, and then I just held and I waited for the breakout. I will argue I took out a piece too earlier at 259, but the book was stalling, and I also liked this wick here. I thought it made sense. Then you hold here until 262. I think my ultimate goal was 266. But yeah, I mean, we have an... Oh, you're ready to go. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I'll get into the trades I'm currently in a minute, but I did want to address that question from Cowboy Cheeseburger because thank you for bringing it up. How are you doing,
guys? So are you guys looking for a futures trading platform that actually delivers without hidden costs? With plus 500 futures, you get free live charts, transparent fees, low margins, and an unlimited demo so you can practice until you're ready to trade live. Open an account and start trading with as little as $100 with Plus 500's powerful platform. You can access a wide range of futures markets, S&P 500, NASDAQ, Bitcoin, gas, Forex, metals, crypto, and more all in one place. Plus, enjoy a welcome bonus of up to $200 in commission-free trading. Just scan the QR code on screen to apply for your account today and join over 30 million users worldwide who have already chosen Plus 500. All right, so yeah, goggles. It popped up a little bit further, and I'm like, maybe I should be waiting for that VWAP. Realistically, the trade is reversion to VWAP. So technically, if I want to follow my rules, I have to have at least a predetermined percentage of my position posted on top of VWAP. Did I do that? No, I didn't. Bit of a fail, but yeah, there you go. So that's coming into fruition as 241 halves. But here's the thing: I already had this posted just in front of VWAP, so close enough, but no cigar there on that one. Got to be precise. Not perfect, but as precise as possible. So that's what I like to kind of try to push for. And oh boy, there is one stock taking a path to the upside.
Oh, yes.
And that is UiPath. You can see this here. Nice little push up in the after hours, consolidating on top of 16s, breaking out of pre-market highs, pulling back into 1670s, and then pushing even higher into 1774s. So yeah, beautiful push there. I liked this. I was watching it in and around here on this VWAP hold, and I was like, all right, can we kind of hold this structure and push forward? Here's the thing, man. This stock tells you that it's not clean. The behavior. This is kind of a prime example of what happens when kind of a prime example of listening to the chart, right? The chart is telling you that it has choppy action. It's not clean. It doesn't have clean, strong trends. The trends chop up a lot. So when you have aggressive pushes and things are chopping around, maybe on a bigger magnitude, you can see those legs and those candles are pretty extended. You got to give it some room, but keep an eye on overall structure. You can see the bid was there in the after hours. You can see we sustained some of those after hour chop consolidation levels as well on top of 16s. And this is proof right there. There's proof in the pudding right here when we wick down to 1620s and then buyers step right back in and being like, oh no, we're not going to let you go any lower than that. And then like just swipe all the way back up into 17. So, okay, maybe you're not involved on that, but that's your first indicator of both volume and price action telling you that, hey, buyers are here. Now you have to maybe look for structure holds and other places to get into for that continuation. And I think VWAP, as it's shown you here in the pre-market, off of the open, in the middle of the day, during the midday as well, that VWAP has been the place to buy. Sure, it kind of violates it, pulls back a little bit. That's where structure comes in handy because at the end of the day, VWAP's just a line on the chart. Not as heavy weighted at times versus structure, in my opinion. But again, that's all up to you, right? However you want to weigh your indicators, you weigh them as you please. So market with a little bit of a bid. Path, I think who was at someone in the chat, Dangerous in the chat saying, Obi, take a look at weekly on the path. It's fire. Yeah, man. I've been watching this one. This thing is straight fire to the upside. Beautiful breakout action happening through that 16 level. And that's kind of what came in, right? Go back. Prior highs were 16s, right? We came in, guess what? 16 and broke in the after hours. That's why we're holding. I mean, maybe that's not that's why, but that resistance turned into support, adding to the confluence of the 16 hold. So here's the thing: if I know all of those factors coming into the open, and I'm like, all right, if we sustain above 16, if buyers step up above 16, I want to participate, I want to get involved. Looking for the tape turns and the buyers coming in on the tape off of the opening range and on VWAP, I think is a great way to participate in that kind of a continuation idea on that. But it's all in retrospect. SoFi, let's see. Didn't you get out of that Google a bit early? Mike Dundee saying, sure, you can say that, but in my head, I took what I thought was the highest probability chunk and I moved on. So it is what it is. It can very well continue to push higher, and that could be the next trade. It could be like a VWAP, consolidation hold. It's already broken trend. We start to revert on the bigger picture. Sure, that's a different bit of a trade, but you can see it's kind of chopping around this VWAP right now. I'm going to take a look at SoFi and then pass it back to Dara here. So SoFi, let's see what you guys are talking about. Yeah, maybe poised for a bit of a 2870 test. That was a bit of a supply zone yesterday and the day before, and it seems like we're kind of grinding up into this area going into the end of the week. So it should be interesting. I don't really see anything here. This is a grinding trend, kind of a chop to the upside. Maybe you're getting into some cheeky longs here on the structure hold of opening range triple tops. I don't know. However you want to describe it. Hey, yo, what do we got? What do we got?
Oh, am I gonna be able to eat that?
Is that some chicken?
Yeah, it's some chicken. Look
Chicken?
At it, like it's
Is it spicy?
Or something.
Okay,
Oh,
nice.
that's-
Nice. That's
I
looking
can't do
good.
that.
Let us know how it is, man.
Oh, brother.
Let us
I'm
know.
already giving it a solid rating out of 7 out of 10.
He's saying 7 out of 10.
But
He
you haven't
hasn't even
even
tasted
ate it
it.
yet.
It hasn't
I'm
even
just going by
touched.
the way
It
well.
haven't even touched the taste buddies
Yeah.
yet.
So
Come on.
We're rocking and rolling, man. Getting the proteins in.
Oh boy. Yeah, that's looking
That
good,
kinda
man.
smells spicy.
You're making me hungry. It smells like it's got a little bit of spice, but you know, nothing wrong with a kick. But Right. I'm sorry. I know Dara has a bit of a low tolerance for spice, and that's okay. That's fine. Yeah. Funny thing, I like to go to during undergrad. Me and my buddies, we used to go hit up all the wing spots in town and be like, who has the spiciest wings?
Yeah.
So I remember, I'm sure you haven't tried, but there's like Armageddon and stuff like that. So
No,
like polar opposites is what I'm saying on the scale of spice tolerance for sure. But yeah, how's that race looking like?
Yeah, I mean, okay, here's the thing, Obi, and I really want to talk about this. So, guys, here's the thing. So I saw this bounce, and I was kind of like, okay, this is pretty big bounce. Why did I not get out? I did move my stop, I will tell you that, but where did I move my stop to? Let's talk about it. So I look at this, and I want to do 15-minute prior bar high, but I have a rule. If the 15-minute prior bar high blows out the second the new 15-minute candle opens, I don't want to use it because I cannot trust it anymore, right? And I think a lot of times, too, what they like to do is they know people use these prior bars, right? So you know what they do? They intentionally push the price right as the bars change, and then it calms down. And I've gotten wicked out of way more trades than I can count that way. I'll be honest with you guys, way more trades than I can count. So what do I do instead? I take a look at this here chart. And I say, chart, my good friend, mon ami, mon amigo. Sorry, this Spanish accent's not good. What I do here is I look, where are areas of support or resistance previously that could flip? And the obvious one for me was 412.50s. So I set my stop just above that. Guys, look where we wick, and I'm going to check trading view. The wick high on that was, oh my gosh, I don't know why Sean's mouse does not like me. It's like we're having a horror movie relationship here. Okay, 412.25. So my stop ended up being 50 pennies away, more or less, from where that area was. So that's the thing. I think sometimes discretion is huge, right? And with that in mind, I didn't add to the trade because it wasn't like I was something where I felt like I could add, but I wasn't obsessed with adding. Oh, sorry, I'm really struggling getting this mouse to like me. And I'm trying to switch time frames here, and it's like slow motion. Like I'm in the Conjuring movie. I saw the most recent one, and I was kind of unimpressed. But so anyways, I'll talk about the other trades I'm in, because I am in 2 other trades. I don't think I definitely haven't talked about this one. So you might have seen a CrowdStrike short flash across my screen. I took a proud 10 pennies on this. Oh, I'm joking. It wasn't intentional. It was a typo. I wanted to go long. I went short. I immediately punched out, and then I checked with the spread. I was like, yo, 10 cents. I'm joking. We're not proud of that. But then it got back in the long. I did size down slightly because my thing is usually if I fat finger, maybe I'm not in like 100% mental, right? Maybe I'm a little bit shook up. And as we mentioned, I am short biased, which means a lot of times if I'm trying to get into long, sometimes I'll accidentally type short first. And that's what happened. When I tried to trade AMD long yesterday, I wanted that 214 break so badly I could taste it. And then I punched short. And I was like, oh my God. So I get out of the short and I try to punch long. And AMD, if you guys saw AMD yesterday, you know what it did. It just skirted to the upside, so I missed it. But anyways, why do I like this long? I mentioned earlier I liked CrowdStrike as a breakout of the 510, and I said I was willing to get it at 502. I just didn't find this chop super clean. The one area you could have done was a VWAP break, but the volume on this was kind of negligible, to use a Sharifism, so I didn't want to force it. What I'm doing right now is I'm risking to basically this consolidation low. And what I'm trying to do is take out this high. I will add if we break 510s, likely I will add. Okay. Mouse, come on. Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends?
Yeah, that mouse can get a little bit finicky sometimes.
Yeah.
It like sticks to the pad sometimes.
Yeah, like what cheese are you finding? Why are you running away from me?
Oh boy.
But last but not least here, let's talk about, it's not Mickey Mouse. A shout out to oh boy, because you know Mickey Mouse also says oh boy.
Yeah, I think
oh
so.
Boy.
Yeah.
So
Thanks.
yeah, so shout out to that. But guys, I'm having a lot of fun, and I hope you guys are too, because it's always legitimately a treat and an honor to be here with you guys again. And like I said, sometimes you get your sea legs back. To Little Mermaid, but then when I'm back here talking to you guys, it's like I never left. So why did I get short AMD here? RIP to my very ill-fated AMD shorts earlier. Okay, so look at that VWAP reject. We keep making lower highs in and around VWAP. And the first time, we kind of cut above VWAP, then we came back down. Second time, we could not get to VWAP. Third time, I say, hey, AMD, let's play ball. Shout out to the Blue Jays. So what I'll do here is I'll get in the low, the low of this bar. I'm risking to basically around VWAP. I'm not adding. I have no reason to. I'm going to take a piece off at the consolidation low, because here's my theory, guys. My theory is if AMD is going to continue to behave the way it's behaving, Obi,
it's changing behavior. Like it's changing the nature. We were talking about this.
Yeah.
I think Joe and Jose and I, we were talking about this yesterday. It's like it's if it's poised for pushing up to like 500 or anything like that, like a double up of a market cap or anything like that, it's already starting to exhibit the kind of price action.
just opened too, sorry.
Okay, yeah, let's go. You want to cover that one? IPO open, let's go.
Thank you, Chase the Pax, for letting us know here in the chat. I did have it on my side computer monitor, but I just didn't see the pop, so I do appreciate that in the chat. I will finish my thought after, guys, because people who are asking, is the PXED did open a couple minutes ago, or this is the 3-minute candle, so where did it go? Yeah, 1 minute ago. Great push up here. So the VWAP, as you can see, is around 37.80. We opened at 37.75. IPO price was $32, if you remember. And volume here around 600,000 shares. Low was 37. So we swipe lower, then we push higher. High of this is $40. We're gonna have to wait and see if it gets 40. I'm gonna keep this up here. And if you don't mind staying on my screen, Andre, just so people can see the IPO while I talk. But yeah, I think like you said, I think the change of behavior is key. Again, AMD's not really giving us that it's going to give us that parabolic push yet. Right. I'm not saying it will never happen, but are we going to push 40? I'll put the book up too so you guys can see the book. We broke 40. Congrats, anyone who's long. PXED, this seems very volatile and very wet. And thank you so much to Dheeraj Gurapati for the $50 super chat. Thanks, Obi and Adara, for your amazing work. Thank you, guys. I saw Haley as well with a kind comment in the chat. I really appreciate it. Guys, I'm, again, so grateful. But yeah, with regards to AMD, you were talking about, this isn't really maybe as parabolic as we want it to be. I'm going to keep PXED here in the background where we talk AMD. But AMD, like Obi, right now the behavior on this is lower highs, lower lows, and it's rejecting VWAP. So with that in mind, that's why I was like, okay, if it's going to keep doing this, my thought is I'll take some profit at the low, but if it comes back, makes another lower high at VWAP, I'm going to add, right? That was my plan with that. Zero spice in the lunch, says Joe. I'll believe it when I smell it. But what I will say as well, and I want to, Jag mentioned this question in the chat, so I want to answer this for Jag. With regards to bias, do you change your bias? Do you keep your bias all day? I said earlier, and I do want to shout out Steve M as well, because he mentioned it too, I have a lot of, conviction with regards to how I feel. But I think too, you've got to have strong opinions loosely held. So if something switches up or something, changes how I feel, I'm going to trust that. But if I'm following my rules, my conviction is only going to change if my if-then statement for the trade changes. So again, for AMD, if it stays below VWAP, then I will keep shorting it at VWAP projections. If it breaks above that wick, then I will get out. CrowdStrike, oh, thank you, oh my gosh, CrowdStrike, OB, look, this broke out. CrowdStrike, if this keeps breaking out, then I will stay in it. If it breaks below that consolidation low, then I do not want it anymore. And then RACE, this one is basically just if it breaks below or keeps breaking lower, then I still want it. If it breaks above 412.30 or that area, then I don't anymore. So again, if then statements for the trade, Jag, that's how I view my bias. It's like bias within the context of the trade. And your bias is going to change throughout the day, and it should change throughout the day. And I think if it doesn't, then the trade is probably just straight directional. I don't know how you feel about that, though. No,
I think so. I think you want to see it happen. You want to see it happen right away. That's a good concept there. Was it PXED? Yeah. Kind of shaking around there on top of that $40 level. I think IPO price. I don't know what the IPO price was, but the opening. It was
32 was the IPO price.
32 was the IPO price, so it did open above at 38. 38 is the opening price on PXED, and trading a little bit higher here, pushing into 41s. But guys, I got some exciting news for you Canadian sophisticated traders. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs, offering 3 times bull and bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60 semiconductors and U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st of this year, 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equity indices. If you are a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3xdaily to learn some more. Oh boy. All right, so Google, the question becomes now, so we asked some questions earlier, and then we saw some price action, and then we participated in that price action, right? So now, where's the next question? Well, I'll tell you what my next question is. It seems like
tell us.
The question, first of all, PXED, I don't know how far that could go. A bit of a miss on my part for not really studying up on this IPO, but yeah, you're right. 32 price, opened above. And then here's the thing that deterred me, man. Offer amount, actually, there's an 800 There's an $800 million IPO today called Alliance Laundry for $22. Did these guys? Oh, you know what? No. The boys were talking about this.
Wait, what?
They're an actual laundry company that is IPOing for $800 million. Talk about a wash.
Yeah.
There on
Hopefully they're
that
not
one.
laundering
Oh
any money,
boy.
Obi.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully there's no laundering going on there. ALH, I don't know if that's open just yet. Is it open? No. So maybe that's the one I definitely want to keep eyes open for. An $800 million IPO for a laundry company. You know what? We're going to do some research, and I kind of like this Alphabet. If the sellers are going to step back in at VWAP, I kind of want to participate with them. Oh boy, that 44s. Yeah, this PXED, man, that thing's going. But 135 million notional. Sure, maybe opening above prices. Maybe it's coming into some factors that I wasn't necessarily looking at. But at the same time, it's only done 1 million volume, and we've been in
we addressed that one.
the open for about 6 minutes. So. We'll see. So I guess, Dheeraj, thank you very much. Saying thanks, Obi and Nadera, for your amazing work. Thank you, Dheeraj, for the super chat there. And thank you all as well for joining us and joining us here today and watching the show as we have some crazy movers in the market. 38 IPO. Oh boy. All the way to 46s. This thing's almost up $10. I'm sorry, what? Talk about a low liquidity wipe up, but let's get back to work. So what's more important to me right now is right here. So how do you guys figure out what the next IPOs are? Well, I'll let you know. You just go on the good goggles right here and you search IPO calendar, and that's usually the first link. The NASDAQ.com will give you IPO calendar, and it'll let you know what stocks are potentially IPOing today with the specific date. So today is the 9th. There are 3 or 4 IPOs happening today. So PXED, we're watching that one. ALH, it'll also tell you right here how much the offer amount for the IPO is. Look at the distinct difference of PXED being at $136 million given a price of $32, and then ALH with $826 million for the offer coming out at a price of 22. About 37 million shares. So I'm obviously expecting that to be a little bit more liquid. Whereas PXED is halted up. Oh my God. Wow.
This is crazy.
Okay. All right. I mean, you know what? I've come to learn that I'm not going to put anything past this market. And the craziness and the frothiness ceases to surprise me.
It's frothy like laundry.
There you go. Maybe that's the froth we should be waiting for today, is the ALH. But yeah, halted up. This is definitely a meme market. A lot of people are describing this market as potentially even more euphoric with crazy moves, describing it like the dot-com boom, which is again very interesting as well. We're living in with some amazing times. TD Baker, thank you for the super chat. Awesome job, Adara and Obi. You guys can be Sean O'Neill's wingman any day for me.
I like that.
Thank you, TD Baker, for the super chat. Jag saying we should have a pun competition now until the end of the show. I don't know. No. I don't know about that. I did not prep for that, and I'm very likely to lose. So the thing is, I only take what I think are high EV, high probability bets, and I don't think that's a very good bet to take. Even though I do think that with a little bit of preparation, I would give you a run for your money. But as of right now, I don't know.
Oh, so you're saying you're not betting on yourself. You're betting on me, is what you're saying.
No, I'm saying I bet on myself with reason, right?
That's fair.
I'm saying that I would bet on myself if I had put in a little bit of work and, get a little prepared for sure.
Yeah. We're going to take a moment. Thank you very much to our friends at Trade the Pool. The Trade the Pool Beat Ackman live trading competition is here. October 8th to 10th. So I guess today is day 2. Every day, Ackman makes his move. Your mission is to outperform him, beat his return, prove you've got what it takes. Then the grand finale on October 13th, broadcast live on Trader TV with the Trade the Pool team. Live in the studio, over $600,000 in prizes are up for grabs. $25,000, $50,000, even $100,000 evaluation accounts, plus surprise giveaways during the live show. So don't just watch, guys. Compete. Beat Ackman. Win big. Scan the QR code. Start trading. I just saw news come in, so thank you to our friends there, but I do have to look at GDRX because, guys, I know I'm not on the news desk, and it's weird for me too, but GDRX pushing to the upside. I do still have enough news things to keep an eye on here, guys. Where's the story drop? Okay, pause due to volatility. There's a volatility halt. Retail pharmacies and GoodRx saying that they're in talks with the Trump administration on Trump RX participation. We already heard this before, but either way, we're hearing apparently, reportedly, retail pharmacies and GoodRx are saying that they're in talks with the Trump admin on Trump RX participation. Trump himself, again, guys, he's doing his cabinet meeting right now. Unfortunately, I'm not watching it. I will definitely be catching up in the afternoon show because I love watching cabinet meetings and events like that. It's really embarrassing. I watch confirmation hearings on my spare time. But either way, I bring this up to say that, unfortunately, I'm not covering it for you guys live, but I do see all the commentary coming through in my very, very packed export. It's my official news export. I'm using the same stuff, the same info I'd be giving you guys at the news desk, but in a much more compact form that admittedly I'm still trying to get my eyes used to. But, oh, you're welcome, Trump. It means a lot. Let's talk here. Trump saying that he's winning disputes with countries on drug pricing and that they've made pharma deals with numerous companies. So that's what he's saying there, too. And then also, apparently, with regards to government funding, that they're only going to be cutting Democrat programs. Yet lots of commentary coming from Trump, and I will be keeping an eye on that. At one point, too, he said tariffs are only bad if you're afraid of winning. I'm paraphrasing slightly, but he is enjoying his cabinet meeting. That cabinet door is wide open, and they're eating all the crackers, and I'm sipping all the tea from the cabinet meeting, albeit virtually for now. ENPH taking off, Benton C. And thank you so much, RB, for the kind words. Like, it means so much, especially after so long of not being on this, to be here. ENPH, Enphase, great look here. I think, honestly, this is the type of stock where it's kind of like that pyramid style. This is probably something where you just get in when it kind of comes to previous highs, see what it does. Like, for example, 38.80, if it kind of gives you an opportunity to get involved there. Mouse, what are you doing? Then I think, oh my, it's stuck. Then I think that would maybe be, an avenue to get in, just kind of buying the dip, so to speak. But other than that, I think it's probably a hard trade to get into here. Ferrari. Okay, I'll mention CRM first. I know I'm talking a mile a minute, but there's just so many things to look at and way too many things to check. Also, Obi, stop bragging about how good your eyesight is. I'm like negative 6.5, and my left eye has been told it will never be perfect, even with visual aids.
So I don't know where I place in the chat if you guys are trying to figure out what we're talking about. I was just mentioning, oh boy, what is that? CRM?
Yeah, that's CRM. I was just talking about some parabolic upside moves.
That's great. That's great. So we just talked about, here's the thing. This is a great example. We just talked about an unusual participant, an unusual seller on Google.
Yeah.
Guess what that is? Right away, off the bat. I can take a look at the chart and just right away I'll be like, yeah, there's an unusual buyer. It's overextended. So when that buyer is done, maybe I want to participate as well. So great look on that. As soon as I see the chart, I'm like, oh boy, that's definitely something I want to keep eyes on and start stalking as well. Apple seems like the next candidate here. Okay, Netgear also moving. You want to report on that?
Yeah, if I may. Thank you, Obi. So I'm seeing a report here that U.S. is weighing action against a China-connected router giant called TP-Link. So I'm guessing this is also in the router game, and it's pushing higher in sympathy or antipathy. I do want to mention here, too, Thomas Kondo with the 199 super chat. Is BBAI coiling? Bouncing 715 to 730. Bullish? I mean, it's bearish, actually, Thomas Kondo, because it's being bear AI. But no, all jokes aside, I'll tell you if it's bullish or not. Apologies for the bad little pun there. And let's look here at Big Bear AI. I'll zoom out. Okay, so this is kind of doing what CrowdStrike did earlier, but notice I didn't get involved in CrowdStrike. And I would argue I got in CrowdStrike a bit late, but you want to see the little chop stop. To me, this is actively chopping. This is a chop steakhouse. I am not buying steak here. I'm going to wait for the ribeye until I actually see a breakout. Now, admittedly, this is not really my type of trade, but I got to be honest with you, Thomas Kondo, I think it could be coiling. You got a quadruple bottom and then a higher low, but you have to think something can be moving or it can be working how you want it to work, but that doesn't mean there's a trade there right now. Unfortunately, I do not believe that there is a trade in BBAI right now just due to the level of chop that is occurring. And I'm going to use an example here too. What was here? This was AMD, and I put and I want to switch that to AMD. But so AMD was a really good example, right? We had this big drop here. But I'm not going to get involved in this just because it's down, right? I want to wait till I see an entry, so I wait till the VWAP retest. With that in mind, I'm going to be honest, Big Bear, nothing's kind of screaming at me that I want to get involved yet, or that it's worth getting involved yet, so I would probably wait. I am in 3 trades. I am very proud to say they're all working. And guys, I don't want to come off as gloating or whatever, conceited. Shout out to Flo Millie in any type of way. You have to know where your comfort zone is. Oh, I will, Obi.
The charts kind of speak.
Yeah. Oh.
Sorry, I was muted and was coughing earlier, but no, I think you're fine. I think you just gotta the charts speak for themselves. I don't think I don't think that's the case at all. You're just saying that these are the positions I'm in, and they're going well. They're working. Yeah. They're working as of right now.
I might add
so
to
it's just like where is the next trade is the question, right? That's the thing. Look,
where's your next trade for you
in the chat? You definitely. I wouldn't consider that gloating at all. But waiting for this IPO. So this IPO PXED kind of flushing to the downside. At the same time, I do want to pull up ALH. I think that's going to be on the NYSE as well. So ALH, what's the tap looking like on ALH here? You can see that. Okay, so we're tapping 2375 on ALH as well. Let me pull it up on an imbalance locator as well. Hold on one second. So yeah, let me throw it up on an imbalance locator to see what that's looking like on the IPO stage. So let's see, where's my mini one? Mini imbalance locator. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna set that up in a bit, but I'm glad we have this up. As soon as it opens up, I'm gonna have eyes on this one and maybe potentially take a couple of trades as well. I didn't borrow any shares, unfortunately. Usually ask either Sean or Neil for that, but unfortunately they will be back soon enough, but not here today. So don't really have shorts on those just yet. We'll see how it goes. We saw the PXED go absolutely crazy and halt up, maybe causing people to chase in because right after it halted up, we just slammed back in, back through its opening prices. So we've got to be careful about those. This is what I mean. It can look really attractive. It can really pull you into it with the kind of price action it's doing. It'll halt up. But don't forget the same kind of nuances that I was talking about before. Why did the ones in the past run the way that they did? Right? Because of all of those different factors. Now, this can still exhibit the same kind of behavior, especially on a low volume stock. That's easier to be pushed around if you have, the total float is, I think they said shares being offered 4 million, currently traded, I think it was around under 1 million when it was ripping up like that into the halt. So it doesn't take a lot of buying power to kind of, manufacture the move, if you want to say, in a sense. And those are the traps that you got to watch out for. If you see something nice being marketed to you and you buy into that idea because of the market, you got to be careful that market's not selling you some fugazi.
Don't buy fugazi.
That can definitely happen on stuff that's illiquid and illiquid and a little bit dangerous. And that's Quadunk right there. You heard the sound effect. That can potentially be what happens to your position. So, you just got to be wary, manage your risk well. That's all it is. See, John Del Segno saying, do you have on GDRX? GDRX open time? Is that halted?
Yeah, I mentioned the news. I'll look at the thing here to see. Sorry,
no. If it's a news halt, then there is no.
It was volatility. It was volatility.
If it's a volatility halt,
I don't know when it's going to open though, guys. Tab is 5:44.
When's the last? Okay, I'll have to check when the last print was on that one, and then we can kind of go through that. So
also, I have AstraZeneca news story while you do that. AstraZeneca confirming. Are announcing plans to boost their investment in its Virginia manufacturing facility to $4.5 billion. That more than doubles the scope of its earlier commitments, and they're confirming that investment is included in the $50 billion fund announced in July. And we do have GDRX. It is motoring, it is rallying, it is writhing to the upside. Obi, is this the type of trade you would trade? And if you would trade it, how would that trade be traded? And I'm just saying trade to say trade now. Honestly, guys, this is not really my bag. I think this is a lot more of a Sharik type of play. But guess what? Technicals are technicals. Now, this I think, becomes harder, OB and chat world.
Yes.
It's harder because this kind of did nothing before it broke out. So in these situations, and maybe I'll switch to the 1 minute, you just kind of wait to get more signals. I think I probably would if I was in this situation. Like, we gap up heavy. What's the daily chart telling me? I don't know yet. I'll take a look. Also, I'm eyeing Meta because I want a Meta 726 short, which I'll talk about in a minute. But, this daily chart is sweet, beautiful. That 540, which, by the way, guys, where we opened, Thank you for that sound effect. That's just how I feel right now. That 540, honestly, if we can kind of hold above it, I like it. If we can't, then I think it's a little bit more arbitrary. But that is my take. Joe is continuing to enjoy the food, apparently, in the chat. I looked at that chat at the wrong moment and saw the food exuberant, so I'm very happy to hear that. I guess the chicken was finger licking good. So shout out to that. Yeah, I'm still like, I wish I had more to kind of say here on my trades. I don't. I'm waiting for AMD to do something. Right now we're kind of consolidating. I wouldn't enter here, but I'm certainly not going to leave here because I have no reason to do so. And CrowdStrike. I've moved my stop up on CrowdStrike by like $1, so we're relatively break even. So now we're kind of making these higher lows. And this is a situation where if I go, okay, you know what? We're holding. I have a lot of AV up strategies. I'm not going to get too into them because they are kind of complex and weird, and I'm still testing them. They're very much in the beta phase. But what is kind of worth noting is, like, as price climbs higher, do we continue to respect these highs on like an EMA level, for example? Because a lot of this coincides with EMA. We're riding that 9 EMA like a magic carpet. We are crowd striking that EMA every time, OB. And then we're flying up like the Falcon in their logo. So with that in mind, what I want to see here is if there's any dip that I like, that I dig, that I respect. Sorry, I leaned in heavy there. On this 9 EMA, then maybe I want to add here. I moved up my stop just because I thought that support was higher. But that, you know, I've noticed too, like one of the biggest tells for me is if I'm being like kind of, I will say tilty, or if I just am being arbitrary and I'm trying to add for the sake of adding, is if I am like just looking for excuses to move my stop, right? You don't want that. If you're looking for excuses to move your stop, it's because you are scared to be in the trade for some reason, or you don't trust yourself.
Yeah, you're scared to be wrong. You're trading PNL, maybe.
You're trading PNL, you're trading emotion, but you're not trading the trade, right? So I only moved my stop up on CrowdStrike because there were higher lows, right? Like even, I'll give another example. Ferrari. My stop, in my opinion, is still 412.50 because I had it there because that was previous resistance, and look how well that support resistance flips. Now I didn't add because we were holding the 9 EMA kind of, and I didn't like it as an add. But the point I'm trying to make is I didn't move my stop just to add. I moved my stop because that's where I thought I was wrong. And again, guys, I think the best, and I want to shout out Obi and Jose for this, the best place to put your stop is where are you ultimately wrong? And if where you're wrong has not changed, then don't move your stop.
You don't need to move the stop. No, that's perfect. I'm glad that you kind of covered that because at the end of the day, it is one of your biggest, I guess, jobs as a day trader. One of your only jobs is to make sure you manage your risk, right? If there's one thing that is your biggest responsibility is to manage your risk. And I think that defining where that risk specifically stands will do you wonders if you have the right idea of like, okay, yeah, this is structure, maybe this is moving average, or this is my reason to get in, and therefore my reason to get out is this. So like reasons to enter, reasons to exit is one way you can look at it. Reasons to buy, reasons to sell is one way you can look at it. But defining the appropriate risk is very, very important. For example, here, like I'm like, okay, well this breaks the trend, but I'm risking all the way down here to 239, 239 flats, and I'm getting in 240, 240.30s. I think I got in. So I'm like, okay, that's a little bit above $1. So I have to be comfortable risking that amount, and also knowing that, okay, this is an aggressive sell in my head. What is the probability of this reverting to VWAP and then I go through like all the different iterations that it can revert through VWAP, and then planning on maybe taking more. And I even said this, I was like, if it gives me an opportunity to take more, I am definitely willing to do that if it's going to be as choppy on the way back up as it was on the way down. But guess what? It took a straight beeline to VWAP, a beautiful clean reversion after a multi-hour, couple hour of directional trend, right? On the break of trend, you get somewhat symmetrical directionality, and we didn't really see that. We saw it was almost asymmetrical, choppy sell-off, and then nice, strong, sustained bid all the way back into VWAP. So that's a different kind of iteration, and those ones don't really let you size in my opinion, as aggressively as some of the other ones, right? It's like if you're getting aggressive, I got to get aggressive in and around here on top of the 240 as it pushes in. on the pullbacks, as well as some of these breakouts as well. Maybe this prior structure break as well is potentially an add, but it's not as strong of an add if we kind of pull back in, hold prior structure, and then start stepping up back into VWAP. It gives me more time, and it also provides more liquidity to kind of build into positions that are actually working, and you can maybe look for that pyramid up to VWAP, and I like that a little bit better. But sometimes when it does this kind of action, I'm just like, I have what I have. It is what it is. Sure, I'm undersized, but the trade is the trade, and I want to participate in that and not really skew my mental or perspective by being like, oh, I need more shares in this, so I'm trying to add more. I understand, like I trade like that as well, but not in this specific scenario, right? So again, it's a work in progress. Google reversion happened to work out. Where is the next trade? That's what I'm asking. Let's take a quick look at some of these baskets that I have going on. Amazon is still with a grinding bid all the way back to its highs. So let's take a quick look at these stocks while I'm talking through them. Here, where is the window? And the window is gone. Okay, so I'll pull it up here. So Phoenix Education, yeah, it kind of, like you said, took flight, but burning to ashes as of right now. Maybe it'll be reborn, but I don't know what the timeline for that is for Phoenix. What's going on?
I was just thinking, you know what it kind of looks like?
What?
That weird Phoenix back tattoo that Ben Affleck got after he divorced Jennifer Garner, right? It's like probably something that, you know, was a great idea initially. I think it was maybe, or at least Ben Affleck thought it was a great idea.
Yes.
And then now when you take a time back, if you didn't get out of that long, it's a little, but I do want to shout it out. Chase the Packs in the chat said they were long this, so it was a great long if you scalped that long. I do apologize for the pop culture reference there. I hope someone got it, or it was just for my health. But either way, I did get stopped out of CrowdStrike here, and it was funny because Noah Bevis in the chat was like, oh, Adara should have sold Crowd when she had the chance. And I replied, I was like, I don't disagree. But here's the thing. That was not my plan. My plan, as I said, was, you know, where am I wrong? When support drops, I'll get out. Support dropped. I lost less than $1 per share on this. And again, I was not trading it for P&L. I was trading it for the idea. Albemarle was mentioned to me by Jameson. And honestly, Jameson, I like this. Now, my issue is it is still ranging for now. Look, like we have, to be fair, slightly higher low. I think this is the potential to flat top break. And man, Opie, if this flat top breaks at $100, that is what we call confluence. That is very beautiful. But I don't know, this type of trade where, again, I don't really know where you get into. You get in a VWAP bounce. Well, you can't really because it's also broken below VWAP. You get in on that breakout, you could, but you'd be risking like $3. So sometimes you can like the idea. I like the idea of an Albemarle long, but it's not just the idea of the long. It's where do you get in to execute it? That being said, the story on this is simply fantastic. And oh my gosh, Obi, look at this too. This is like a longer scale recovery in Albemarle. This is beautiful. Honestly, this is beautiful. But again, it's a situation of if you're not already in it, then I do think it may be a little bit hard to enter here. So that's my take on that. And I thank you for bringing up that chart for me. Oh, we took our first profit in AMD. Let's go. We're chilling. CrowdStrike is kind of boring me. Oh my gosh, Meta, I missed my short. Okay, so I'm going to really quickly get into this Meta. Let's punch in here just below 926. Then I'm going to explain, 726. I'm going to explain why I liked it after. But Obi, what did you? Oh no, I'll just punch. I don't know if I'm going to get this. What are you looking at right now, Obi?
So in the chat, we're talking about Serve. People in chat were talking about Serve, so I pulled that up. Serve Robotics, taking a bit of a continuation leg to the upside. Bit of a surprise to me. I was watching it in the morning. Nice little push up through the 16 halves pre-market highs as well. Nice little consolidation, beautiful reversion. But the bid is stepping back in pretty nicely here. It took us to the day highs, but no follow through on the day high, right? That's interesting. A bit of a chop here. So there was supply here before, and on this push and break, look how aggressive that strength and that buying comes in, rips us all the way back in, and maybe knocks into some liquidity in and around that day high as well. You can see the chop was there before, chopping around once again as well. Very directional and strong bid here on Serve Robotics. Let's take a look at a higher time frame as well on this one as it pulls into some of its prior highs. So, okay. Right here, all-time highs sitting at 24.35. You can see I did trade this before, oh boy, all the way in July of 2024. Maybe a bit of a break of a higher time frame trend. Might have been the idea for a swing short. Just saying. Whenever this thing kind of breaks that uptrend, it's a nice fader. But when it does get going, you can look at it the other way as well. When it does get going, that's pretty nice as well on the long side, and just watching for that structure to kind of hold, step up, hold, step up, hold, step up. It's done that in the past. It's able to exhibit that behavior. So are we looking for more of the same? I think so. So shout out to anybody and everybody who's been kind of looking at this robotics trade. That Serve Robotics is definitely working out for you pretty nicely as of right now. Pushing up 1730s, oh boy, all the way almost to those prior levels.
Yeah, well, that was happening. I was fighting with the mouse. I don't know why this mouse hates me. I literally, like, Obi probably saw me. I was like trying to get it to move because I was trying to get into this meta short, and my order book is on the other screen. I couldn't get in, and I couldn't see any. Is that my? That might be. I think that's my.
I'm just.
I'll steal it.
Yeah.
But we'll get it out of the way where someone can hurt themselves. Bear Bull, I'm talking about you. Don't knock over the water. I'm losing my mind. Okay, but we got short meta, so I'm gonna put in my stop, and then oh my gosh, mouse. Hey, what are you doing? While I do that, I'll explain why I got short meta. So I got short meta, guys, because I actually was willing to go either way on this. So I'm going to draw an uptrend for you on this. I'm just making sure I didn't like accidentally punch out. And I'll explain what I mean. So, bloop. Okay, so look at this chart. Would you look at that, Obi?
Would you look at
we
that?
have these higher highs, higher lows. Then we start to get almost kind of like what Ferrari did, where you have a level of support. Ferrari did this at 416, Meta did it at 426s, what's interesting to both cases, the whole dollar level. So you have this thing, right? And you have this thing. Oh my God, I dare English. You've got this level, 726, and you have this high, 729, lower high, 728, lower high, 727. To borrow a term from our friend Jose, decrementing, right? The bid is literally decrementing at 726. So sometimes when you get the decremental bid, it pushes up higher. So I wait to see, do we break 726s? As you guys saw, I did miss the break. Then I panicked and I was like, and then I got short 725. 50s-ish. Now, I want to address, Adara, you chased that a bit. Yes, I did. But as I said earlier with App 11, which I'll pull up again now because I haven't looked at that in a while, with spready tickers, sometimes you have to chase because a lot of times, like for a stock, like, for example, like, one of the things Sharif trades or like even UiPath, 10 cents is going to be a big difference, right? That could literally be making or break it. Also, App 11 is kind of chilling. Nothing that I'm in love with right now. I just wanted to pull it up to see what it was doing. But the point is with the spready ticker, like 10 cents for a smaller stock is probably the equivalent of like $1 or $2 in a spready ticker, right? You have to think about it as fractal. And so that in mind, fractally speaking, 50 cents on Meta is like, I'm not going to care. It's like, do you want to add a scoop of matcha to your drink for another 20 cents? Yes, I do, right? That's the type of difference that it is for me.
Yes.
So there we go. I do apologize. I'm kind of speaking in shorthand. I'm chilling. I just feel very comfortable here with you all. And I'm vibing. Long open, says Aura Alpha. If you guys ever want to know way too much information about Open Door, ask this girl. Because I did spend an aggressive amount of time, oh my gosh, on social media reading about this. Aura Alpha. I'm of two minds on this. My one mind is like, Adara, this is a base. This is a double bottom at 816, which, by the way, that was a level I liked a while back on Open Door. It could be curling. My other brain is like, Adara, this is lower highs, lower lows. It could be flat top breaking. So with that in mind, why do I have two different voices? It's fine. With that in mind, guys, what you do is, I would say, much like I said earlier, in the trendline case with Google, wait until you get a clear break above the higher low. If we can't break 825s, then maybe that's a situation where like, okay, this is maybe a short. But I would kind of say that's the make it or break it level. I'll pull up my friend Mata again so I can look at it. Good boy. Let's take a look at Sava, because William in the chat was asking me about Sava. Like, apparently I had a good read on this prior. I don't remember that, but I thank you very much. That's very kind that you remembered. And SAVA. Obi. This is higher highs, higher lows. And like, this is on a pretty symmetrical uptrend. I do find it kind of choppy though. I like the VWAP hold, but this 90 MA, especially with that previous support that I think could become resistance at 412, that could be a little bit swapped, right? So I don't know. We're going to have to wait and find out. This is a situation where I'd probably sit on my hands until I kind of see what happens with the 90 MA. But I'm someone that would rather enter trades a little bit late and wait for more confluence than rush into trades. Only fools rush in. Shout out to Elvis Presley, because I can't help but make puns with Cal. Shut up now. But yeah,
I'm very. I don't know music.
That's okay.
I apologize.
I'm not going to Elvis press you to sing it with me or anything. But I will say with
this
Sava,
is what I'm saying. This is why I would totally lose. I did not come prepared at all.
Sava on the daily though is a nice breakout to finish that for William.
Sava's a very interesting one. Yeah, that one's breaking out on the daily pretty aggressively. I used to trade that one like a lot when I was trading from home, and I think I might have blown an account or two on it as well.
I know you traded before.
Yes, Sava. I mean, it was good. I definitely did well on it, but gave some back for sure. Yeah, I think that one's one to watch out for. Whenever it does get going, I do want to keep eyes on it. It's funny enough, Sava came on my radar. I think it was earlier this week or sometime last week. Yeah, it's been doing some relative volume as well, going up to a higher time frame. Yeah, there you go. That's why this thing is up on my radar for the past couple of weeks. We had this strong kind of push on the 23rd of September. Do you know if that was news-driven or catalyst-driven at all?
I remember some kind of news on it. I remember what
not specifically, but okay. Yeah. So there was a news catalyst that came in. That you can see that with respect to the relative volume, we've held and sustained above some of those reference prices from when that volume comes in and when the relative volume starts to transact as well. We're holding not only those levels but structures higher and higher.
William Randolph reminded me. Sorry, the news was that the CEO bought shares. Thank you, William Randolph. I knew it came post-market. I knew it was something, and you are appreciated for bringing that up.
Yeah, thank you for that. So yeah, CEO buying shares, maybe getting people interested, or maybe getting shorts a little interested as well, right? Because again, there are some names that people do well taking the swing short. Now I know there's a lot of negative connotations around that, but let me ask you this: how are a lot of the IPOs doing that IPO'd this year?
Whoa.
Right. The long was great for the intraday, but you tell me how the swing has been, right? Does it make sense to bag hold the long or on companies that actually don't really make money, or they don't really have that kind of sentiment, or are they way too overvalued? In a sense, you think that they're mispriced, or that they're mispriced, and you are just waiting for the market to confirm that yes, this is mispriced and we're likely going to correct. So that's why I like it I really do like swing shorting, and you got to be able to be open-minded enough to go both ways. Of course, you're not going to swing short something for a couple of years. We'll leave that up to some of those funds and firms that do well in that business. But swinging short for a few weeks to a couple of months, I think, is more than valid. Circle has been a great one, and again, IPOs are great as well for some of that stuff. But Cassava Biosciences, let's see what this thing's been doing on the weekly here. Oh boy, this is what I mean. Yeah, look at that, Kwadung. So it's been kind of flat over the past multiple months, and it's finally catching a little bit of a bid. So yeah, I think it's been sold off pretty aggressively, far down from where it kind of came from. This thing, I'm pretty sure it has a few splits in there as well, but breaking through some recent multi-month highs through that $3 level. And what's the high on this candle specifically is $4.99. So $4 currently that it's trading at on Cassava Sciences, with a high on the week at $4.19, so close. But that $4.99 potentially poised to come in if we do continue this trend and this bid that we've been seeing on Cassava Sciences. So I do like the name. I have participated in it before, but I think for the intraday stuff, it can be a little bit choppy sometimes. I find it a little bit smoother for swinging.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd rather be Sava than sorry. No, I'm trying to make that wasn't very good. I am in 4 shorts right now, and I want to talk about them. And I want to clarify. So one of the last times I was in the midday, everyone was laughing. I was in 5 shorts at once. I felt like underwater. That was way too much. But I took the time, and I want to shout out Obi for encouraging me to do this. I took the time to kind of set up my station, albeit not very well, but I had enough of a setup ahead of time that this is a lot closer to how I trade when I'm on the desk. So I'm more comfortable viewing everything, and I don't feel like I'm like, updating trades. Plus 2 of these I've been in basically the whole show. One of them before we even went live on the show, so I'm comfy. So I'm going to do a recap of what trades I'm in so you guys can see. Ferrari. I got short 416, added at the price you can see there, 414.76. Took some profit in the push down at the euro close. And right now, again, right after that push to the downside, once the 15-minute prior bar broke, I decided immediately to move my stop at 412.70s-ish because that was the prior support. I was lucky as all heck. that ended up actually being more or less where that high was. So trading on vibes a little bit, as Wayne says sometimes, Wayne on the floor, shout out to him. But either way, my stop has not moved. I'm keeping it there because I still think that's the area where I'm wrong. AMD, I was waiting for another test of VWAP so I could add back in. I took some profit, only like a quarter of the position at 232. I could have added at 232, but in my opinion, I still think that I'm wrong if we break above this 235 halves area, so I had no reason to move my stop. Either way, I'm chilling here for now. We're vibing in AMD. Now, these last two trades I think are a bit hairier, but I do have reasons for taking them, and I'll explain them now. These are the trades I got in more recently. Meta. I already talked about how I like that 726 breakdown. Admittedly, I got it like 50 pennies off, about 725 50s. But either way, I still think I'm wrong. If we break above that 728 high, I'm chilling here for the time being. And I'm probably not going to move my stop either unless I take a look at like a 15-minute and I change my mind. Actually, Obi, you know what? If we break that 724.88, the consolidation low, then I might move my stop to that trend line rejection around 727. I probably will. Now, crowd. Dara, you are just waxing poetic about how you like the long. Why are you, what is that voice? Why are you short? Yeah, so basically, and again, this goes into a bit some of the I'm trying to make myself into a human algo. I know Sherry calls me that nickname, but actually I'm trying to do that where I have, committed systems I do. Anyways, one of my systems with regards to anchoring prices at highs a day and low of day, we were rejecting those levels on there, which is why I got short where I did on crowd. Now, that being said, how this strategy goes for me, and I'm sorry I have to zoom in so much, there must be some kind of dark pool. Anyways, the point that I'm trying to make here for this strategy is I am risking to high of day, so I'm taking less shares. But what that strategy allows me to do too is if we break below this area, basically where I got stopped out of the long, that 508.30, if we break below that area, then I automatically move my stop to that most recent consolidation high and I add. So some playbook stuff I'm working on, not getting to, into too many details, but that's my plan. Yeah, I don't think I'm an anarchist there, RB. Certainly not trying to crash the economy. I'm just a day trader trying to have some fun with you guys in these short trades. And thank you for letting me take the time to go through everything one by one by one. I do want to talk about our pal. Also, yeah, I'm going to put some headlines on. If you look at the position board, I'm putting some headlines down. Fed's bar has been yapping there. He's no holds barred right now, but really nothing new. Also, guys, Republican bill to end the U.S. government shutdown is failing to win enough votes to pass the Senate. Voting continues. We had, again, Mike Johnson today say that he and Trump were talking about how sad they are that the shutdown is happening. That was an update this morning. Again, the shutdown is still happening. Thank you very much for the kind words there, Delmont's Vantage. I'm always pleased as punch to be here with you guys every day. There was something else Tesla. So Tesla was just, doing that 0 to 100 real quick, that roadster to the upside off you up. But I have to admit, this is another chart where I don't find a super obvious entry point, right? You know what I'm trying to say here, Obi?
Yes.
We have higher highs, higher lows, but it's kind of snaky. It's
it's not as clean.
It's not as directional. Right? Right? I think
it's still chopped.
It's a little choppy.
Direction, yeah.
And I used to get really bad about getting caught in chop, so I'm trying. I feel like any setup that's choppy. Pardon?
It's like no man's land, right?
Right, exactly. Yeah. And that's what, shout out to Lance Brightstein. Yeah. He's a pretty bright guy. But yeah, what are you looking at over here, Obi?
Yeah, again, I'm reading the chat here saying, I think a lot of people are like, Obi, take a position. I'm looking for the next trade, man, and nothing's really setting up here. SMH breaking through its day low, so am I going to chase a breakdown at 1250? I don't think so. AMD selling off as well, so a little bit of a breather here. Oh boy, look at all these defined levels. We got to define some more levels here. So I defined these, and initially on day 1 and day 2, and they held up really, really well. And these are the anchors from AMD down at just below 220s. Excuse me. And we're taking a little bit of a sell-off there, breaking through opening range low, holding VWAP pretty well. So I like this idea, retracing in and around down to 230s. So like I said before, this is where we found buyers after the initial pullback, after the strong bid yesterday, in and around that 230 level. If we're going to pull all the way back in and maybe try to find some liquidity, I think this is a good place to look. I mean, I don't know if it's going to be there, but it's a good place to look because the chart And the price action yesterday showed you that it was here at this area yesterday. So it's taking a little bit of a beeline all the way down, but got to remember the market is weak as well, all the way to the downside. So you can see both ES and NASDAQ at the same time making some fresh shorts. Rivian Millionaire saying, Adara, you're going to be banking on those shorts. Yeah, that's for sure. If this market continues to go in this direction and we got that market tailwind, oh boy, the shorts are definitely worth being in. Google didn't really participate in and around that VWAP. Like I said, too much of a chop, not really doing what I was looking for at VWAP. But it was doing what I was looking for in and around here, and we participated on a quick little scalp on that one. Where is the next trade? So I'm going to continue to go through my basket here. Wow, silver coming back down. So SLV, oh boy, that thing kind of giving up a little bit of its price action and then some through the prior day's lows here at $44, currently trading at 43.40s. So in the pre-market, I had eyes on because of this crazy extension all the way up to 46s. And I'm like, oh boy, if we pull back in and consolidate and push, that could be something. It did pull back, consolidate, and guess what? There was no push. VWAP sellers pretty aggressive, and a beautiful waterfall follow through of those sellers to the downside on a strong volume day on silver, right? Silver's been doing a bit of a run, and is this the exhaustion is what I'm asking. I don't know. So that's what I'm looking at right now, Darren.
Yeah, guys, I mean, no news on Apple that I could find. Trump's still talking. Charlie Taff, I don't think there was any massive market-moving news for the whole market. There are U.S. and Saudi and talks and chip deals. I'm putting headlines on the bottom. Stay tuned for that. But also stay tuned for this. We just got the 30-year yield, or we're going to get that now. 4.73 is the yield for the 30-year before the auction. But, you know, hopefully by the time we're done this ad, we'll get after the auction. Thank you to our friends at Origenics. OGEN, because each year there are 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., but there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Origenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more. Schedule a meeting today. Thank you to our friends at Origenics. John is rad. Any news on this Microsoft thing with OpenAI? Can you please provide more details so that I'm looking at the right story? Because off the top of my head, I'm not entirely sure what you are referencing. I know there have been a couple stories, but please let me know so that I can answer this correctly for you. I want to mention Mike Williams. Thank you very much for the $5 super chat for SoFi. Yeah, let's take a look at SoFi as it's kind of been as of late. Oh, I see. Okay, wow. Wow, this broke an uptrend. I will put in a trend line. Okay, there we go. As you guys can see, we broke that uptrend, almost kind of top and tailed it on the 3. What did we do in the 5? Not really top and tailed in the 5, certainly more in the 3. Then we kind of sliced it. We broke lower. We are below VWAP. At this point, I would kind of wait to see if we do that VWAP rejection. This one on the daily I want to see because SoFi has been really strong as of late, as I just referenced. And I want to kind of see what's it given us lately. Yeah, this daily is, I never really like it when you have that nice high, then you push lower, then you might make a slightly, I guess, lower high on a wick basis, and now it looks like we're making even lower high than that wick. I'd kind of wait. That being said, I think if we stay above this resistance level, here, the 27, that's not bad. We'll have to wait and see how that happens. Okay, John is rad saying Microsoft delivers the world's first at-scale NVIDIA GB700 cluster, providing the supercomputing engine needed for OpenAI to train multi-trillion parameters in. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I'll look into that story. I mean, MSFT is down on the day, and wow, actually, Obi, this kind of looks like a flat bottom break. I'm in way too many shorts as it is. I don't necessarily need a fifth, but I will take a look here to see what Microsoft is doing.
If it's setting up.
Well, let's see if it's setting up. Oh, look at that flat bottom break, Obi. So I think either way, like, I don't have any more detail on this for John is rad. I'm going to be honest, the story. But here's the thing, as I've said before, too, and people were asking about this with Oracle. Oracle had that news with the Google saying maybe there was a hack, and then initially the stock dropped, but then it kind of fell right in line, bounced off VWAP, continuing the trend. Sometimes stocks just don't care about news. Or they don't care about news right away, and then it'll hit a couple days later. UiPath still running on news from a couple weeks ago, right?
Yep.
So really be aware. I think all of that, it's not one size fits all. We also did get the auction. 30-year high yield was 3.734%. Before the auction, it was 4.73%, so not a huge difference there. Trump is still talking, and again, as I said, I'm going to catch up on that after. Unfortunately, I'm not watching it live right now for you guys, but nothing huge market moving being said here either. Oh, I missed my ad on CrowdStrike, but that's okay, guys, because you know what? We can bounce off VWAP. If we bounce up VWAP and we snipe 50850, I'm going to be striking that while the iron is hot, because an iron is flaming hot fire. How you doing, Obi?
I'm looking at this flush in the market, man. The silver continues to flush even harder now. So we're just looking at it in and around those 44s, trading a little bit lower here. Apple is now starting to pique my interest as it starts to overextend to the downside. Well, I don't know about overextend, but definitely a bit of extension. But that's kind of in line with the market as of right now. No real strong bid on this one either on the day. So we saw the Google start to kind of perk up a little bit. When was that? Was that around 12 o'clock? That was around 11:30 where that Google bid came in. Let's see what happened around 11:30 on Apple. Quadunk. So a big, strong red candle on the 15-minute, on the 10 or the 11:30 15-minute candle there, and strong sellers. Is this an unusual? So here's the thing. This is why we talk about nuances, right? This chart looks very similar to that of Google, right? You can be like, oh boy, when the bid steps in, I definitely want to get involved. But there is one thing, there is a nuance that is very, very different. It is distinctly different, some might say, on this sell-off versus the Google sell-off, which made the Google sell-off even better. I talked about the volume bars. I don't even have to be on the tape on Google to know that there's an unusual seller there. Look at the volume bars here. This is kind of, it's dwindling down a little bit, kind of pulling in. It's in line with the market direction at the current moment. We haven't really had any sort of a bid. We're breaking down technically off of this bit of a base that we've been holding for a couple of days, 255s, but that's a different kind of trade. But when we go look at Google here, look at the distinct difference on the sell-off. I pointed this out earlier. Every single 15-minute bar overshadows the opening and maybe even the closing prices or the closing bar volumes of prior 2 days. So this right here, volume, I say this often, volume is my top indicator. It will give you the nuances that you are looking for. So this, to me, is an unusual seller. It also had a catalyst in the pre-market. Sure, the chart looks the same. Now, this is why, you know, in the famous words of Mark Douglas, he says that chart patterns in the market, they repeat all the time, right? They rhyme all the time. But the result of the action that comes off of those chart patterns is totally random, right? And how can you kind of refine that? With nuances like volume, like trend, like moving averages, like overextensions, and things like that. So I just wanted to point out that Apple, although looking like it's similar, it's doing the same thing that Google was doing, it actually is not doing anything similar to what Google actually did this morning. So there is that distinct difference of the Google seller versus maybe the selling that's happening on Apple, because you can see on Microsoft as well. Microsoft's a great example. Is this doing strong volume on the sell-off? Sure, on the breakdowns, we get some strong volume bars. Look at that opening range, or sorry, second 15-minute bar low, which was a strong wick. When price breaks through that, yeah, we get a little bit of volume because, yeah, maybe some stops are getting taken out on the break of that price. Makes a lot of sense, but there wasn't any sustained volume. There wasn't a sustained seller on Microsoft. So that makes the difference, right? So again, those are the things that I'm kind of watching out for. Volume by far is my most top most important indicator. Everything else kind of comes after that. And of course, I love watching the tape as well. Anything and everything that you might want to be interested in, or participants, everything is a derivative of the raw data that comes in on the tape. Even the candlesticks on your chart are drawn probably microseconds, maybe milliseconds after every new order. It kind of as the candlestick is being drawn, right? So the first place you're going to hear it, or first place you're going to see it, is going to be on the tape, maybe on the book next. But that's something to watch out for. Let's see what you guys are talking about. AMD CRS saying bouncing on the 9 EMA on the 15-minute chart. So let's take a quick look at AMD here. Like we said before, some strong selling off the open. Maybe not that strong. We've looked at some strong sellers. Let me rephrase. Some selling off of the open, but nothing too aggressive, as we're still holding some of these end-of-day range prices post pullback, right? So I like that. Still hasn't got down to 230 just yet. But yeah, I like the look there. It's holding that EMA to the downside here as well. So maybe you want to look for a break of that trend, the break of that. If you're defining the downtrend using the 9 EMA or what have you, on the break of that definition, does the situation change? Does the appearance change of the book, of the tape, of the price action? Then maybe you have something on your hands. So I like the look there. Good job kind of pointing that out. I'm watching it as well. Of course, AMD, one of the top stocks of this week. For sure. Boss Play saying, can you look at Amazon? Is Amazon stronger than the market? I kind of pointed this out as well. Amazon is showing relative strength, as we did get some strong selling off of the open, but we pull back in to some of these levels from yesterday. Now, yesterday, Amazon was also a little distinctly different with this crazy aggressive aggressive when you look at it from a higher time frame, but an intraday, slow, methodical, grinding bid pretty much all day that only gets a little bit of relief at the end of the day. And we talked about how that rejection was absolutely beautiful. But guess what? Maybe we're just chopping in this range, consolidating near some of these highs. We know that 222, I keep pointing out, that 2222, oh boy, what's the day low? 22175. Nice. That was the year open. Yesterday we found some strong buyers there that pretty much lasted us all throughout the day. And guess what? We're finding some demand once again in and around the same areas that we found it yesterday. We're catching a bit of a bid. So looking at that, yes, it is a little bit relatively stronger than some of its peers in the Mag 7. What do you got for us, Darren?
Yeah, sorry, Obi, I do want to mention a couple of news stories. So Trump talking about China apparently right now in his cabinet meeting, and one of the cabinet doors has some maybe bad news for China, saying Trump on China, maybe we'll have to stop importing massive amounts from China. So again, he's not really liking the idea of importing tons of stuff from China. Let's take a look here at BABA, and then I'll talk about Shift 4 payments, which is but Alibaba's not moving, but man, it got beat up today, Obi. Let's take a look at Shift 4. So for this story, I do have to give you guys some context. Also, apparently Trump just heard, according to him, about China mineral export controls. He's saying, I just heard this. If we get more, I'll let you know. But so FOUR, Shift 4 payments, for context. A man named Derek Isaacson was recommended by Elon Musk. This is when Tusk was going long and strong. This is when Tusk were like besties. They were taking weird plane photos with Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. They were bros. So anyway, at that time, Elon Musk recommended Derek Isaacson to be Trump's nominee to lead NASA. Then, I don't know if this is coincidental or not, but around when Tusk broke up, then Trump rescinds Derek Isaacson's nomination for NASA head. And then the guy who leads the transportation department, Sean Duffy, he was interim lead. Well, now, guys, all of that yapping is so I can set up this story. The story is that reportedly Trump and Isaacson are in talks, and then Trump's going to maybe put Isaacson in control of NASA. Well, here's the thing, guys. He was like the founder of Shift 4. He was former CEO of Shift 4. So that's why Shift 4 would move on this. That Amazon looks gorgeous. Oh, my gosh. I'm just watching that Amazon. But yes, that's the context for Shift 4. I do apologize for my verbosity, but I do like to set up these news stories a lot of the time. So that's what happened there with Shift 4. Let's take a look here. Is my Unity plugged in? Yes, it is. So my trades, there's really nothing to update. I did add to CrowdStrike a bit, just because, like I said, we kind of had the VWAP bounce. Maybe I shouldn't have added because we bounced off VWAP, but we kind of came back to that little trench area. I did add to the position. We might get stopped out. I moved my stop to just around 510s, as I said, different support. But yes, that's what's going to happen there for CRWD. And AMD, we had that bounce off the lows. I'm still in my short because I don't have a reason to leave. But that being said, this bounce. So again, you guys have to realize, when are you going to be wrong in the trade? I am wrong once we get, this area is what we bounced to, right? We couldn't get above that level. So if we can get above that level, OB, then at that point I am wrong. So I will be moving my stop to 232.70s on AMD. RACE, honestly, like OB, this race car like stalled.
Oh, okay.
This Ferrari just stalled. Oh no.
Damn.
But honestly, I'm not worried. I don't have a reason to leave. I'm just gonna chill. Like I have no problem if my stop doesn't get hit and I don't have a reason to leave. I will chill in a trade all day. I don't care.
You
Like,
gotta be careful that it doesn't burn the clutch when it's stalling, you know?
well, I hope it doesn't burn the clutch. Either way, I have clutch fire repellent, you know, a couple levels up, so I'm not too worried about that. But yeah,
boy.
all jokes aside, that's what's happening there with Race. Meta, I said I always kind of thought was the diciest. Well, Meta and CrowdStrike, the diciest of these four, but it still cannot get above that 728 area.
Oh, ALH is
I'm
open.
chilling. ALH? Okay, let's talk about ALH.
Open. Okay, so yeah, I was like, wait, that book just populated. That shouldn't be up, but here we go. Opening price, $24.50, trading a little bit lower right now, $23.95. Do we see any sort of significance in the tape or the price action? Do we see a participant? You said that the IPO price was around $22. Yes, that is correct. So we're talking about a 37 million shares being put onto the market at $22, but it IPO'd at $24.50. Again, this is an $826 million offer on ALH. They do a little bit of laundry, right? A little bit of a wash. So just make sure you manage your risk and you don't get washed on this stock on the day today. But 24 is holding. Let's observe that PLEX or whatever the other one was doing much less volume than this one. This is the difference. This is what I'm talking about. Look, I know you guys can't really see it because it's really small font here, but it's done almost about 4 million. It's going to be about 4 million within the minute. 4 million shares traded at a price of $24. So in terms of dollar volume, participation, float size, liquidity, like everything is much better on this stock. Now the question becomes, is it going to do what we're looking for or what you're looking for? What are you looking for? It's not an AI name. It's not necessarily, was it oversubscribed? I don't know. It opened above its IPO price, so that's good to know. And here we go, 24, a little bit of a push. Are there buyers pulling up into this? You see right here, I already have, okay, we don't have a filter, so we'll throw that filter on. So anybody with a 100 lot or more will show up on as a highlighted participant on the book. And I don't necessarily see any large participants here just yet. So where the buyer's at, where the seller's at, no idea. A little bit of a chop here on top of 24s. And don't forget, 24.50 was the opening price on ALH. So that's a good one to keep eyes on here as of right now. I'm just going to wait for some structure to form. Let's get some data on the chart, and then maybe we can participate off of that. Because remember, fresh prices, I like it. This chart has not traded any of these prices past the candles. So fresh prices, fresh participants. I think there's a lot of stuff to watch and potentially opportunities to observe there. Yeah, I think there is edge there, I would say. Yeah, I think it's safe to say that. Gotta be careful when you're throwing that word around, but yeah, I think there is a little bit of edge there when you're looking at some fresh ranges and fresh prices, especially when it comes to IPOs. Yeah, kind of similar to breaking news trade, but not really the same because again, these are all fresh prices, right? And it doesn't have any sort of resistance or support. Wow, words. It doesn't have any resistance or support other than the stuff that is already printed. So that's what I really like about IPOs. Right now, just trading within its range, 24 halves. It's back at its IPO price right now. Let's see if we can break a little bit higher. If we break through these highs, so far holding it as a bit of resistance at 24 halves on ALX. I don't know if this is ready for anything, but I'm going to be patient. What do you got going on?
Yeah, I mean, patience pays, Obi. AMD finally broke the lows. I was going to add, and then I was like, Adara, that was never your plan. Stick to your plan. I did move my stop. Right now, you know what I'm doing, Obi? I'm straight chilling because AMD is straight dipping. That was weird. I apologize. But yeah, thank you for the bang button there. I don't know what I did to deserve that, but I am very happy to be here. And guys, this is why you have to stay patient and just trust the trade. CrowdStrike and Meta, I said for both, I wasn't sure. I was confident enough to enter. I didn't have a reason to leave, so I stayed in them. I actually did add to CrowdStrike. Either way, my stop crowd, again, around 510 more or less. I intentionally, because I trade spread, I keep my stop levels a little bit removed from the area I'm actually trying to set at. So for me to be vague with my stops, I'm not trying to snow anybody. I literally do intentionally keep them a little bit above because that has saved me so many times. There are times where if I had my stop exactly at the level, then it would get kind of messy, it would get rockier, I'd get chopped out. So that's why I don't do that. Jay Lee's saying it might be worth to get AMD longs here. I mean, I'm in the short, but even with me being in the short, I wouldn't go long here. Do you know why? Because there are still higher highs, higher lows. What I would be waiting for, Jay Lee, is some kind of bottoming wick candle on the 5-minute or the 3-minute, just to kind of show buyers are here and they're standing up and they're like, hey guys, I want to buy AMD. At that point, no buyer has said that. I think the sellers are still in control. And I would say that honestly, like regardless if I was long or short this. Neil talks about this a lot. Opie talks about this a lot. You have to think if I wasn't in the trade, how would I be taking the trade? Yes. And in this case, if I was not in AMD, I would not be logging in. I might be trying to get short with this low of the day retest, but even then, I think that'd be probably dicey. There was something I was going to talk about. Oh yeah, sorry guys, I'm all over the place here. XYZ. So XYZ, someone was saying to me that a square, this is at a 30-minute downtrend. It's been consistently in this 30-minute trend or maybe not downtrend, sorry, it's been a 30-minute trend all October. Wow. I have to show, I believe that was Jacob Wick candle.
What's going on there?
I love that. That is a really good look.
Like gap up continuation pretty much every day.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's the 30. This is also a P8, so we don't have all the data, right?
Understandable, but
this is still beautiful.
It's still, even though you're missing some of the data, like the structure's holding. It's stair stepping up. That's pretty that's pretty apparent there.
Yeah, and I want to say, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. I want to say too, like I believe Jacob Wicandle as well. This was a while ago, this message, but he was saying maybe this XYZ today is the day that we break that 30-minute trend, and I actually kind of wonder if that is the case. Because we were pushing lower. Either way, I think I'm going to put down that $80 level because look, this $80 support, especially with that trend break. Jacob, I think I'll be watching $80 tomorrow for sure is what I'll say to that. Fluffy Hippo saying, don't forget to take profits. At least take percent to pay yourself. You have so many shorts worried for you. I appreciate that. And I will clarify, I only have a quarter left of RACE. I took off most of that earlier. I was very actually lucky to get the low of day print on RACE, more or less. AMD already took a piece, and honestly, that 230 chop is a little I might take some off around like that 231 area, but I'm not going to stress over it. And I'm basically flat or slightly out of the money for crowd or meta, so there's no profit to take. And like I said, too, the biggest thing is there are times where you're like, I could have taken profit, and then the trade goes against you, but I would always rather trade my plan than react because I want profit or because, you know what I mean? I think that's always going to be the big thing for me. And I think, guys, too, what I love about trading is each trade is its own trade, and Mother Market will give you opportunities. She's not trying to, like, punish you just to be mean. If she grounds you, it's because you messed up. You missed your curfew. You were on your phone during dinner. You were texting the boy from next door when she said, hey, don't talk to that boy from next door. And so Mother Market is teaching you lessons. And I bring that up to say, this morning, like I said, I was pretty dejected. I traded AMD kind of choppy. RACE, I was kind of meh on. App Love, and I missed the short I really wanted. I was kind of grumpy. But guess what? I didn't let that stick with me. Even though, as I said, I admit, a little nervous to come back to the midday. I said, Adara, this market is just that. It's not something for you to get emotional over. It is a market where people buy or sell, and you have to buy or sell when things tell you to buy or sell. Yep. And with that in mind, with that attitude, I came here to buy, but I mostly came to sell. And I'll stop saying buy and sell so much. I will stop. Thank you to the girl power there. Appreciate that, Fluffy Hippo. That being said, I do appreciate what you're trying to say with regards to taking some profit. And I think either way, this AMD, I'm going to take a little off the top here. Not the bottom, I guess. Took a little bit. I still have half left. But I do think, especially with this kind of grinding consolidation at 230 and the lows forming here, I can't promise it's not going to pop. So I'll take care of that there. RACE, move my stop a bit, but not significantly. It's still in the vicinity of 412s, but a little lower. META, stop around mid 427s. CrowdStrike, stop around 510s, just so you guys are updated with what I'm doing. You guys see that big wick on AMD? I think you do. Until we get there, I am chilling in this short. That's for darn sure.
Nice. Let's go. Yeah, no, I think that's a great point that you make. At the end of the day, like, yeah, people will be like, why aren't you taking profits, whatever. You got to trade your own plan. right? It's your plan, it's your trade, it's your perspective, and you don't need to listen to anybody other than maybe if someone's telling you that you should be managing your risk. But I don't think anybody's ever really had that sort of an issue with Adara. But at the end of the day, trade your plan. I think a lot of people say this. It's very cliche, but it's cliche because it works. Plan the trade, trade the plan. Right? You've heard that so many times. It gets thrown out around a lot, and for good reason. As cliche as it is what the ideal way of doing things is, in my opinion, because a lot of the times I'm fumbling because I'm not following the plan or I'm going against it. And you know what? It makes it even better. Talk about emotional control. When you follow the plan, you're just like, okay, I did what I had to do. Sure, you could have done this, that, and the other, but I followed the plan. So maybe if you want to do this, that, and the other for next time, the plan is what needs tweaking. But at the end of the day, the discipline comes from following your plan, however that plan is. So I think that's a pretty solid point there. Great lesson on that. What else is going on here as of right now? Micron to the downside. So I'm just looking at my chip basket to see which one of these is actually more sold off than the rest. Micron looking pretty heavy. TSM a little bit. AMD I like a little bit better as well, but that's coming into that 230 right now. 230.40s was that prior consolidation low from yesterday. So that's what I'm looking at as of right now on the day. But I don't really see anything else. Where's the next trade? That's what I'm asking you guys. And Pepsi, oh boy, I know you were looking at this one this morning, and Pepsi's looking like it's starting to catch some legs here, fizzling up to the upside.
Oh yeah.
Here on
they shook the bottle before they opened it.
Yeah, a little shaking right there. This was the shake. You see that right there in the pre-market session. They shook the can, and here we're getting a little bit of a push higher, all the way back up to 143.74 as of right now. Some people are like, oh, let's take a trade, man. I'm looking for the trade, man. I'm looking for the trade. And here's the thing: I don't care what you guys, or if you guys try to push me into positions, that's not going to happen. At the end of the day, where's the next trade? Is it part of my playbook? That's what I'm going to go with, right? At the end of the day, this is real trading.
Oh yeah.
And so I'm just going to try to really trade. How about that? So let's move on to the next one. DAL at the end of the day, it was nice in the pre-market. I had eyes on because I was like, oh boy, this is strong. I actually came in and around 6 o'clock. I was watching it. And it was getting pretty. Actually, no, it was on the. I think it was on the bus. I was on the bus and I saw DAL starting to go, and I was like, oh boy, this is poised for a bit of a push off of the open. I liked it for a continuation because of this action. We were pushing up into some prior highs. What's going on, bro? He's like creeping. He's like creeping over here. What's going on? How are you doing, bro?
Good, man. Hold on. Am I live here now?
Yeah, you're live.
Listen, that lunch was fire.
Yeah?
I'm not even gonna
How
lie.
was
It was the best lunch that we ever had.
Really? The best lunch ever?
Here.
Those are big words.
Hands down.
Really?
I gave it a 7. It's getting a Wilson upgrade to an 8.5 here.
A Wilson upgrade.
Yeah, we're getting
a
an
Wilson
upgrade.
Capital upgrade.
It's an 8.5. I would even borderline go 9. Some other analysts would give it a 9. I'm gonna give it an 8.5.
Okay, well, I'll be the judge of that. Excuse me. But yeah, no. Okay, best lunch ever. I'm excited, Adara. I don't know about you. We got about half an hour.
What if it's spicy?
I
know Joe said it wasn't, but people have
it didn't smell spicy here. Yeah, Carlos Briona is saying, trade Obi, just click it. You know you want to get that dopamine hit. Man, I wish some trades still give me dopamine, but you got to remember, some of the best trades these days, there's just not a lot of excitement.
Yeah.
It is what it is. Like I said before, following the plan, following the strategy, it is what it is. Staying involved in what works for you and staying away from what really doesn't, right? So dopamine, I'll leave that to whoever loves to gamble. But here, we're actually here to make trades. So
oh yeah.
leave the gambling for the casinos. I know a lot of people treat the market like a casino, and that might, that might have something to do with. I mean, you might see that with the kind of stat that trading gives us, right? In terms of how many people actually end up on top. And I'm trying to push as well. You got to try to resist the impulses and the urges to just punch positions just because you like something. Oh, I like that. Boom. I like that. Boom. I like that. Boom. Nah, dude, that's not how it's done. You have to be specific. Specificity is everything. If something is not as specific as you want it to be for you to participate, then whatever, dude. So, yeah, exactly. So quality over quantity is what matters, right? At the end of the day, the numbers and the charts will speak for themselves. And if people just want to speak words, you can do well at that business. I'm not going to participate in that.
Yeah. And here's the thing, like, being a trader doesn't mean one thing. Like, a lot of people are saying, like, I just saw a comment in there, like, guys, here's the thing. Like, you can take trades all day. Maybe you're someone who scalps constantly. That is, if you have a plan, if you're following your plan, that is real trading. Or you wait, you sit, you snipe for the best opportunities. Guess what? If that's your plan, that's also real trading. Traders are like snowflakes. Shout out to SNOW. No two are alike, and no two should be alike. And I think that's really important. So I really respect what you had to say there, Obi. Yeah. Just sitting there waiting. Like, even for me, like, people are like, oh, Adara, oh, you're in trades, Obi's not in trades. I've been in two of these, like, basically the whole midday. I haven't touched them. Right? Pardon?
I took the Google.
Yeah, you get the awesome Google reversion, right? Like, and I also, sorry, I wasn't trying to like denigrate. The point I'm trying to make is, I felt like I've been crazy active either. I've just been in a couple trades for a while, and I've been, babysitting, brushing their hair every once in a while. Like, okay, go back to bed. Oh, you're doing okay? Oh, do we need like a midnight snack? Do you know what I mean? It's like sometimes trading is just maintenance. And I'm definitely in the maintenance phase here, to borrow a term from diet culture for some reason, for AMD and for RACE, right? So, like, I've been in these for a while, and I'm just chilling and waiting. So I think trading looks like a lot of things. It's like stalking for the hunt. It's waiting for the deer to come up in front of you, all cute and bashful, right? Sorry, this is a really weird analogy, guys. But the point I'm trying to make is I really respect you standing up for it's not even your right, you're standing up for your trading style. I think that's really important, and we shouldn't have to do that, but I think a lot of the nature of being here in the screen trading in front of people, you are gonna eventually have to be like, this is who I am, this is what I am for as a trader, and I think you have to kind of get used to that too. And I'm still getting used to it because it's been a while since I've been trading in front of you guys. I usually, again, take my trades over in the Hobbit hole in the Shire, so it's a little different. I do want to say with PEP, you mentioned, I was looking at this earlier, and but the level I liked was 138, around 138 halves, basically this low of day, and I actually liked it as a short. And I'll explain why. I liked it as a short because, look, Obi, this was like a breakdown in the daily. But Pep said, hey, you know what? I'm going to be Pep to the upside. And it very impressively also breaks out of this daily resistance. So either way, that could have been a trade. It wasn't one that I felt like taking. And I think that's really the point of my big, long rant here, right? There are going to be tons of trades in the market. There's plenty of fish in the sea. Shout out to POF for some reason. But that doesn't mean that fish is for everybody. You know what I mean? Maybe every trade you see is like a tilapia. There's like no, caviar, escargot. Okay. So why would you force that trade? Yeah. And I do think that's important. I'm going to get off my high horse, clip clop, and climb back into my Ferrari horse over here. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. I think yeah, that's a great analogy, right? You gotta stick with the quality setups or what you think are quality setups, and at the end of the day, that's what I like to do. There was a time at the beginning of my trading where, I would take 10 different trades. You know why? Because I wasn't necessarily confident in my style. I was still trying to figure stuff out. When you're trying to figure stuff out, yeah, sure, take a bunch of trades, take whatever sets up. Actually, no, take whatever sets up, just don't take whatever doesn't set up. That's what I'm trying to say here. And at the same time, you got to remember, you got to keep some things in check and in line. So discipline, again, is pretty big. I'm a little bit of a what's the right word? I like to do as well as I can to practice like a stoic mindset, especially when it comes when it comes to trading. It definitely helps out when it comes to trading and business. And it's just like if you guys are struggling with impulsivity, if you guys are struggling with emotions or decision making, I think checking some stuff out on Stoicism is absolutely gold. And you don't have to be like a gung ho follower of that mentality and that way of life, but I think there are certain concepts and certain things that are very, very valuable that you can bring into your style and your person to not only make you a better trader, but to make you a better human being as well. So I think that's a big part of it there. So big proponent of my mindset definitely is, or I try to derive that from Stoicism for sure. Figma, hello. All right, that might be something. So Figma, we tried this trade a little bit a couple days ago, a break of structure. It seems like Figma's coming all the way back down into some structure lows. And oh boy, I just realized today, or just now, that I cannot borrow.
I know, I realized that
shares
too.
right now, and I'm like, okay, this is coming in really nicely. So I mean, it is what it is. It's fun to. I can't participate in it, but I guess I can just watch. So getting a little bit of weakness there, back down into this consolidation lows just from yesterday, opening range lows as well. Figma's been pretty nice, man. A bit of a stair-step runner here, pushing up, structured hold on top of that 60, and we got that acceleration as well. I tried to take the breakout on this day, which was Tuesday, just a couple days ago, and that, sure, it came in, but kind of a failure back down, so didn't really do what I was looking for until the next day. This is where that bid actually comes in. It's screaming bid after leg, consolidation, leg. So a bit of a 3-bar happening on the daily here on Figma. Let's see if we sustain some of these range levels from prior day here on Figma. Again, going into the end of the week, pretty strong week this week, maybe starting a little bit of a curl since its IPO. Would you take a look at that? Right here. So I'm going to take off some of these indicators, go to a higher time frame here, and we can kind of see what it's been doing since the IPO. This is what I mean. IPO day one, absolutely beautiful long, and everybody's probably getting in and getting into positions, whatever. They think this is the next circle. They think this is the next best one, whatever they think. Regardless, a beautiful swing short on this one, just stair-stepping down, 100 break, 75 break, this structure break, retest of this 77 right here. Nice follow through all the way down to a low of 50s. So it's been a beautiful short, but now we're finally starting to pick up on the bid as of Monday. So as the beginning of the week, we're starting to finally catch a little bit of a bid. So the question becomes, do we see more of the same where we kind of knock up into prior structure and hold support as resistances, or do we just chop up sideways? I don't know what we're going to do. We've come into some of these prior resistance levels, kind of this chop here, and that's showing up as a bit of resistance on the first kind of day or after the first day we pulled up into it. So do we consolidate? Is this, again, leg, consolidation, leg, consolidation, leg? Is it going to give us that methodical structure hold back to the upside, or is it just going to chop sideways? Those are the questions that I'm asking here on Figma, as it's starting to look a little bit interesting once again here on the day.
I'm going to take a moment to thank our friends at, he's signal my throat.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
New traders, wow, listen up. First month, free. That's right, we're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with back testing, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips. All in one platform, don't miss out, execute your best trades now. Are you ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. Thank you, RAR. I just wanted to have this out so I could go RAR. I'm like, guys, I love playing with these puppets. Anybody who knows, I'm always walking by and I'm adjusting them and doing things to them. So it's nice to have them here and I can just move them around. I do want to actually address things here. Top BOIP saying Tesla testing low of days. I'm sure everyone is very pleased as punch to hear that I have not been making Tesla puns today, mostly just because I don't trade Tesla as much anymore. Honestly, Obi, I said I didn't find Tesla to be super directional on the way up. I didn't. On the way down, though, decent little downtrend from the highs. Yeah, I think low of day, we're going to have to go a little bit lower here, that 426. But Tesla's been honestly so choppy lately. If I zoom out, go to like a 15-minute, like it'll be up one day, it'll be down the next day, it'll be sideways the next day. Like, I will say from, I guess, where was this? From delivery day, we have generally been swooping lower, but even then not consistently. Like Tesla, it'll be kind of one if I see something shorter term, I kind of want to scalpel look at it, but it's not. I find it's one that I kind of avoid coming up with plans for pre-market because it's probably just going to ignore you and not care. So that's TSLA. That being said, yeah, honestly, I'm going to be honest with you, top VOIP. My top idea for Tesla would be that 429.50 rejection. Maybe it continues the downtrend, but it has been choppy today, and I would kind of wait to see if that chop continues. Also, Fed's bar talking right now. Again, like a lot of Feds saying that they're trying to figure out if the policy is restrictive enough right now. He believes it's modestly restrictive, and he said it's important to have good ceiling tools for the policy rate. But the reason I bring this up, guys, is because Kashkari at one point said, I just agree with everything you said, Fed bar. So I feel like Kashkari is just trying to cash in on that Fed appearance money. I'm joking, I'm not saying that. But I guess he just agreed with what Fed bar had to say, which makes sense because they have both been a little bit more on the hawkish side. And if people want Adara's Fed facts, this is not the time or place for that. I could rant about it another date. I have a lot of feelings about Feds. Glenn Smith saying Tesla's clearly being manipulated by big money. I wouldn't disagree. Like any kind of chop like that, like I said, I'm trying to avoid no man's land. CrowdStrike probably going to stop me out at 410s, but I'm chilling. I have no reason to run. So I'm going to wait and see what happens there. I do want to thank Joshua Davis for the $4.99 super chat. We needed Adara more often. That is very kind of you to say, guys. It means a lot to me to be here with you guys in the midday. But to answer the people in the chat, like, oh, can we get Adara more often? That's not my control. That's not my purview, right? I'm just grateful enough to be able to be asked and to be able to be helped out when people are out. And also, like, you know, I do the news desk. I'm very happy at the news desk, and I do give the news. But guys, here's the thing. I do still trade. So if you ever have questions about my plays, you can tag me in the chat. I'm not always in the chat, but I'll always be willing to say what I'm seeing in terms of what my specialty is or my niche or my it is more spready tickers. So I'm going to be probably less insightful or have less to say about, for example, the UI path or a small cap, but these will kind of be more my vibe. So yeah, thank you guys so much for the kind words. The point I'm trying to make is you might not see me trading every day or even more often, but hey, I'm just pleased as punch to be here with you guys when I can be. And my heart is always here with these markets because the heart, what's what it wants. I think that's Selena Gomez. And right now, you know, my heart wants these charts. And I'm going to, DHR, says Jameson, before we go back here, DHR, I feel like that's Danaher, and I feel like that is a Nizy. So why did I jump for, yeah, there we go. I don't know if it was, okay. I'm going to be honest, Jameson. Again, this is a stock where I feel like it's in a range, but it's not, like, I think you'd honestly have to get, you know what? Actually, the more I look at this, the more I actually really like this. Because we made a double bottom with a slightly higher low, and there's an uptrend. That being said, though, unfortunately, I don't really think you can get into this safely unless it comes back and bings that uptrend. I can't believe only 20 minutes left. Oh boy!
Oh boy!
What are you looking at as we head into the afternoon?
I got eyes on some of these baskets here on the day. Silver is what I'm watching. Maybe potential reversion happening there, but nothing too aggressive. But I do want to point out. So you said the word manipulation gets thrown around a lot, and it's funny that people utter the word manipulation, especially when things don't work for them. I always find that to be absolutely hilarious because, you know, if it's not working for you, you know, blame it on the manipulation. Great, classic. All right. But for sure, markets can get manipulated for sure. But here's the thing. There's good reason for that. Welcome to the market. If you think I'm not going to participate because I think, well, then, you know, sit on the sidelines. But you gotta embrace the fact that the markets can be like that at times, because that can actually provide opportunity, right? Maybe you can consider it manipulation, but what if someone is trying to get in and like they are price ignorant? What if someone is trying to get out because they have to get out? What if someone's getting liquidated and they have to get out? Right? You're going to call that manipulation? No, those are just things that happen. Those are occurrences in the market, right? So manipulation, sure, but you gotta use that word a little lightly, right? I'm just gonna go ahead and say that if you use that word often, you just got to get good. You just got to get a little bit, find a place where you can actually, maybe avoid some of that, or maybe even participate in some of that. So yeah, exactly. No free lunch for sure. That's you got to remember that. You got to. There's always a little bit of a struggle in trying to find your niche. But once you do, things are a little bit smoother as well. And then you can actually get in play with some of those manipulations that you see, the nuances of different kinds of price action right there. And yeah, big money's always trying to move stuff around. Well, yeah, guess what? This is a PvP game. So when a large fish swims by in the ocean, best believe you're going to feel some waves. So that's how I like to think about it. And whether or not you want to get pushed away by those waves and run away, or be like, all right, let me ride this wave, that's going to be on you. So I don't know, weird analogy, but I guess it works for me here. Let's see, what else do we have going on? You know what? I want to see what's been doing some strong volume on the day, because that's one thing I haven't looked at. I've looked at all my predefined kind of watch list stocks and layouts that I've been watching. I'm looking at the tech sector. I'm looking at the Mag 7. I'm looking at what I thought was in play in the morning. So those are the 3 watch lists in a sense that I have open. So that's a total of, I guess, 24 stocks. That includes the Mag 7 and some of the futures as well. So yeah, I scroll through those every now and then. But let's go through some of the volume leaders and see what they're up to. And sometimes they're easy to miss because staring at the large caps all day, you'll definitely miss some of the large volume runners, some of the runners that are doing the most dollar volume as well on the day. So here we go. Tilray Brands. Nice little opening range high that was broken through, so it gave you the opportunity to kind of take the breakout or even take the sustain of the opening range low as well. Failure to follow through below that, $2 hold, and a push a little bit higher through that, or all the way up to $2.32. So Tilray, that's a solid move off of the open. Now they had earnings, and we got that earnings continuation, right? So earnings day one, Tilray, pretty solid, if I do say so myself. NVIDIA, we saw that fresh all-time highs, 195.30s. I participated in this in the morning session, and I was just like, all right, well, this, in my opinion, was the best opportunity. So if something else comes along today, it better be just as good or even better. Let's take a quick look at what I did on NVIDIA this morning. I liked pretty much every price off of the open there. So I bought up anything and everything from I guess 193s to 191s and some change, getting a little bit more aggressive on the right side of the V, because yeah, I don't know how far it's going to drop. I think being light gives you that room to risk a little wider, and when it does come in, maybe you have some bad inventory, but you can really kind of start actually taking the trade on the right side of the V there. That's what I did. Reasons to sell, I might have been posted pretty aggressively up into this area, so that's why those arrows are just boom, 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 boom. As price kind of ripped up pretty erratically, just started taking out some of my levels there that I was posted on. The highest sells being in and around 194 halves. So I really like that, and I was like, oh boy, the reversion is coming in as well. I didn't really participate in the reversion, but yeah, 191s to 194 halves. That was a decent little scalp in the morning session. Thank you for that. So that was my trade on NVIDIA, and honestly, this is half the reason why I'm not necessarily participating in much else, because I'm like, what is as good as this? Right? I gave my risk and my time and the trade and the mental allocation to this trade in the morning, and I was like, okay, where is the next trade? And I want to participate in something that's just as good or even better. Have I seen anything like that? Google might have been one of them as well, but distinctly different from that of NVIDIA in terms of the reversion, but the reversion worked out pretty well, I would say. So that was the thing on NVIDIA. Plug Power, this thing's been running around for the past couple of days, relative volume as well, but nothing crazy today, just kind of revisiting prices from yesterday. Rigetti, I know that some of these quantum computing stocks have been taking a little bit of a chop here as we push some fresh highs, right? 48.23s and nice continuation. So bigger picture, these names have been coming in pretty nicely. Is this NNE? No, this is New Era Energy Digital. Why? NUAI. Oh boy. Sharif, have you been watching this one? NUAI, definitely. Oh yeah, I know for a fact Sharif has been watching this one and probably participating in this one as well. Look at this thing, all the way from $1.49 to $3 highs, up about 89% on the day. Nice grinding trend to the upside, expanding volume as we print higher and higher and higher, kind of telling you that more and more people are willing to buy higher prices. So great news for taking the trade and holding on for continuation until that price and volume starts to dissipate as well. So that was great on that one. BJDX. Didn't really have eyes on this one, but it seems like this one was a nice pre-market short. Blue Jay Diagnostics. Nice. That one in the morning. Didn't have eyes on anything like this. Big Bear AI. We know this one is a fan favorite for sure. That's holding a bit of a base on top of $7 for the past couple of days here. And I think we're starting to get into the volume leaders, starting to get low enough into the volume leaders that some of the stuff might not be as good. Oh boy, American Airlines. This thing had a catalyst in the morning, right? American Airlines had a catalyst in this morning?
It was Delta.
Delta. Yeah, you're right. Delta. I'm like, okay, well, what was this? Nice, beautiful reversion. Much cleaner fade than that of Delta Airlines. So when the airlines start to report, I think it's definitely good to watch their whole sector as well. So let's go quickly take a look at DAL. Look at that. Distinctly different. This was the one with the catalyst. This was the one with the pre-market move. Actual news with the earnings report, and then look at the sell-off being held pretty well. AAPL not as much, and you don't even see Delta on this volume leaderboard. You actually see American Airlines, which I find even more interesting. Beautiful fade all day on that one, on the gap up on news that really wasn't AAL's to begin with. So interesting stuff there. Navitas, LAES, Lays, I know this one as well. Nice little multi-leg runner on the day today, so beautiful stuff there. I know you guys are participating in a lot of these. I see these names in the chat very often as well. So AMD still kind of continuing to sell off, holding that 230 as of right now, trading at 231. So we're kind of getting a little bit of a chop, but you can see well within the downtrend. Let's just draw a bit of an indicator right here. Take the high, take some of these highs right there. Boom! Look at that, all day downtrend on AMD, but still within the area from yesterday where strong buyers kind of stepped in. So the question becomes, going into the end of the day, where we only have about roughly just over 2 hours, do we break this downtrend? Is this an unusual seller? I don't think so. We're just retracing some of prior day's action there. The question becomes, do buyers step back in? We know that bigger picture, AMD is pushing all-time highs. AMD is pushing higher and higher, or pushing for them and pushing higher and stair-stepping higher. So you can see that all-day selling, maybe the buyers step right back in on the break of this downtrend. That's what I'll be watching for. I got nothing else in terms of what I think is pretty strong. Grizz in the chat saying, can you take a look at SMCI? Sure, we'll take a look at SMCI real quick here. Sideways chop is what I'm saying. But if you kind of zoom in and you kind of break it down, take a look at this. The reversion of the bid, the reversion of the sell that comes in, the reversion of the bid that comes in. So it's been chopping sideways in a bit of a range, but if you're attuned to range trading, it's been giving you really nice legs to both the range highs and the range lows. So I think that's a good look on SMCI. And another thing, the range becomes even better if we're sustaining on top of prior, I guess, bullish or strength or whatever, right? It's stepping up. It's holding structure above some of these highs. So we talk about leg consolidation, and if you're observing leg consolidation, then what's the likelihood of that consolidation being a range for the day? Then maybe you turn on your range trading playbook. So I like the look on SMCI if you're trading it as a range, but bigger picture, this thing does look like it's winding up for something.
Yeah.
What do you got going on?
Oh my God, my throat decided to die while you were talking. Sorry about that, guys.
That's okay.
We're here.
If
I think
you
it's
want to
bad.
grab some water, that's fine.
It might have short-term atrophied. We're all good though.
Oh boy.
Let's talk here about AMD. So a lot of people in the chat saying AMD could be bouncing here. I agree. Double bottom, and we're trying to break off this level. And this level that we double bottomed was also the AVWAP from yesterday's open. That being said, my stop is still here above this level, so I'm waiting. If I get stopped out, I leave. If I don't, I will stay. I got stopped out of Meta. As I said, that was a short I was in. I had the least confidence in, but I still followed my plan. I attempted it. It did not quite work, but that's okay. Look, so I tried to get in on that kind of consolidation breakdown. Initially, my stop was here. Then I moved my stop to here.
Nice.
And then I got stopped out.
Yeah,
but guess what, guys? I followed my plan. So
there you go. Nice.
It's so funny. People keep saying that Obi looks like Snoop Dogg in the chat. And then I had to drop it like it's hot in my brain. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, I guess Ferrari kind of is still doing that. I'm letting my Ferrari hang out in the garage for now.
Nice.
So, I want to talk about path, though, because I did promise Sage might. I would look at path. So I'm not maybe going to look at path. I might look at path. I will look at path. Here's the daily. I'm going to be honest with you. I do think there's maybe a level of resistance we're coming into that was previously support around 1860. We're about 60 cents away. Sage, you mentioned $20. I think sometimes these levels are not always going to be $5 or $10 levels, right? So with that in mind, I'm not really sure it's going to be the 20. I think right now, if we can clear 1860, that'd be a great look. That being said, I did message you in the chat and I said, there's something about this chart I love. I didn't tell you what it was. So now I will. Sage, here's what I love about this chart. I think Obi will probably see this too. Look at this resistance level here, around 1775. Look where we double bottom, around the same level. This is support. I would even call it the double bottom confluence. I like the idea of it. I'm not going to force a trade in it just because I see it in front of me. That's when I get into trouble. But Sage, I do think, I think we might be able to get above that 1806 level, in which case I think we can power higher. But I'm no Sage. I'm just a girl looking at charts, asking for them to be tradable. Shout out to Notting Hill for anyone who got that reference. I'm going to be honest. I don't care for Notting Hill that much. My mom loves it. I don't really get it, but shout out to anybody who loves those rom-coms. I'm not that person. CrowdStrike, like I said, my stop is 510. We've wicked that area quite a few times. At this point, I'm kind of at the point where I'm probably going to get stopped out, and then you might again be, Adara, why aren't you leaving the trade? My stop isn't hit yet. I'm going to chill. So I'm just going to wait there and see what happens. I do think I'm going to grab water if you guys don't mind. So I will go do that. AMD, if you break above 231, I will get stopped out, and then I might go long, but we'll see. No decision yet.
Thank you very much there. Yeah, no, some solid stuff there. Yeah, a lot of people talking about I look like Snoop Dogg, dude. Like I don't see it. I don't know what you guys are looking at.
When the trade's on the chart, I'll drop it like it's hot.
Yeah, exactly, right. Dara dropping some bars as well. But yeah, what do you guys got eyes on, man? I got a few things that I'm watching for end of day stuff here. AMD being one of them. I want to see, like I just pointed out, that the all day kind of selling. Does that break on the day today, or are we looking for the bid to show up maybe at the end of tomorrow's Friday, at the end of the week, or maybe next week? Maybe we've had a strong week. We're up about 30. Well, we were up about 35% to start the week off, right? Now we had that strength. Do we finish off with a little bit of selling? Maybe, I don't know. We saw some profit taking on day one. We saw the strong leg that happened yesterday, and today we're seeing maybe some gradual selling as well. So yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know how you guys are comparing me to the Snoop Doggy Dogg. Shout out to him. I don't know, because he made music in a while. I don't know what. I remember the last song that he made was with Eminem, I think. I think Eminem and Snoop had a song recently. That's the last one that comes to mind right away. I forget which one that is, but yeah, let's take a look at NNE Dinkelberg. Thank you very much. So just check the daily for NEE. Next Era Energy, not the other one, not NNE, not Nanonuclear, which is two different stocks. But yeah, Next Era Energy. Let's take a look at this one. And you said on the daily, boom. We'll check a few time frames, not just the daily. With the move this thing's doing, man, you gotta step up some time frames. And oh boy, I see what you mean, Dinkelberg. Oh, I really see what you mean now. Oh boy, that is. This is poised for a bit of a move, eh? A little bit of a aggressive bid coming in here as well. I'm going to go straight up to the 3-month chart here because I want to see that action much better. Take a look at this. Would you look at that? This thing has been, you're telling me this thing has been trading since 1968? Are you kidding me? What? Come on, yeah, dude, you didn't buy it back then? What are you doing if you're not buying in 1969? Right? That's absolutely crazy. What a run up on this one. But I like the monthly structure here as well. Look at multi-year green months back to back on this one. And then when we start to come into this area, we just start getting absolutely crazy. So that's a really strong consolidation on a step up here. Where was this shake and bake? So this was the first crazy candle ever. And guess what? That was January. This is a 3 month, so this is the COVID drop, January 2020s, right? Since then, take a look at the volatility profile of this stock. Absolutely crazy on the monthly, and maybe poised for even higher, because if we're gonna step up into these highs like this on the daily, oh boy. So thank you, Dinkelberg. I'm definitely gonna be watching this one here, maybe on a higher time frame, and maybe we're gonna get intraday opportunities as well. All-time highs on this one being at 84.68. This is an absolutely beautiful chart. Talk about a higher time frame breakout potential on this one, but guess what? Real risk. We talk about real risk. If I'm buying this breakout at 85s, real risk, 60s. So if you're willing to take on that risk, you got to take a look at the legs that this thing has had, and maybe some potential push on that. That's how I kind of see it. Maybe you can tighten it up to here or even here. This was a bit of a level that I marked off earlier, 76, 70s for some reason. It seems like that was a bit of a grind and hold, and that's where we had this anchored VWAP coming off of as well. And once we broke what I thought was an initial a bit of a prior structure, you can see that acceleration coming in on the stock as well. So I like that. Poised for some fresh highs. So thank you, Dinkelberg, for checking that for us on the daily. That is looking absolutely solid. Marcos Morales saying, hope he looks more like Russ than Snoop Dogg. That's you know what? I'll
this is a man that would love that compliment.
Yeah, I'm like, hey, I listen to a lot of Russ, and I like his music, and I like the mindset that Russ brings. It might be a lot for some people, but you know what? It's definitely home for me. So shout out to you for that. I definitely like Russ. I like Russ. I like his style. I like his way of approaching the music industry as well. You know, he's mixed, mastered, and what does he say? Mixed, mastered, and produced. So he does that all by himself, right? So, and he owns his own label, kind of. Well, not anymore. I think he's one of the few guys that actually has a 50% split now with his label, because he brings a lot to the table, right? Yeah. So I like the way that Russ conducts his business. And you know what? A lot of rappers are spending money on this, that, and the other, and Buddy's buying apartment buildings. So, you know, there is a difference in terms of a business mindset that the man has, and I do respect him for that. So, a little bit of a Russ rant.
And fun fact, I went to see Russ in concert when I was 17 because we got a free album.
Oh,
if
nice.
we went to see it. And then he was really late and then blamed Winnipeg on the airport. So that's my impression.
Flight issues?
Yeah, but I don't know why it was our fault. Anyway, my fun little Russ caveat. I think we're getting a little rusty on this show, though. It's 3 hours in, Obi.
Oh, boy, it's 2 o'clock already.
Guys, thank you so much for being here with me. I do apologize for my voice deciding to pull a Ferrari and drive to the downside. But guess what? The market is too powerful for any voices to stop it. If we are ready, we may be ready. We are going to send you over to the fellas to our left. So get it, Bash Brothers. See y'all.
Take it easy, guys.
Please
See ya.
Oh, baby.
We're back.
Yeah, we're back. Smash the gym. We got in a session. We got some chess. We got some back. We also got some videos. So that's going to be making an appearance soon.
Your gym
sorry
videos?
about that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah? All right.
It's going to be like that, Joey.
Yeah.
It's going to be like that. We got the afternoon. It's a slow time.
So, you're ready. All right.
It's a little bit.
like that.
Oh,
He's
no.
like that.
All right, guys. We're doing it live right now. Okay, so here's the deal. Let's just get right to it. NUAI, I'm long NUAI right now through 270. We're looking for that $3 break. Good continuation on NUAI. It's knocking on the dollar of $3. Okay, knocking on the dollar. I'm losing it. Knocking on the door of $3. So we need that $3 break and take, and then we can add into said position. I'm also taking. I also took several trades here on Serve. SERV, I'm back in it right now. Initial entry. Oh no, Joey.
What happened?
NUAI just absolutely rocketed through. There is the 3, and there's the 310 print. Go, NUAI, go. Thanks, Obi, for calling that one out. This one's continuing to the high side, so we'll take prints there. Keep your eye on NUAI. This one is the hot one right now. But as I was saying, I was taking some trades here on your other friend, Serve Robotics, long at the, well, actually, I think it was about 55. We've wet the beak all the way up into 17. We started doing a dance here on the 5-minute chart. All these bottoming tail candles made me feel that people were buying this in the low 80s, mid 70s. So I got involved. I don't know how I feel because the downtrend is still intact, but those 5-minute candles were being bought up aggressively. I'm giving this one the old college try. We've got 90s on at the moment. It's showing me 87, so I can pack my patience. But the other one that I've got on right now, sorry, Joey, just one more.
No problem.
SYRE. We just got the beak wet there at 21s. We're looking for a hold generally of this 21 area. SYRE. It's been trending like a buy program, and then all of a sudden I get in, and it changes its tune, Joey. So we got 19s on. We're looking for continuation. We're going to be getting to the afternoon rundown. Guys, let me know, Assassino, when Brendo is ready. Just let me know. And Joey.
Yeah, let's go. All right, guys, looking for a futures trading platform that actually delivers without hitting costs. With plus 500 futures, you get free live charts, transparent fees, low margins, and an unlimited demo so you can practice until you're ready to trade live. Open an account and get started with as little as $100 with plus 500's powerful platform. You can access a wide range of futures markets, S&P 500, NASDAQ, Bitcoin, gas, Forex, metals, crypto, and more, all in one place. Plus, enjoy a welcome bonus of $200 in commission-free trading. Just scan the QR code on the screen, apply for your account today, and join over 30 million users worldwide who have already chosen plus 500. Guys, you know what time it is.
Yes, sir.
It's time for that afternoon rundown.
Oh, no, Joey.
Missed those days when Sharif was standing for this. We'll get back to that at some point. Welcome in, 2 o'clock on what has been a bit of a negative afternoon. Markets are continuing to grind, unfortunately, to the downside here. We'll have a look at the NASDAQ to kick things off. It was negative and sell side right out of the gate this morning after the gap to the downside. If you joined us in the pre-market, we were touching on a few reasons why that was. We had Powell presenting. It was a recorded presentation, but Powell presented at a Washington event that happened this morning. It was all recorded, though, so no Q&A. Really wasn't much follow-through from that. Yields higher today. We'll talk about the VIX as well, a little bit of an uptick back to the upside for the VIX this morning. Anyways, we're stabilizing right now. This 608 area, 608.50 area on the Qs coming into play once again. The low down here was more than 0.5% to the downside. That's how the scoreboard looks right now. As I mentioned, about 0.5% here for the S&P, about 0.5% for the NASDAQ. VIX upside to the tune of about 0.7%. The Dow rather also under a bit of pressure here this afternoon as we continue to grind lower. One of those days where if you were in individual names, here, let me refresh that for you, Andre, and we can hit that button again. Should be good now. If you were in individual names, lots of opportunities, lots of small caps moving around as the guys were talking about, but overall the opportunities in tech, opportunities in semiconductors. We started things off this morning with NVIDIA. Ends up being a bit of a choppy day. That's a 15-minute chart. The initial move probably tradable there. Better part of $2 to the upside right out of the gate. There was a whole bunch of positivity over the past couple of days, a little bit of follow through as far as analyst notes this morning, talking about what happened over the past couple of days. This was another deal they signed with the UAE, or at least green lighting, the U.S. government green lighting the shipment of some of these chips over to the UAE as well. When all is said and done, we're basically right where we started, guys.
we're talking in the likes of AMD. We're up 42% off of that breakout high, the OpenAI news. And same with the likes of NVIDIA. These chips have been on absolute monster runs. And seeing today's price action in session, it's justifiable, right? So when you're up 40%, you're up 20, 30% from those previous all-time highs, then we can't just go up in a straight line altogether. So I can totally justify what we're experiencing today. A breath in the market is much needed. We have the UAE news coming out with NVIDIA. We had that OpenAI deal. Watch out. We're going to cool off a little bit. We can't go northeast all the time there.
No, you can't, Joey. And the fact of the matter is, there's two Mag 7 names that are green on the day. One is NVIDIA, and the other one is Meta. And Meta is up 1.5, and NVIDIA is up 1.9, knocking the door of 2. So, quite frankly, this is the best looking name on the day. We closed out yesterday, Andre, if you can, at around 189 on the, that was the closing print from last night, and we're trending up. We made another new all-time high on NVIDIA, 195.30. It's a good look. And as Brendo mentioned, really this all comes down to the Middle East throwing their hat into the AI chip ring. And it's something that we knew plenty about, but we didn't know when it was going to actually happen as a result of Washington putting the kibosh on the actual sale itself, to ensure that they got guarantees from the Emiratis and the Qataris that this wasn't going to find its way into the hands of China, which is their biggest concern, because we're talking about Blackwell here. We're not talking about the H20. So I like this. But Joey, look, I like to put on my tinfoil hat at times, and the fact of the matter is, this deal got announced the same day that we heard about a Middle East peace agreement. Okay? I'm just throwing it out there. But, those two things may be coincidental. Maybe they're not. But the fact is they happen on the same day.
Yeah, the timing is obviously coincidental. But at the end of the day, it's good that they're going to start shipping those over there. And I wouldn't be surprised if the deal gets continuous. They extend their contracts and order more of these chips. Because, as you know over here, guys, the hyperscalers are still spending all of this money. And I wouldn't be surprised if they want to start to play catch-up with all their data centers and the UAE and the Gulf Stargate that is there, guys.
Yeah, and we heard about G46. That entire crew. Yeah. I'm not sure what the name of the Saudi company is, but we know that they're very interested, Joey. So I think we're just going to see more of this, quite frankly.
Exactly.
Let's go on to this little tiny one, just taking out the highs here once again. I was just checking, guys, 40 to 60, I guess, million US market cap on this thing, depending on where you look. And UAI just taking out $3 once again, if you missed it. Sharon AI teaming up with New Era's Energy joint venture. This is an Australian company, so this is on the data center side of things that's going to get them into the Texas marketplace, it sounds like. But if you zoom out a bit, that was the level, 175, 180 on a higher time frame, got taken out very early. Accelerating volume, however, guys, as we head towards the high of days here for NUAI.
And I was involved in this right before we got on, right while the midday was on. And I got in at 270. And the reason for that is, well, look, I missed the volume weighted average price. It was a beautiful textbook hold off VWAP on NUAI. It was very strong. It's knocking on the door of 100% on the day, 95, 96 right now as it bounces off 3. But I got back from the gym and I had seen this. We were completing this downtrend over here. And it's no surprise to me whatsoever the fact that this one held up at VWAP because it was on everybody's radar. This was as clean as you're going to see on a small cap gapper. It doesn't even break the 10 EMA on the 5 once on the way up. So that's as clean as it gets. It then obviously breaches the 10, it breaches the 20, but it bounces textbook off that volume weighted average price. And guess what? I was concerned, right, that we were bouncing back up. So this would be the initiation point of a bear flag, right? So I was worried when I got into this that we were just in the formation of the second or third candle retracement on the bear flag. But that didn't happen because we broke through that high of day, which was $3, and we continued into 18s. So quite frankly, I'm already looking at this as another area, Joey, to get back in. NUAI, to me, it's the best looking small cap gapper right now.
Yeah, I mean, you're up almost 100% at this point here, guys. And we can take a look at this name from a daily perspective as well, too, and just see the fact that, as Brando mentioned, the volume really starting to kick in. It started in early September, so there must be something going on. And then eventually you get that big news event right here, and you're just blowing past some of these key pivot levels. So that's not too bad. A base at $33. but you can tell by the volume profile that something is going on, maybe a little insider. The volume just isn't going to pick up randomly, and then sure enough, a couple weeks later, a month later, you get this big time move to the top side. So not a bad look whatsoever. Nice trading on that one there. NUAI, New Era Energy, up almost 100% at this point.
Just reading a note here, guys, on NVIDIA. Didn't really do much on this. We're bouncing a little bit right now. 192.50 ended up holding there. But a company called Megaspeed is poised to buy $2 billion worth of NVIDIA AI tech in the next year, according to the New York Times. About 5 minutes ago. That's a 15-minute candle, so you can see a huge wick forming here. Back to the upside right now for NVIDIA. Let's talk some Tilray back to the upside in the last couple of minutes here as well. We were sitting here this morning in the pre-market discussing the simple fact that making nothing was better than losing a little, essentially, was the lesson, I guess, to take away from Tilray earnings. Turns out they did shore up their balance sheet a little bit, and I think that's really where the positivity came from. They sold off some assets, cleaned up the books a little bit. Yes, they made absolutely nothing, but let's set that aside for a second. Maybe a little bit more solid footing to work off of here for Tilray, guys.
I like the way you set that up, Brendo. Absolutely. In all seriousness, though, this one was a good one for us in the morning. So it concerned me a little bit. And the reason I want to say that is because I got in at about 204. 204 was possibly a double top, right? Because we had already tried to break through that $2 area earlier on. I want to say, I can't see quite yet, sorry. That was around 7 o'clock. We lost $2, and then right at the open, right around 9, right before the open, excuse me, I got in near the highs because we were attempting to break them again. So then I was on the lookout for a possible double top, and my stop went below the V part of the double top, the V part of the M. So I said to myself, look, if this thing loses 190, it's all over. It's basically going to break down into double top, and you're caught long. So I put my DCAs right before my exits because I said to myself, if you're going to wait till here and to lose that 190 area, why are you not adding in the mid 190s? You're going to lose like what, 4 or 5 pennies a share on the DCA? Add into that area, and it was the right thing to do because it rocketed up. And then basically right out maybe 15 minutes after the open, 9:45, that's when it hit the bid. And then we got it at the top, Joey, and it continued to drop back down. But quite frankly, to build on what Brenda was saying from the fundamentals, it's getting better and better for this company. I mean, I think I don't want to say we bottomed out.
Yeah.
But the worst may be behind them now.
But see, the thing is, though, I think what's important to know just from an earnings report is like, okay, you don't have a loss. Like, even though it's relatively flat, it's baby steps. You got to start somewhere. You're not just going to go from negative earnings to something that's just absolutely parabolic and you're blowing things out of the water, beating consensus, everything along those lines, beating the estimates, and then you're just going to guide through the roof. No, I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case. So it's baby steps in the weed spot. So at the end of the day, it's not too bad of a look. In June of this year, we're trading at 36 cents, and then now you're up over 300% at $1.71 roughly to where we're currently trading at. So not too bad of a look. One step at a time. You got to be able to walk before you can run, and I think that's what we got going on in the marijuana space. I have no idea.
Dude, this is that they had the largest net profit they've ever had, Joey.
There you go.
So I mean, yes, they shored up costs. They had to do some stuff. So it's not just all organic revenue growth that's causing the net profit to boom, but facts are facts, and you like where the company is going. I don't know if it's investable. I don't have my money in it, so.
I mean, like, what you got to be you got to have kind of put your speculation glasses on at this point. And if you can get in at the lows, would I be buying it up here? Not just yet, but I mean, if things start to change within the American government, then who knows what can happen? I'm not even gonna. Actually, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna zoom out. And we can just think,
you're going to show them that this thing was like at $150?
Yeah, I don't know if this is...
Don't break their hearts. Joey.
Yeah, brother. I don't know if this is like
$300.
I don't know. I pray that there was a split or something along those lines, a reverse one.
Yo, Adara's calling you out in the chat.
Why? What'd she say?
She said, Joseph lied about the lunch. These beans are so spicy, it hurts. Look what you did, bro.
I never...
And Assassino's backing her up,
I didn't even have this beans.
Assassino's backing her up, so,
that's crazy. There was zero spice. I apologize, Adara.
No.
Yeah, now she's in a little bit of pain. My apologies. But at the end of the day, hey, we got to start somewhere on Tilray.
Brendo.
Or lentils.
Yeah.
They're not that spicy. I was just reading a couple things here, guys. As far as the overall market is concerned, a little bit of a downtick once again. Fed's bar seems to have wrapped up, making some comments still, but we'll see if anything comes of it as far as the market's concerned. Seems to have shrugged off last one essentially just saying they're going to have to decide again in October whether or not they cut again in October, which I think we already knew. Let's talk about UiPath. 2 days in a row, absolute monster here, 770 or 7.7 to the upside today on top of what happened the past couple of days. Long story short, if you zoom out a little bit, last Friday to where we are trading right now, 42% to the upside for UiPath. Fortune reporting over the past couple of days, a couple of times, this paragraph essentially talking about a major shift for this company away from the robotic side, more towards the AI-specific interface side of things. So maybe leaning towards what everyone else is doing and a little bit less towards what they might have been good at. But UiPath, guys, all kinds of volume behind this one today as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this thing has been looking good. It's been trading fantastic from an intraday standpoint. I mean, the options activity is most definitely starting to pick up as well, too, Brendo. We got 11,000 contracts there. That's relatively high from what we're experiencing. The at-the-money IV sitting around 180%. So the volatility being priced into the underlying asset as well, too. So keep an eye out on this name. We'll pull it up we'll pull up the charts on it as well to see what we got going on. And earlier in the session, it was one of the better traders, in my opinion. I'm glad to see that we're getting this continuation throughout the day. It's been a steady move to the top side, and I know some individuals that are involved in this via options and shares, so it's not a horrible look whatsoever. Right out of the gates, you haven't even essentially looked back. You have that one pullback through the volume-weighted average price, but from that point, it's just a continued move to the top side. Now, as from a daily perspective, you're breaking out. You're punching through some key resistance zone, 1604. You sit on top of that level after the open, and then it's a gap and go scenario. So not too bad of a look there on UiPath.
Yeah, look, Joey, I'm not gonna pretend like I really know too much about the company because I don't. It's not one that I follow all that much, but I like the space. Clearly, they're AI robotics. The overlap, Jensen made that very clear. He sees that as at least the short-term tailwind, that intersection between AI and robotics, and I happen to agree, obviously, with Jensen. But from the technicals, here's what I see. So we clearly bottomed out 11, 10 bucks, and now we're kind of, in this breakout area, right? We're well above the 50, we're well above the 100, and we're taking out key levels that almost go back a year and a half. But we're getting into an area where we may encounter resistance. And this is what I'm talking about over here. This May, I want to say late April, early May area bottom that really was it was holding us up before it absolutely dropped on that late May earnings report. So that level happens to be $19 to $20. Today's high is $18.08. So we're awfully close to that area. And that's not the only reason I like this $18 to $20 area. Take a gander at the resistance that basically ran from August of 2022 to the breakout in late 2023, or I want to say early December 2023. So this $18 area is a very, very clear technical area of resistance. And if the short sellers are looking, to get in, they're going to be looking at this area, in my opinion. So if we clear 20 decisively and they get squeezed, I think we may have something. We may start talking about 25 local area highs. But yeah, you got to respect this breakout. Good volume too. Look at this, Joey. Look at the volume profile on the breakout.
Start to pick up there.
Exactly. It overshadows all the previous volume bars. So you got to respect that volume breakout, Brendo.
Absolutely.
Wow, gold up 10% this week, guys. Just crazy. Let's talk about Meta here real quick. Sharif, you and I were discussing this a little bit off camera this morning. The simple fact that the stock hasn't participated whatsoever in this most recent move to all-time highs for not only the NASDAQ and the market in general, but tech specifically, down, in fact, over the past couple of months here. This is a daily chart. So 1, 2, 3 days in a row, we'll call it to the upside, including more than 1% right now after testing monthly lows, just going back 3 sessions ago. There's not much on this today, but better part of 1% to the upside right now, worth noting for Meta, Zuck and crew, maybe a little bit of a pivot back higher. Let's talk Tesla here to wrap things up. 2.9 million Tesla vehicles. We discussed this early on this morning, included in this FSD investigation, simply saying there's a potential for up to 2.9 or let's call it 3 million cars that they might run red lights. Nothing we haven't heard in the past when it comes to not only Teslas and Elon specifically, but FSD. Seems like they continue to target this technology. Guys, the stock doesn't care today.
Absolutely. Just to touch on what you were going on with Meta there, quick, Brando. I mean, 8% still off of those highs, so I think there's a lot of room to run. Maybe it's just a slight rotation that we're seeing into some of these names and stepping into Meta because it's putting in an absolute fantastic session. But as for the likes of Tesla, I mean, throughout this whole process, as he starts to expand his geofence, get into more places, FSD in full operation, we're going to have those bugs along the line. So at the end of the day, I think we'll be okay. He's got to decode them, going to get the software updates. And I'm sure that's all it is that needs to be fixed. Now, as for the actual stock and its price action, we've been on a big time run over the last little while here, guys, breaking out from multiple levels. You can see this price action consolidation. We were really starting to compress in price. So from here, we have those consistent higher lows, and then eventually we just snapped through that top. It was compressing the ascending wedge. And then not only that, look at the breakout volume that you experienced through this. It is day 2, but that can be classified as a genuine move. As we punch through key zones, you want to see the participants really start to kick in. And we've seen that displayed here on Tesla's volume profile without any form of questioning. But also, we're still down 10% from these previous all-time highs. I think it's only a matter of time and a couple catalysts away before it absolutely blows through that point.
Yeah, and we talked about that nice 420 level, and I really do mean that. I'm not joking just because it's Elon. But that 420 level is a very clear area of support, at least locally. It's been bought up. So, yeah, I know, do your TA, obviously, but that's where I saw it today. Now, separately, Assassino, with respect to the actual recall for FSD, it looks as if here, you know, this is what they're calling a preliminary evaluation, which is the first phase before the potential recall. And then if that, it's like an if-then, if that the NHTSA determines that FSD pose an unreasonable safety risk, whatever that means, then they could mandate a nationwide recall. Tesla wasn't responding, so we'll have to wait and see. So they're saying 6 crash reports while FSD was engaged, ran the red lights. 4 of those caused injuries, and they have another 18 complaints and 1 media report that detail instances where FSD failed to stop fully or misread traffic lights. I really wonder, though, whether this is pre 14.0 and we know 14.1 came out yesterday. And quite frankly, just for my own experience with FSD, Joey was in a Model Y. It was about a year, I want to say a year ago, maybe a year and a half. So I'm sure it's been updated multiple times since then. It was a year ago, Adara? Adara says it was around a year ago.
Video of that.
I did. Right? I can easily find out on my phone, Joey.
There was no. That was definitely in the winter time, was it not? Like
no. The sun was out. I'll check on my phone right now. I'll check on my phone. But here's what happened. So it was basically a ramp.
Yeah.
Straight. This is the road that was crossing my road. I was coming like this.
Yeah.
And then they had the right of way. They don't have a stop sign. They don't have a traffic light. I have a stop sign coming in like this.
Yeah.
So Tesla, the Model Y stopped at the stop sign, all right? But then it misunderstood what the other traffic rules were. It didn't know that the opposing traffic, the crossing traffic didn't have a stop sign. It thought it was a 4-way stop.
Okay.
Typically on the stop signs, when it's an all-way stop, it says all way, so it didn't read that. So to me, it was a little deficient in how it read things. So Joey, it was advancing and it was gonna get T-boned.
Yeah,
cut the crap.
Exactly.
Just have to hit the pedal.
So Sharif, I want to add to this point. So what I'm reading on the difference, and I was telling you this before when I was listening to the All In podcast and listening to the CEO of Uber. So the difference between the LiDAR and the camera system is that the LiDAR it sets up this kind of map where everything that is permanent, it documents and it collects it as data, opposed to what Tesla's operations are doing via just the cameras and everything along those lines. So the difference, I think, what we're seeing here is that the LiDAR would have been able to detect that, hey, this is already in the database, this is in the system. We know that this isn't a 4-way stop. We're not just going off of what the current system is running off of, and then it maybe been able to detect that the fact that it wasn't a 4-way stop, just a 1-way, because it's permanent.
Yeah, I know, but why can't Tesla do that as well? Why can't it be image reading through the neural network and also have pre-data stuff that's already, established? I don't know, guys. Do you guys know? Does Tesla's FSD include pre-programmed information like, speed limits, so it doesn't have to read the speed limit signs. We can do, obviously, an AI search. It's not that complicated, but we want to engage with you guys, obviously. So I don't know, man. Joey, like, the fact of the matter is I saw what I saw, but to be fair, it was a while ago.
Yeah.
So I'm sure.
I mean, a lot of things. You got to think about how we're in such the we're in such the early stages of this stuff. It's inevitable that these things are going to happen. It's unfortunate that you're going to have some bad accidents. You're going to be blowing past red lights, and hopefully it doesn't come at the cost of human life. But that's how just rules and everything along those lines are made. So I'm not too worried about it, considering that it's just still such a brand new technology, and we don't even really have mass adoption just yet.
No, we don't. And I've seen really good videos about, you know, the use case scenarios where traffic, you know, is not heavy, like on highways. Like, you can totally see this being a great method for long haul trucking. And you don't even, it doesn't have to even be black or white. Like, think about this. I mean, you could have the actual truck driver themselves only operate the vehicle when they're in the city, right? The other times they could be doing something else, or I don't know, like, you know what I mean? Like, or there could be like stations where truck drivers could pick up autonomous trucks and then they could drive them and say whatever. It could be some sort of hybrid system. It doesn't have to be a black or white kind of either this or that, you know? And even we've seen technology evolve. Like, look at hybrid engines. It wasn't right away from gas into electric. There was always that middle ground, that, you know, the transitionary phase. So anything's possible.
Let me touch on this here quick.
Yeah, man, let's hear it.
Look how important the weightings are in the market. Look what the queues look like, and look how NVDA looks like. It's essentially paying no mind to what Amazon and Meta have been up to, just continuously selling here. So yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. If they were all starting to, if all the big names were participating and NVDA wasn't selling off like it was, the queues would be putting in a new all-time high. Amazon's just continuously grinding, Meta's continuously grinding, so that's how important some of the weightings are. And NVDA being extremely heavy, it's interesting to watch, in my opinion. We're getting lit. I'm getting lit up here on this NVDA.
All right, yeah, I'll talk to the chat. Great comments from you guys. I'm seeing Ozan chime in. I'm seeing Ichiro chime in. Excuse me. Great comments, guys. It looks like. What's it called? The map data. It's a hybrid system with Tesla where it's also reading what it sees, but it also has some pre-programmed stuff. So you guys confirming that. Good look. I mean, we'll see what Elon does, but I don't think it's going to get worse, and that's the thing, right? Like,
no.
Yeah, and that's kind of my look there. All right, guys, let's get back to stocks.
Yeah. I'm
not liking anything. All right, let's just get right down to it. Okay, I don't like anything right now. Okay, I changed my mind. I like ZSPC. What a big boy breakout we have right now on ZSPC. Sorry, Americans. You guys always get upset about that. I like it. Look at this breakout right here. Oh, baby. There it goes through 150. It's climbing. It's making higher highs. It's making higher lows. And then it's doing bupkis in terms of volume. Then all hell breaks loose at around 115. 215, 220, and then the big boy breakout candle, 225, the current one we're on, into 179 high. This is a breakout right now. It's up 64%. 11.7 million shares traded on the day, provided of augmented reality and virtual reality education solutions, focused on both U.S. and so like K-8 stuff. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. I'm not seeing any new headline coming in, but, you know, we don't really need that for small cap gappers, Joey.
Yep. All right, guys. Each year, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S., yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Oragenics Ogen is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access, with the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027. Oragenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Yeah, today. All right, I'm getting out of this NVDA. I think it's just so much of a grind here. I want to participate onto the downside. I think there's going to be significantly more strength there. I think the sellers are stronger on today's session. So with that being said, we're south of the volume weighted average price on the TQs. We'll take that loss right there on NVDL. Let's see if we can get a move lower here on the TQs as we are at the top end of the range. And I'm willing to add, once we're able to break this 107.44 level, then we're going more south. We're going to add substantially to this position because I'm feeling that type of way. But it's crazy. The TQs are worth $107. Like, I was trading the TQs when it was worth 20, 30 bucks.
Yeah, yeah. I
in
remember
the
that
teens.
very specifically.
In the teens.
Yeah,
and it's
they're gonna have to split.
$107.
They're going to have to split.
You think they'll split it?
100%.
Yeah?
Yeah, they're going to want people to pile in.
To get involved
Yeah,
in
why wouldn't
this?
they, Joey? I mean, like, what does it dilute? What are you diluting?
Nothing,
Nothing.
essentially. Yeah,
You're getting the shares.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I will not short the TQs. I know why I'm short right now, Ozan. There's nothing much. I'm willing to short it to head back to lower, but if it breaks through some resistance, then we'll just get out. I'm looking to take the opportunities. I'm looking for potential trades.
Okay.
NVDA is weak. AMD is relatively weak, and some of the other bigger names. Tesla's slowly grinding. I mean, we have Amazon and Meta that are doing all right, but what has Apple been up to on the session?
It's a crap.
I mean, if these names start to rally, then I'm just going to get out of it. I don't want any part of it. Okay. But look at Apple today, just absolutely getting rinsed.
Rinsed, bro.
258 all the way down to 253. How are we on the daily? There we go. So Sharif and I were talking about this consolidation. So essentially what happens, instead of breaking up, it wants to just grab more liquidity, maybe fill a bit of this gap here. And then I think at some point it's going to go on its merry way. And it's the same thing with a lot of these names. And I love just buying some of these breaks and breakthroughs. Sometimes, like, it's not that easy, but sometimes the market's so predictable, even though it's frustrating.
Talking smack to the market. Bro.
Yeah, all day. I'll talk pure smack to it. Because
this guy's feeling some kind of way.
Yeah,
right
I am. I truly am. And there goes NVDA. But I mean, you can't be nice to this stuff. It has no emotions. So for me personally, it's like, let's rock and roll. If we're gonna head lower, then let's head a little bit lower. And there goes the TQs. Watch out for Amazon though. This is what I was looking at. Chase the Pax was like, hey man, this is gonna be a big time move, and I wholeheartedly agree with them. There you go, from around 220 all the way up to 226, so not too bad of a move there, Sure.
All right, I'm looking at several names right now. NUAI could be putting a possible breakout candle. It just printed. The first 5-minute candle will make a new high, and I'm interested. It just hasn't cleared the prior candle's high by a substantial amount enough for me to feel like maybe we're turning over here. So I'm going to continue to wait, and if that means getting a worse price, then that's the cost of doing business. Second of all, I'm now looking at Kaba. Kaba put in a range-breaking candle, 319. It took out prior candle high, and this one is up 32%. It's above VWAP. It's above the pre-market high. It's got 32% under its wings. So I'm definitely keeping an eye here. Now, it's slowed down substantially in terms of volume. It's done 25 2/3 million shares on the day, and the tape is barely moving. I don't like that. So we're going to have to wait because I don't think it's quite ready yet. And it's a very, very clear declining volume profile. It's much clearer on the black charts. Take a look right here, Kaba, CABA. Look at that volume profile, lower high, lower high, lower high, and there's really no end to that. So I'm certainly not interested in that at the moment. If that means getting a worse price, it means getting a worse price. And then last but not least, SPCE, the one that I was calling out, it's got a red candle right now. It's obviously a higher low because it was a nice breakout candle, but it looks like there was buyers stepping in at 65. At least that's the way it appears to me on the 1-minute chart. So I might be interested in getting in here and then maybe giving it to 55, which I also see as another potential consolidation. Now, this is a late day breakout, which makes me like it more because it is, catching a bid late day, not early where it's exhausted and, sellers are piling out. So I think I'm going to get in here and I'm going to have a couple of DCAs planned on this to defend 60 and into 55. Loses 55, it loses my interest. Adara.
Keep an eye here in Helen of Troy. This is actually an earnings play that was on our morning watch list this morning. Why am I bringing it up now? As you can see, their guidance here for fiscal 2026 GAAP EPS well below estimates. And Hedgeye issuing a short report for Helen of Troy saying that it destroys capital. Little pun here in the name of this short comment from Hedgeye for HELE. This is at low of days, still pushing lower. Not a great look. Back to you.
Fighting words, man.
Oh, I like it, Adara. That's good look. All right, Joey, what's going on?
Yeah, so I'm still short here, guys. We added into this, so we're getting really aggressive, looking to get that move down to 107.20 and even around the low of the day. If we break through this level, then I'm just going to get out. We'll take a loss on this one. I'm willing to risk essentially what I've got on going for the session, so that will put me more red if I am wrong on this thesis. But I'm going to be patient and wait for some solid opportunities. I mean, Tesla's starting starting to grind a little bit higher. Amazon's grinding and everything along those lines. But the thing is, I don't think that it's a long today. I could be totally wrong. You never know if you get a news catalyst, but if it's not a long, you want to go into the opposite of that. So we're going Oppo 107.30. We get that crack, we're heading towards that next level, and that's going to be 107.10. And if we see any form of momentum and velocity start to pick up, then we're going to add even more aggressively, even double up our current size, just because I think I want to make this potential trade. It's not an A+ setup, but I like the fact that the market is just chopping around. And if we can catch the top end of the range, then I like our opportunity and the probability for us to go back to the lower end.
All right, good look, Joey. Okay, we're in both. We're in NUAI and we're in ZSPC. Taking prints on both. Long on ZSP 68, wet the beak, 73, looking for 77s next. We're not out of the water. We have a higher low on the current candle, but clearly also a lower high. Also, keeping an eye here on NUAI and knocking the door of 3. It's putting in a candle that I don't like the look of this candle's jib, quite frankly, at all. We're long at 95, wet the beak at 99, but it's coming back into 95. So we're going to have to keep an eye out on this one. But CABA, I'm still interested in CABA, but it's just not doing the volume. Now, I mean, is the volume coming in sporadically? Big volume, that is, like you're getting 2,000 there at 20, another 2,000 at 20 and 2/3. So the volume is not coming in fast, but the order sizes are not too small either. This is going to require more analysis, obviously, by tape reading. Look at that. Look at that flood of prints that just came in. All these ones are deep prints too, so that doesn't please me either. So I don't know, Joey. I got to tell you, man, CABA's looking good here, but I'm just not seeing the volume. But I'm seeing the chart pattern that I like. I'm seeing the higher highs. I'm seeing higher. Let's just go in, man. We're going to go in, Joey. And look, if it rides trend here, we'll take some out at 26s, and we'll see what we get up there. So I'm involved in 3 names now, looking for continuation on all 3.
All right, Rich, buddy. Why be keeping an eye out for me, my friend? I'm all right. I'm doing all right over here. Joey, DK, NG. Let's take a look at DraftKings and see what's cooking up on that front. DK, NG, Donkey Kong.
Get it.
Okay, there you go. You're starting to get your recovery. Let's actually take a look at this name from a daily. I think that's going to be extremely important, considering you've just had consecutive days of aggressive selling, punching through that shoulder 1, neckline, shoulder 2, maybe potentially. You gap down 42.06 and then heading down towards that 32 level, which is not too good of a look whatsoever. And there goes the NVDA looking like it wants to snap through some resistance or some support as well. So bang, from that point, you're still down 30%. From this previous pivot high, guess how much we're down here?
How much?
34%. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, it's a tough look. Support levels in this area, you can see it bounce off of 32, 33, so not too bad. Good, solid session that we're seeing from DKNG there. And that's the thing. So I'm trading the Qs, and we got Amazon just continuously grinding higher, living in its own world right now. So we got to watch out for that just in case Google wants to bounce. Why do I have multiple of the same chart up here? Let's find something else to put up. We got Tesla, NVDA. We'll toss Tesla up there. Apple. I don't have that going on just yet. AAPL. Why are you laughing at Assassino?
Assassino, bro. He's quick with it, too,
he's
bro.
really quick with it,
He doesn't let you make that mistake, bro. You think you're going to get one by him?
You think, bang, exactly like that. So, no, but in all seriousness, you can see it's just been a choppy mess. So if we break through that level that I was talking about earlier, then we'll just get out of the trade and look for something else. It is the latter half of the session, so momentum most likely not to step in. It's grinding in whatever specific direction the underlying wants to trade in there.
All right, Joey. Just keeping an eye here, NUAI. All right, let's get in another little bit. We're gonna go like, where are we gonna go? We're gonna go like that. We're gonna go like that. We're gonna put it at 85. It's okay. So keeping my eye here on NUAI, definitely need this one to continue trend. It's got an indecision candle at 5 into 3 on the 5-minute chart into $3. I know that probably sounded crazy, but yeah, it's a candle of indecision, and I don't know which way this cookie crumbles. So we're gonna do the following. We're going to look to get in at 85. It loses 78. It's all over. So we're going to give it to area low over here, low of the area 78. So probably going to sit at the midpoint. So we'll see if this one continues or what its situation is. ZSPC as well is displeasing me. It's still putting in higher lows, but it feels like it might be a matter of time till that higher low situation ends up turning into a flat bottom break. Now, lower high, lower high, and here we go, another lower high with a 65 flat bottom. But that wasn't my plan, if you recall. My plan was to defend the 60 to 55 area buy zone. I see this as a good buy zone area. So that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to sit at 62 for an area defend. So we'll front run the level by a couple of pennies. This is the area that I like for an accumulation. We'll see if it comes down into that area and holds up, or what its situation is going to be. Ozan, please. Sharif, make
What's he
great
saying?
again.
What's he
I'm
doing?
doing all right, brother. I'm not bad on the day, actually, quite frankly. There we go. Now we get the ad on my friend is the SPCE. We got 64s on now, so let's go ahead and throw out some orders for a nice pop back up. That's the situation. So we're going to see exactly what we get. Yeah, that's good. Go like that. And then we're going to see what we get there. Keeping an eye on Kaba as well. Where's my Kaba trade? That one's doing nothing. We're in at 21, and it's showing me 21. So as I expected with my very annoying friend Kaba, it is a slow one. Charles Lineback. Sharif, can you look at NXXT? I remember this one from a couple of days ago. Let's take a quick look, see what that bad boy is up to on the day. NXXT. Sounds like NXT, that, WWF.
Remember that show? Oh my God, Sharif. You know what I stumbled across on YouTube the other day? Remember that show, MXC?
No.
Most Extreme Challenge?
Oh,
with the
ringing a bell.
They were doing like the voiceovers.
Let's load it up. Is that the one where like there's an obstacle course?
Yeah. Oh,
yeah,
brother.
yeah, yeah.
And, yeah, I honestly I'm like, oh my God. It was easily the most. Just go MX.
This one?
Oh yeah. Those two guys were absolutely hilarious.
That's crazy.
Yeah, my grandpa. Yeah.
That's the dubbed version for Fabian.
Yeah,
Okay. Oh, that's why it's 6 hours.
Yeah.
So Fabian's like, this is a stitched
right,
up
yeah,
compilation, of a bunch. And it's a parody one, so there's a voiceover.
It's not even close to what they're saying.
I'm gonna have to watch this later.
Oh man, it's so hilarious. It's not even funny. The things that they say, it's like, there's no chance you could say that on TV today. It was actually one of the greatest shows.
Time,
it was a different time, man. Different time.
Yeah,
everybody wasn't so easily offended, I guess, at the end of the day. But there it is. TQs, we're still holding on to this, man. We're adding into this position.
Spike TV?
Yeah,
what
exactly. It was Spike, man. A lot of good things
like
on
that
Spike.
Anymore.
No,
Toxic
masculinity. Yeah,
right?
go on. Out of here. See you later. We don't want any of that. But as for the TQs, guys, key resistance level. Excuse me one more time. As soon as we break through this zone, I'm going to get out because I'm substantially heavier now, looking for the market to continue to bleed. You're getting that pullback in Amazon. Relatively shallow, though. Keep that in mind. I highly doubt that we get all the way back to the volume-weighted average price. Apple starting to put in a potential new low as well, heading towards that area, and Google's just hovering around specific zones. But look, see, that's the thing. It's like NVDA gets a little pop. Guess what? The NASDAQ wants to pop as well, too.
Oh.
So, yeah, there we go. I'm going to hop out this short momentarily. Sharif, what do you got?
No problem, Joey. We're keeping an eye on Kaba here because, like it or not, it is not doing the requisite volume, but it's stair-stepping up. So we've got the breakout through 20, and now we're riding into the mid to low 20s. High a day, 34. Looking for profits at 26 on CABA. Keeping a close eye on that one. There's 25. We're getting the move now on CAB. It's up 35%. You're not really getting the rocket ship kind of movement that we've all come to expect with small cap gappers and small cap gapper like stocks. But, if it's later on, we'll take the stair step up. No problem there. So that's what I'm looking at right now, CABA. We've also got NUAI on. We've got a couple of pennies in the money on that 85 ad. Recall, we were adding at this level because we were going to say this is going to be the end. Right there, 78. This is the end.
This is the end.
My bad, bro. My bad. I know. I do things like that.
That's all right. That's
They
all right,
just
brother.
come into my mind.
Same,
like,
man.
and then
Sometimes
it's like, yo, I got to
like-
expel it. You know what I mean?
Let it release.
You like that movie, Skyfall?
The James Bond?
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's the Adele song. This is the end.
Oh, okay. What's
Right?
the one when our?
It's called Skyfall, I'm pretty sure. No?
I thought that was what's Billie Eilish.
No, I'm pretty sure it's Adele. Is it?
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure Billie Eilish does one as well.
Oh yeah. Well, I wouldn't put that past her.
What a voice, eh?
Billie, look, bro. I give that one credit, bro. She's got one.
Eyes.
All right, we're doing it live right now on NUAI. Is this one starting to put some higher highs here as we accumulate into 3? So I'm happy we did add into that higher low area, and right now we're showing 94s. I'm waiting on the north side of 3 though. Okay, so we're 95 now. We rejected at 3 last time, but most notably this time we put in that higher low. So yes, we know we're going to encounter resistance at 3, but we know for a fact that the buyers were more exuberant this time around than they were previously. How do I know that? They bought it at higher levels. That's all the proof I need. So I'm waiting at 3 for a breakout come what may. Keeping an eye, of course, on CABA. We get the print at 26s. Please this punch, as Adair like always says. We're now going to set up another profit taker, and we're going to put it north of 30. So we're going to throw it there, and then we're going to see what we're going to get. And then ZSPC. This one's the one that's giving me trouble. It's coming in here. We got the ad. We're still waiting for that mid or accumulation zone ad. It looks like it weaseled down into 57s, didn't print me as a result of the cross, and now it's showing me 60. So displeased with that, because I would have definitely liked to have had that lower print to adjust the DCA. So keeping tabs on that. Also keeping tabs on NUAI. We just made a lower low on the 5-minute chart. So this is a bearish engulfing candle. It has a higher high and a lower low relative to the prior candle. This is the kind of crap I don't like, right? Because it throws off the whole assessment. So we're going to have to deal with what we've got. We're keeping an eye on NUAI. Joey, what do you got?
All right, cool. Good look there. So this is going to be our final ad. We're just starting relatively small. We are getting a little bit more aggressive. We did break through this area. It's been a choppy one. Tesla's continuing to grind, so I don't want to hold on to this too much longer. If it doesn't want to come back in and break some of these resistance zones, we'll just hop out of that one and save face at the end of the day. So as for that, let's go through a couple of our scans. I got to keep my eyes on what we got going on here. Let's get that scan rocking and rolling. Eyes on the TQs in the moment. So as for our scanner, guys, there's nothing that I'm seeing that I like right now. There can always be those opportunities. So let's get this up here for you, so I can also see what I've got going on. All right, we're going to do that ad, and then we're going to run through our scanner here momentarily.
And now for some exciting news out of Canada for sophisticated traders on this stream. Beta Pro by Global X Canada, Canada's largest provider of leveraged inverse and inverse leveraged ETFs, has just launched 6 new triple leveraged, yes, ETFs, offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and on U.S. Treasuries. And if you want even better, they're offering a special fee rebate. They're dropping those pesky management fees down to just 65 basis points, all until New Year's Eve, December 31st, 2025. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, which offers the potential for pure performance and exposure. So, if you're a tactical, sophisticated trader and you're looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. Shout out to the good folks.
Shout out to them.
Beta Pro. So that is the look there. All right, what's our situation over here, Joey?
Oh, hold on 1 second. Sorry, Sharif. Sorry there, brother. Let's see what we got going on. We're going to run through, oh my days, Mara. Okay, so not too bad of a look there. Hammer candle print. Look at the volume supporting it there. So yeah, we like what Mara's got going on right now. It's kind of late. That ship has sailed. So if we get any pullback into VWAP and it holds, I like our chances on a potential long continuation there. What has IBIT been up to? I haven't been looking at it. Still weak, guys. There's no real buy program setting in. I think it's more or less a cover rally here. So you sell, you're down 3% roughly on the session, and then now you're just slightly starting to recover, and you get that breath in the overall market. So that's what we're looking at. CSLK, clean spark. Okay, hammer print there. So we're kind of a little bit behind on the ball. This QUBT was the quantum space. A lot of overlapping candles. I would struggle right here, just due to the fact that it's overlapping. This is chop mania. As Adara said, this is like chop the steak center, so we don't want any of that steak whatsoever. Now, as for BM&R, not too good of a look either, but at the end of the day, we're still short the TQs. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a move lower. We can see that we have this 5-minute trend line. If that holds up, if it snaps the back end of it, then we're going to hop out of that trade.
Snaps the back end. That's not a good look, Joey.
Snappy.
All right. Man, I just got a message from Patty, man. Well, I missed that guy.
What's he saying?
Bro.
Oh, man, I haven't heard from him in a while.
What he's doing these
What's
days?
he doing?
He's got a new Production, he does a lot of production, construction production on sets and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah?
Stuff.
Oh, okay, okay.
Shows, he's doing all that kind of stuff.
That's good for him, man. Yeah, that's good.
Look.
That's good.
Which is perfect for him, right? Because like it's all.
Oh, does he work for like the production? Was it WWW or something like that? You know which one I'm talking about?
No,
the one that you see around the city. It's like WW.
Yeah.
You know which
I'm
one
pretty sure he's doing independent.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah,
There you go, bang.
Company.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Shout out to BPI, baby.
Shout out
Patty
BP.
Ice.
Yeah.
All right, look, Bovin calling out a good one over here. LAES, near days highs. It just actually worked into that 70 penny level, pulling back a little bit off the 10 EMA. This is the 5-minute chart on LAES. Let's throw in the ticker and take a look. Yeah, I mean, clean area hold, $0.50-ish. It does lose the $0.50, but generally holds it. Holds it at the 10. You're still lower highs, so I'd be concerned about that. I'd be looking for continuation above 65 to test the high of the day, 72. So that's a look there. I mean, it's not a bad look. Bovin, definitely work into this. It's already on the side chart here, so we'll keep taps on that. But NUAI is losing the bid, and I think this is going to be the end of the trade for me on NUAI because it looks like it's going down to VWAP. And I don't need to DCA into an oblivion. I can just know that I'm wrong here, cut the trade, and then get back in at the volume average price because this has lost the bid. So that's the end of that trade. So we'll give back a little bit on NUAI, but we'll stay positive on it on the day. So all good there. Looking for continuation now on CABA, which we did. We got that print into 29s, but we did not get the one north of 30, so we'll be packing our patience on that. And then ZSPC coming into that area, so we did get the fill there. We've got 62s on. We're showing 59s, so we're out of the money. So we need to get in the money, so let's put in a beak wetter there at 64s. And then we want to load up a LAES now on the trading screen. So we have NUAI on both. We don't need that. Let's load up LAES on said trading screen and take a gander at what's happening right now. So we got a higher low on this current 5-minute candle, prior candle low 54. This candle low, I know I'm grasping at straws here, but it's 55 and it's trading near the high end of the range. So I wouldn't mind riding the trend here with maybe a prior bar low break. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Let's get in. Oh, come on, bro. Seriously? There we go. Go ahead,
Sure.
Joey.
Yeah. So, okay, the chat's been mentioning Palantir. Palantir going nuts on today's session. Wow, look at this volume step in. Something must be going on here in PLTR, but a big time breakout. You punched through that previous high of the day. This is the opening wick high, and then now you're starting to continue. Most definitely the volume kicking in. Is Palantir alive once again? It's looking like it, guys. Boom, it's alive. 185.66. We're not too far away from that high. Only a couple points there, guys. Adara, talk to us.
I found this on Palantir. It came out this morning. Palantir receiving a $385 million VA contract for National Center for Veterans Analysis and Statistic Platforms. So that's what's happening here for PLTR. That came out pre-market, not seeing why it's moving up now, but for some context, back to you.
Right on. Thank you very much for that, Adara. So yeah, guys, you can see it's just like build. As long as we don't break this peak, we're going to be okay. So yeah, we're going to continuously do so. The volume stepping into the downside, and these pullbacks are relatively cool. So as long as the mags start to participate, we break through some key support levels at 192 on NVDA. You get Amazon to get a little bit of a pullback. Even though I'm not really expecting that, just due to the strength, it's going to be micro pullbacks and shallow breaths. But we do have a steady downtrend on the Qs that we're looking to hold up. Let me draw for you guys over here. So 5-minute time frame, you have this move over here. As long as that holds up multiple touches across this realm, now we want to have the strong rejection of that level and then head lower into 107.30s and even potentially the low of the day. I think we have to be extremely patient on this one, but the continuous rejections are giving me some confidence within this setup, Sri.
Good look, Joey.
Yeah.
Good look. All right, wishing you the best on that,
Thanks,
obviously. All right, keeping an eye here on ZSPC. Looks like we're finally putting in the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. So let's see if we have now started to turn. It's up 50%, and again, it's a late day runner. So I typically like these ones a little bit better, these late day runners. It's not a hard and fast rule, just an observation, anecdotal mostly. Looking for the first print here at 64, showing me 62s. We got 62s on, so we're not really asking for much here. So we're gonna keep eyes on that. CABA. Pulling back into the 10, showing me a bit of a hold off the 10, looking for continuation above 30. That is where we're waiting. 331 for the print there. And then LAES, where's that trade? There it is. Boom. Nice.
Boom, boom, boom.
Good continuation. Shout out to you, Bovin, for calling this one out into 65. We're looking now for 69. It's a 72 high a day. So I do expect some resistance into that 70 to 75 penny area. Hence why I'm setting up on 69. You guys know where I'm setting up, man. I don't know.
Setting up, man.
There we go. 67's now showing up, Joey. All right. Shout out to Denise. Get it, Denise. Hope you're printing up multiple storms on your side of the screen today. I hope everybody's printing up multiple storms, man. And that's why we got this animation.
All right, I'm out of TQs, by the way. It just blew past that, so we got to get out of that. We got out of that really, really quick there, Sharif. Google's starting to rip to the top side, breaking out through that 2047 and starting to get really rocking and rolling. So I'm looking to participate in that one. Let's get involved in some of this Google, see if we can get a big time break and a continuation up here.
Looking for it, Joey. All right. We're going to keep us posted on that. Joseph Wilson, keeping an eye here on LAES. Still focusing on this. But I also want to point out SYRE. I had a bit of a trade on this one earlier. It kind of lost the bid. And then it found support in no man's land. And I was like, okay, well, it's clearly one that I don't understand. So why force a trade on it? But here it is, catching a bit again and looking to take out $21. It's a $21.50 high of day. It looks like it found the print here support at the $0.50. It's not any moving average or any previous area of technical support or resistance that I would have gauged. So I don't feel too bad about not executing here on SYRE. But look, it doesn't mean you guys can't. So it's a good look here. Keep your eye on, though, the trend with higher highs and higher lows. Serve Robotics, multiple trades on this today, and the trend is clean. Look, you're not exactly making higher highs on every trend, on every, bounce, but you're getting clean bounces off technical areas. Most lately, you've been getting clean bounces off VWAP. You got it here. That's where I got involved at around 130, and you're getting it again. I missed this one. I should have been more alive to that. It's a 50 penny winner. Even if it is making a downtrend, it is finding support at the volume weighted average price. SERV is a ticker I'm referring to. So keep tabs on that, Joey. How we doing here on LAES?
How you doing?
Go ahead, Joe.
No, I was saying, how you doing?
How you doing?
Yeah, how you doing?
We're all right. We're all right. We're waiting for a print here at 69 on LAES, but it's zigging and zagging. A little 68 here, a little 67 there. So not quite making the print there.
Okay.
Yeah. I was gonna mention something, but it's slipping my mind at the moment.
Okay, all right.
Here we go. Oh, here we go, Joey. Oh, there it is. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
There is the print on LAES. We get that 69 print, and here we go. We are now knocking on the door again of that high of day. It is 572 high a day. So we're going to go and keep an eye on that. And we're going to shout out Ozan. You were going to say 69. Nah, I took the print at 70, buddy. All good there. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, I mean, we have the NASDAQ here on watch. We do have Donald Trump set to meet with the president or the leader of Finland here. That's going to be happening. 3 p.m. is when they're going to do the greeting, and then they're going to be having as well after the greeting. There's supposed to be a meeting between the two. It says closed press. Usually these bilateral meetings are open to the press. I'll have the stream on either way. I'll keep you guys posted. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. How you doing over there, Joey?
I'm all right. We're going to have to hop out of this this good old trade there and probably there on AMD. So yeah, that's all right. We took some losses on that one, guys. Patience on this one. So I got to sit on my hands to see if we can find anything else. It's just been an absolute chop day. You can see that Google breaks out and then doesn't want to continue. The volume not really stepping on that one. So I got to be patient there. And then we took a loss on AMD as well. So keep our eyes on this one. See what we got.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, guys. We have that.
Thank you, Brando. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. All right. Yeah. That sounds good to me. Yeah. So right now I'm sitting on my hands. We had the trades earlier in the day on NVDL. That was definitely the best one of the session as the market NVDL started to really come back in. We tried an additional long there, and then this is what really mattered up onto that one. So I got nothing really. We're in power hour, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
Let's see what we can get anything on the imbalance.
I got to tell you, Joey, I'm starting to like ZSPC less and less. And the reason is locally here on the 5, we're putting in topping tail candles. Now, I don't want to start judging this one badly too quickly. We did have that same topping tail candle problem in the candle at 210, 215, and 220. And then we got a rocket breakout, right? So maybe it is within its kind of regular nature to put in these topping tails, but you know, I'm already, I'm at the level that I like. This is the accumulation zone that I was gauging. So if it loses this, I got to get out. I got 62s on, it's showing me 59s, and it's not continuing through any area highs over here. So I am kind of concerned about ZSPC. That's the bad look there. Clearly on LAES, feel good about that one, looking for continuation there. And then here we go again on CABA. This one is working in again into the area highs, looking for that print at 30. We'll wet the beak over here to just a de-risk, but we're going to continue to wait for that print at 30. 30 does seem to be a bit of a staunchy resistance level, so enough to get through that. And that's basically it. Just looking at some of the chat there, seeing what you guys are talking about, seeing anything new, any small cap gappers that you guys may be looking at, let me know, because it's always hard to, you know, just keep your eye on the scanner all the time, but that's typically where I do find them, guys. It is the scanner, and the scanner, that you can probably tell, is on the top screen. And the way I filter my scanner is by change percentage on the day. So the top gappers are the ones that are going to show up first, and then I have like different columns in my scanner. I have change percentage, change since open, changes like the regular change percentage. That one starts populating at 4 a.m. Change since open is 9:30, so I like that. So it kind of gives me the idea which ones were doing well in the pre-market and which ones are doing well after the bell. Then I also have volume, average volume, 5-minute volume as well. I put 5-minute volume on there as a column because I want to know the ones that are doing volume now or recently, you know what I mean? Rather than the ones that did volume like a few hours ago or in the morning. So I have a bunch of different columns up here, as well as, you know, the amount of shares that are possible, that are available for short. That gives me a general idea about how easy to borrow something is for short. That way I'll know, you know, maybe I have to expect some upside resistance because, well, it's an easy borrow, right? You don't really need locates. So there's a bunch of different columns that keep up on my scanner that help me kind of filter the ones that I want to keep my eye on. I just thought I'd throw that your way, guys. Joey.
Yeah, I was just chatting to Obi here over there. But yeah, at the end of the day, let's see what we got here, guys. Waiting for that prime time setup. There goes Palantir, still continuing on that path, climbing higher and higher. AMD starting to grind a little bit back towards those highs as well too. So you get that pullback there. So yeah, let's see what else we got going on. We can go across a couple names. What are you guys looking at here? I have one. Thank you very much. So let's see what else we got. Yeah, I know for sure. Absolutely, OB. Absolutely. I think a lot of it, anyways, our conversations between us. Apple in reverse. Now let's take a look at AAPL. I have a few, like, what's going on with Apple? Okay, so it's slightly breaking out as well too there. Google's climbing back. AMD just still hovering around the lows. I just think the momentum is most definitely to the downside. But Apple's slowly grinding. You got to get in at the lower end of the ranges there. So patience on that one. So yeah, what else you guys got going on? Robinhood. Yeah, let's take a look at Robinhood. Tesla been an absolute grind here to the top side. So not too bad of a look on that front. Amazon, see, this is what I'm talking about in Amazon, just micro pullbacks. You just get small breaths. So if you have the ability to get on some of those dips, I think you'll be doing just fine. NVDA is starting to climb back towards the volume weighted average price as well too. So a couple things in there, but nothing that's intriguing to me right now. So I'll have to be extremely more patient. Yeah, 100%. So yeah, what other things are you guys looking at? Did someone say Amazon? I did chase the packs. I did. Yeah, so let's run our scanner here so we're not just going over the same names. We want to talk about a couple things that are slightly different here. QuantumScape, bang, not too bad. I mean, off of those lows, that's a pretty good look. Ford, okay. QBTS. See a lot of this sideways price action. What's SoxL been up to? Same thing, relatively just a nice steady downtrend here. Boom. And see if that looks to hold. You break that and sit on the back side of it, then sure enough, let's see what we got going on. NU, liquidity issues over on that front. AMDL. Okay, yeah, there it is. So this is the 2X long. Someone asked me about what's the difference between NVDX, I think it was, NVDX. So that's just a different provider, someone who is offering those shares. It's a 2X long, nothing different than what NVDL is there, just a different provider. BMNR, where are we? CRML, criminal, and we know Shreve's been trading this for quite some time, so not too bad of a look there. SoFi, not much. IREN. Again, yeah, I think this is just the narrative here, guys, on today's session. Wow, AMD, you really were looking to climb back higher now? Wow. Okay, yeah, that's a little frustrating. There goes Tesla, putting in a new high of the day. So not too bad of a look. Here's the loss that we took on AMD. It was relatively quick. I just decided to get out. I'm like, all right, we were heavy on it too. Get out through there. Even though you're not essentially wrong, but just due to size, you have to tighten that stop. But now it's starting to move higher. Yeah, that's a little frustrating without any question. Yeah, I know. Dang, it is right, my friend. Dang, it is right. And then here's the TQs breaking through that trend. So watch it snap, volume weighted average price. And who knows, with these big names starting to recover, you can get a nice move in the overall market.
Yeah, we just took out the high there, guys, on LAES. We got the beak wet there at 79. It's breaking out, though. There it is into 80. 81 is the area high. It's showing 81 right now. So, yeah, let's see. This looks like it's going to squeeze into 6. Late day mover. I want to say it was doing, no, that's inaccurate. It was doing volume at 11. It was doing volume at 10. So it's been on the radar all day. I didn't have tabs on this one earlier on, but here we are. Shout out to Bovin for pointing this one out. LAES, good look on this one. ZSPC is, I don't know what the hell to make of this. We're still, 1 penny out of the money, so I don't want to get out, but I haven't taken any prints on it. But this one, let's talk about CABA. This is pulling back into the 20. It did find support at the 20 last time. We're going to get in here with an exit at the break of 10. That's the area low, so we'll give it to around there. We're looking for continuation here on CABA to hold on to that area. We didn't get the print. Even though it did breach 30, it went to 31, but you can see I didn't get the print. So we didn't get the print at 31, which is frustrating, but that's the way it is. Is there a strategy to sit on the midpoint at a gateway? Because on ARCA, I can't sit on the midpoint, so I have to use a specific gateway to sit on the midpoint,
I think that's a good question for Jose and Obi. Yeah, there you go.
Let's bring in Ob. Ob, grab the mic if you can, brother, because you give us a lesson right now about this, because this is important stuff. Assassino, he's going to come in if you want.
What's up? About what? About midpoint?
So here's my conundrum, Ob. At times, I'm having trouble getting prints on the small cap gappers, and what's end up happening is they go. Let's just say I'm waiting at 37, Ob. It's a 1 penny spread. It'll fill at 36, but won't fill at 37 unless it crosses 37 and goes to 38.
Okay.
So is there a way I can sit on the mid print, like a 36 and a half? Yeah,
of course. So we here at Real Trading have access to midpoint orders. Now every kind of gate can provide you that. You can get MIAX mids, you can get ARCA mids. You can see if every single gateway does give you midpoint access. We do have that. But my question is, if the penny is the spread, why not just take out the ask or take out the bid? Why not remove the liquidity? Right, because the small caps move pretty aggressively.
When you're trading small caps and the moves are 1 penny.
Yeah. That's fair.
It makes a big difference whether you're getting it there or you're getting it.
So you're basically saying that you're sitting on, like, you're providing liquidity and not getting filled.
Put Obi and I. Yeah. Okay. All right.
So what you're basically saying is that you're passively putting in orders but not getting filled.
Well, because
you want to try a midpoint.
The
that's
obvious
fair.
reason is because it's not crossing, right?
Yeah.
And so the strategy is just to get on. I know there's a gateways that I can use mid prints, right?
For sure. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So even in the gateways that you already have set up, say you have an ARCA gateway, when you go into your menu, you can select the same ARCA but choose it as a midpoint order instead.
Okay. So I need a special key then. I have to.
Yeah, you just have to. You have to have midpoint keys. So you have the ARCA regular keys. You just have to program the midpoint keys. But yeah, that's all.
There it is.
Yeah.
Obi, he is the one. Kenobi coming on
Obi
the
the
mid day.
there goes Google. There goes Google too. Like right back to VWAP, but nice slow curl over. Got too aggressive right off of this one, putting the stop right at the top end of the range, and then sure enough, you hold that level and you grind higher. So patience is really key. Note that down. If you see that breakout, don't just chase it up here. We did get a little pop off the initiation of entering the position, but that pullback just too heavy for us to hold on to it, and then you can see the strength displayed within the tape as well. So keeping an eye on that. Apple curling over too, guys. So we have the cues on the backside of the trend, which is absolutely phenomenal. So yeah, let's see what we got going on. I would be surprised if I take anything else throughout the day.
I don't really have anything, Joe.
Yeah, okay, you don't got anything? All right. Well, I mean, want to go
sitting
over
in the same positions, to be honest with you. We're still in Kaba here,
Okay.
Joey, but
All right.
actually we got stopped. No, we're in Kaba at 15s. We had to get out a little bit because it was approaching that $3 area. I don't mind picking it up at $3, but that's basically it. That's all I've got at the moment. ZSPC is definitely not working. That's gonna have to end right now. I'm gonna get back into NUAI though if it starts making higher highs and higher lows. But ZSPC, this is the line in the sand that we were talking about. This $0.50 has to hold. I realize that the volume weighted average price is at the $0.50, but I don't want to keep DCAing, especially with with the lower highs. They concern me. Certainly, I'm not a big fan of the lower highs right now, Joey.
Okay. We'll go back to our scanner here. Let's go over some options activity as well. We can do both of those. Let's pull up our O chain, and then we also got. Where is this thing? Oh, okay. I want to put my scanner on this one. I only have it at my one at home. So yeah, let's go through what I have up over here. Why isn't that being displayed? Let's go SPY. Oh, okay. All right. There we go. Water watch list. We can go Apple, AMD. Why isn't it pulling that up? Why you gotta be? Why you gotta be like that? Yeah. Why you gotta go and do that? Why you gotta go and do that?
Hold on. That's Tribe Called Quest, right?
I don't know who it is.
Why you gotta go and do that, love, huh?
Why you gotta go and do that? Do that.
Yeah.
Check
sure.
Amazon October 17th. Ozan says 21. October, November 20th, 30 calls. Let's do that right now. Let's do it live. We're going over to October 17th. That's going to be next week's. What strike price are we talking about? 230 calls. Excuse me. Little open interest over there at those 230 level, 44,400, and then also 28,000 contracts traded on the session. So not too horrible of a look there. IB. Oh, okay. Let's see what this one's up to. Not much options volume going on there. VOOO. This one, a great dividend. I know some people who made a lot of money off of this, VOOO, but still relatively subdued from the options activity. Let's take a look at SPY. We haven't looked at the SPY. Look at the at-the-money IV, a whopping 13%.
That's crazy.
That's not very high whatsoever, is it, Sharif? No. So, but we got a lot of volume on this session. These are the zero DTEs. $671 strike price, 483,000 contracts. 672, 521. Insane.
In the membrane.
So yeah, a lot of stuff going on here. We'll take a look at the NASDAQ as well. I mean, SPY will always have a little bit more volume, which I find interesting, even though this is a little bit cheaper. But you can see the concentration through 610 to 612, 246, 149, 114, 188 at 609. So the concentration is within that specific zone, so slightly at the money, in the money, and out of the monies on that front. Now let's take a look at Microsoft. Microsoft. Yeah, I mean, you don't usually see too much options activity up there, Street, but at 540, we're currently trading at 519, 520. We'll call it flat, but we still have a little bit of a call wall on that front. Let's take a look at our puts. There's always going to be more activity on the puts. I shouldn't say always. Most of the time, you're going to see more activity on the calls than you are going to on the puts. So when I do the option segment in the morning, I don't put the puts up there unless there's a substantial amount, okay? If you have that massive put wall where you're like, hey, this is most definitely going to bounce off of this level. This is the biggest put wall that I've seen in a long time. And we're going to start to see a lot more of that leading into earnings season. Adara, what do you got for us?
Get it, Adara.
Be aware here, Donald Trump speaking to Alexander Stubb, leader of Finland. That stream is live. I'm watching it. If there are any updates, I'll let you know. But they are in the office. Excuse me. There's very often a Q&A period after they make some comments and talk. So if anything related to the market is mentioned, I'll certainly keep you apprised. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. Guys, NUAI's got a nice little continuation here. Generally still putting in lower highs though, and that's the thing. So I don't want to be quick to jump in. It's area high, lower high, lower high. We're still on that lower high trend. So anyway, I may not have the juice quite yet, but LAES is at an interesting area. It's at the 10 EMA on the 5, which it's been very respectful of. So let's get in here and see exactly what we can get possibly on LAES at this level. And we're going to give it to 60 just so we can give it a bit of a buffer zone over here. Yeah, we'll give it, yeah, that's fine. Do that, Joey, and then we can any shares on LAES. So what do we have? We have 69s, all right, so let's layer some orders for a nice possible price spike up, and then we'll put some bigger orders at higher prices. So that's exactly what we'll do there on LAES, looking for continuation there. What else we got? NUAI, I'm definitely keeping my eye on NUAI, but I'm just not ready to go in quite yet on that. ZSPC, we're still holding trend over here, but the volume is dropping off, so that is concerning me. 55 area, still that area of support. There we go, 59s. We've got 59s on right now. Let's see if we can get a bit of continuation on this one. It's still putting in lower highs, though, so not get too excited. And then CABA, it's going to have to defend 3. That's a line in the sand. 3 is also the volume weighted average price. So we'll see if it finds a nice area there. I think we're going to go to Adair. She's got breaking news.
Brother.
Dude, it involves Microsoft. I'm just seeing this headline. I'm waiting for more context, but just to let you guys know, this is dropping. Apparently, forecasts here for Microsoft show that there's going to be a data center crunch persisting into 2026. If in case you guys missed it earlier this year, there are some concerns about Microsoft's data center usage and revenue and the like. Apparently, this crunch or concern is going to persist going forward. But again, not many details. When I get more details, I'll let you know. Back to you.
Thank you. Reacts to that, obviously. This is interesting here. Microsoft 365, wow, down for thousands of users. Down detector shows suite of productivity software down for thousands of users Thursday. Down detector, I didn't even know there was a website called downdetector.com. Nearly 17, no, I didn't know, oh yeah. 17,000 incidents of people reporting issues. Wow, okay, Down Detector, which tracks outages, collecting status reports from a number of sources, including submitted errors on its platform. Interesting. The actual number of affected users may vary. They're saying 17,000, but that could be, just preliminary.
Substantial.
We'll see. Interesting. Interesting look there. Okay, LAES popping off. We're getting some prints there on the high side into 74s. Looking for continuation, though, man. We're still waiting. SERV's breaking out, though, guys. Here we go. SERV, where is SERV? Okay, we're going to have to put it back on, Joey. We took it off. SERV breakout right now on it. Could be a good continuation play. We just took out local area highs. We're still going to be south of that 17 2/3, but it's a good continuation on this one. There you go. Kind of a gap up there on the one. Kind of bizarre. I don't know why it's showing up like that, but yeah, Serve Robotics breaking out above now 17 1/4, looking for 17 1/3. It's clearing 17 1/3. So good breakout right now, guys, on Serve Robotics. I'd be looking at if you're looking for these sort of small cap gapper style plays. Shout out to David. Great show today. Construction Sympathy. Got it next door. Dave's dumb trade ideas.
I love it when he puts that in.
Rigetti to down with Quantumverse. Rare Earth rides up. AMD holds ground. I love the way that you throw things in there, brother. Yeah, you're quite whimsical. Shout out to you, man. I like his personality, Joey. What do you got?
Yeah. I like his personality too. He's funny. I like if you can poke fun at yourself. I think you have a pretty.
Yeah, exactly. It shows that you're not.
You're not
taking
too
yourself seriously,
exactly,
insecure, all that.
Not necessarily easily offended and everything along those lines, which is always a good strong trait.
I like
there we go, guys. Look, bang, trend line snapped. So this has been a grinding.
Right on cue.
Right there on the
jail.
PQs. And we were short looking for the continuation off of these highs. We thought that trend line was going to hold, but as soon as it breached, we just hopped out of that one. I've traded 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 names on the session. And DAL and NVDL were most definitely the better trades on the day. AMD wasn't a good one. We can tell you that for free. Let's pull it up. But it's small potatoes, right? There's always like so many good. Today is such a subdued day. Did I take a trade on it earlier in the morning? I forget. I got to remember. Yeah. So we did. We tried a couple of longs on that. Shout out to this dark pool wick over here.
Shouting out dark pools now.
Yeah, shout them out. So we got little scalps on this one. We gotta clean this up a little bit more there, my brother man.
Sir.
So yeah, I got to what do I got on the menu for tonight, man? I mean, we can talk a little bit of life and what we got going on.
Oh, what do I got going on?
what
Well,
do you
I
got going on
smashed
today?
2 gym sessions.
So
today,
are you going?
We're all
are you
done,
going 3 a day? You're not going 3
You know
a
what,
day,
Joey?
right?
We may do a 3.
I
Why
feel
not?
like I feel like you're going to.
I might.
I have the hunch.
I might get the itch, bro.
You know, I know. Trust me, I know that itch, brother. You need to get that.
Shout out to Tyrone Bigham.
Shout out to.
Yeah. Right.
No, but
No,
I went and you know what I did,
Yes,
Obi?
sir.
I went and I walked to that Fit for Less just down the road and see what was going on because it's a new gym
Yeah,
just
I've
on
seen it.
Yonge Street. Yeah. So I went in there, did a
On
little
Young,
tour.
south of Wellesley, right?
Yeah. So I did a little tour over there.
And?
Because I mean it's not bad, right?
Yo,
It's-
they got
it's-
everything there. They
got
basically have
everything.
all the same Good Life has.
Yeah.
You went inside?
Yeah, I went and
I
did
didn't
a little
go,
tour. Yeah. It is dungeony, like it's in a basement essentially, right? There's some mirrors and
charging
stuff like
there?
that. $30 a month. For the black membership, so you can
different
the black
levels.
card
All right.
membership. Yeah, so you get access to everything, like the tanning beds, the water,
That's what I was
the
gonna say. I
aqua
saw all
massage.
that.
Yeah,
On the
all
outside,
that stuff.
it wrote all
Yeah.
that. That's really good,
So
dude.
I mean, it's a little
That's
bit more.
quite
So you
good.
pay the $50 annual fee plus the $30 a month.
Oh, you have to pay an annual fee.
A $50 annual fee, right? That's where they get you.
$50 is just a one-time.
No, it's not.
It's annual.
I've joined Fit for Less before. I'm pretty sure.
Maybe they
No,
changed it. Oh.
brother, I promise you, it was just there. It's an
Maybe they
annual
changed
fee.
it, brother, yeah.
Yeah. I promise. Yeah, it's an annual fee over there too.
Yeah,
so.
see, that's how they kind of get you. But you sometimes keep your eye out for promotions because a lot of times
Yeah,
they waive it.
exactly right. And I'm
You
like,
know what I
hey, if
mean?
you bring multiple individuals over, like, are you sure you can't waive it for a year, right? You're getting the multiple subs. But Adair, what do you got for us?
Good.
Keep an eye here on Microsoft again, in case you guys missed it. There was, again, this report showing that apparently forecasts are showing that this data center crunch for Microsoft is going to continue into 2026. Now I'm seeing this pop here. Not sure if this is related, but either way, I'm reading this headline. OpenAI apparently is Microsoft's largest CPU Azure cloud customer. And then Meta. META on watch, not moving too much on this headline, but Instagram reportedly exploring a dedicated TV app in their push to do more video content. So Bloomberg reporting that Instagram, again, owned by Meta, is exploring a dedicated TV app. Back to you.
Interesting.
This guy.
That's really interesting.
That's
there.
it. Like these guys are really starting to take over. We've seen the likes of Amazon getting into therapeutics, opening kiosks and everything, and then now we got Meta.
All right, I'm on it.
Meta TV, man.
Yeah, there it
Meta
is.
TV. I mean, what sub are you dropping to pick up Meta
Honestly,
TV?
I'm not gonna pick up anything, Joey. I'm pretty. You know how I am. I'm pretty frugal when it comes to that stuff. I have friends who share their accounts.
Shout out to them.
No, seriously though. No, I don't know who am I paying for right now. I'm paying actually personally Amazon Prime.
Yep.
I'm paying Fubo.
Okay.
And Dazen.
Fubo.
Yeah,
Oh,
for the
okay.
Prem.
Okay,
I have
okay.
to,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
We
That's
got
fair,
the
that's fair.
IP, but
Got the IP.
you know,
That's
it's
all I use now.
unreliable. To be
Is
quite
it?
honest with you. Yes and no. Yes and no.
Yeah.
The quality sometimes can be a little sus.
Yeah.
So I want 4K.
Yeah,
right?
I got so the
I
one
got
that
4K too, Joey,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
sometimes it's not 4K.
Oh,
Sometimes it's
okay.
just
You
they
need that
throw in a
higher
1080
quality
stream or a 720 stream, and they just put it under a 4K
listen,
label.
I
bro.
grew so anyways, my mom used to buy the DVDs off of the dude on the street selling them. And they're the lowest quality DVDs that you could ever watch. So for me, I have no issue. Sometimes it drives Selena's nuts because a new movie will come out and I'll watch it in the lowest quality.
And you don't care.
I have
My old man is
I
like
have
that.
no
he gets mad
issues
at
with
me
it.
that I start
Yeah.
hunting for high quality
No,
stream.
I
He's like,
have
it's
no.
good enough. I'm like, no, it's not.
I have no issue with it whatsoever, man.
That frustrates me. That kind of lackadaisical attitude
Bro,
frustrates
the
me.
we don't need the quality control, man.
Hit the fail? Yes, absolutely hit the fail. Yes, exactly. If it's not 4K, Obi's not watching. That's my guy
brother,
right there, bro.
I'm telling you, go to Jamaica, buy a couple DVDs, the poorest quality, and everybody's still having the greatest time. I remember we were watching, Dara, 1 second, we're watching a movie called Are We There Yet? The one with, Ice Cube or something, or whatever his name is. Are We There Yet?
Yeah.
This is the oldest movie. I'm in the randomest bar in Jamaica, and these guys are having the time of their life watching this movie. Lowest quality as well.
Lowest quality. I get it.
Dara,
People
what do
who
you
don't
got?
care, they don't care.
Yeah, keep an eye here on the market. Just so you guys know, Trump just started answering questions here from the media with regards to his meeting with Alexander Stubb of Finland. Alexander Stubb, again, leader of Finland, also answering questions. Right now, nothing market related, but just to keep you all apprised. Back to you.
Guys, sorry, Joey, I just got to cover this. Serve Robotics is right back in area highs, okay? In fact, I think it just printed the new high, 1779. Dang it, man. Big boy breakout right now. Well, no, I don't want to say breakout, but we're definitely taking out the high of the day, 1779. It was a clean hold off VWAP. I mean, we were involved in this one to no end. I don't know why I drew the line at on the fourth entry. It was once, twice. OB, he is the one thrice trading serve today, and I don't know why I didn't take the last pullback into VWAP, because here it is breaking through the high of the day. So fantastic look right now on SERV. Definitely going to keep an eye out on that. Shout out to MSense Lyft. How much might it go? I know it had, yeah, you're talking about Lyft because they got the headline today with the robotics company. Let's take a look at LYFT. Where the hell is my chart? There it is. I've seen they've been doing well lately. I think they've been outperforming Uber, if I'm not wrong. If I can overlay the charts. Oh, that's an ugly topping tail. Jeez Louise. Look at this, Joey. I mean, it was doing pretty well, and then it put this topping tail candle. It looks like it's headed back to the 50 over here. It lost $20 today. All right, so I like this at $18 to $20. Below $20 right now. I like it for this reason. You had support at 19. Clearly resistance, and you have it at 18. So look, this to me is a buy zone. If I had like a rectangle tool, I could draw like a buy zone for you guys. So I pick it up around there, and it also conflates with the 50 EMA on the daily. That's what I like about that. If it loses that 18 zone, though, I'd have to cut the trade. I'm talking about a swing, of course. That's the daily there. Shout out to Bovin. Bovin saying CEG at 52-week highs. Say less, Bovin. Let's check out Constellation Energy. Oh, baby. CEG, this is a rocket ship. My goodness, Joe, let's find out where we are from the 22 lows. 625%.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's a nice one right there, my boy.
We're missing a lot of the super chats here. I'm
trying to get to them,
Yeah,
Joey.
did you do chat? I don't think we did any of them in the afternoon.
Okay, let's find out. Nick.
Let's rock and roll.
Nick, $2 Canadian, bought Palantir at 190 and 195 out of the money calls recently. Or, yeah, OTM calls recently, LFG. Joey, calls.
Calls. Oh, yeah, OTM. Yeah, so you got those out the monies, 190, 195. Those are really starting to kick up momentum, punching in there as well, too. Let's go. So essentially, Sharif, let's break this down.
Yes, sir.
So, guys, for all the people who are intrigued about learning options, there goes AMD, man. What a dirty dog. I got to take this off my screen and find something else. Let's go Tesla because we haven't traded that on the day. Bang, bang, bang. A nice steady grind. But as for PLTR, Nick, essentially what Nick is doing is he's buying those out the money calls to gain the extrinsic value. It's just strictly the time value on those. Who knows what it was specifically trading at that time, but that's the objective. Extrinsic value. In order for it to have intrinsic value, you need it to go past 190 and 195. Now, as for the small cap millionaire, Sharif, this might be you. What do you guys think about AIEV? I'm bag holding 500 shares at 15 cents.
I'm ready. AIEV. Okay, let's have a look, man. You know, if it's a small cap gapper, I'm going to tell you.
There's zero liquidity on the intraday.
Let's look at it. AEV, right?
AIEV.
My bad. AIEV. My bad. AI electric vehicle. That's interesting. 24 pennies. Let's take a look, Joey. I don't want to talk badly about it. Okay, now we can talk badly about it. Joey.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
18. 25 cents. What the hell, bro?
$18?
$18, Joey.
Oh,
it looks like a SPAC. This is obviously SPAC. That was definitely a SPAC. When you hug 10 like that for a prolonged period and you don't have outsized days, that's definitely. So it looks like it de-SPAC'd over here, back at around, looks like the 14th of June of last year, of 2024. So let me find out. You already said this was AIEV. It's Thunder Power Holdings, developer of premium electric vehicles. Company through their proprietary manufacturer sales premium. Let me see some of these cars, bro. Let's find out some of these cars.
Show them up.
All right, so let's find out. What's the name of the company? Thunder Power Holdings. Thunder Power Holdings EV. Let's see. Show me your cars, Thunder Power.
Show it.
Prove it. Let's just, is this it right here? That's public EV startup indicted. Sorry, I don't mean to laugh about that. I don't know. Where is this? Okay, let's go to their website. Let's go to their website.
It looks like a mix of like a old.
Here it is. That's it right there. Okay. It kind of looks like an EV Maserati. It looks like the Ghibli.
It does.
I don't know. That's a bite off the Ghibli. Or Ghibli, however you want to guys say it. Look at that front grille, though. I don't know about that, Joey.
No, I don't know about it.
And it has the same front fascia as the 370Z.
Ow,
oh
man.
my God, disgusting.
Jeez,
Ram, what the hell is this, bro?
What the? Fabian, you're too loud.
Sounds like
you're too loud right now.
Yeah, Fabian, you gotta pierce my eardrum, but I
yeah.
love you anyway, Fabian. It looks like Gerdo, he says, from Mario Kart. I don't know what that is.
You couldn't pay me.
Okay, hold on. It has like that Panamera, sort of Taycan, swept look. I bet you anything that's probably a hatchback.
Yeah.
But it has the 370Z. Look at the highlight. Look at the headlights.
Brother, I'm telling you right now, this vehicle is having an identity crisis. Like,
let's find out a little bit more about it, Joey.
No, I don't want to see it anymore.
Right.
You couldn't pay me to drive that thing.
Joey, why are you getting so upset about this? It's fine, bro.
What's up, Remy?
Look. Raymond, what's your problem, bro?
Because it was loud in our ear.
Oh.
No, I didn't say anything.
You didn't see where she was? She was creeping through the plastic over
I didn't.
here. That's what she was doing.
No, I didn't even see it.
At.
Wow, you're weird, man.
You're
That's crazy.
Ram just called Joey a creep.
Insane, man.
Dang, bro.
Man.
She's coming in hard.
I didn't even get my sentence out, and she's like, yeah, no, it's you. You suck.
Ram does. Michelle Muir has a 370 set. It doesn't look like that at all. Hold on, Michelle, doesn't the front kind of look? All right, let's take a look at the 370Z. Nissan 370Z. Let's take a look. Yeah, come on, Michelle. I mean, look at the front headlights on this. Let's put in that Thunder or whatever again here. Take a look, Joey.
I'm looking.
Telling me like these are not similar. These headlights.
They're all similar.
A little bit. I mean, it's not exact, but it gives me shades of it.
It's pretty close.
Yeah, it gives me shades of it.
You know what that kind of looks like? The headlights on the Thunderbolt thing I was looking at.
This one?
Yeah. It looks like the McLaren sign a bit.
Oh, that's actually not. That's actually a good point.
Right?
Yeah, it does look like that. Interesting. All right. Well. Okay. So that's it.
Yeah, exactly, David. Get that thing out of here.
All right, NUAI is breaking out again, guys. So I might wanna take this here, but we're gonna approach 3 again. Something tells me it's gonna probably reject 3, but we're gonna give this one the try. Look, we're gonna get a small share size here. If it clears 3, I'll add more. Simple as that. So on NUAI, looks like it's breaking out here. It's a Nike shoes headlight, says Roadrunner. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you don't see very many of those anymore.
That car looks like crappy as Model X, which must pull the design from a cereal box. Let's be real. Chicago's having a great day today. It's called the Thunderbolt X, Fabian.
The Thunderbolt, baby.
So what's it called? Thunder Power, excuse me, Fabian. Thunder Power Holdings. Go to their website. You should be able to see it. Thunder Power Holdings. All right, what else we got?
What do we got?
So we took NUAI. We got 97s. Let's wait on the north side of 3. So by definition, we're gonna have to take out 3. We're at 3 right now. We're waiting at 03s. Look, we're gonna add if it breaks out 3 decisively. But look at this, Joey. It's chopping and churning, and it can't even shake 3. So clearly a hidden seller here at $3. Not surprising. We've been having trouble with 3, but there it goes, Joey. We take it out. It's a 305 area high, and now let's see if we defend that level, or this is gonna be a bull trap to lure us in. I'll add more, but show me that you're willing to stay above that $3 area, and then we'll get in a bit more. So we're gonna pack our patience here for NUAI, looking for the breakout trade.
Good look there, guys. Yeah, so some people are talking about Mara here in the chat. It's been trading pretty good, right? Like considering that Bitcoin's down on the session. You're not too far off of this previous high of the day, only 1% or so. Nice recovery. We talked about this hammer candle at the volume-weighted average price as well, too. So just keep that in mind. So yeah, that's Mara. Let's take a look at some of the other crypto names. BMNR, what are you up to? BMNR, considering that Ethereum's down, at some point at the lows, was down 5% on the day, which is absolutely insane. Daily, I was looking at this name for a potential breakout as well. Okay. Price compression pattern, where have we seen this before?
Where have we seen it, Joey? Almost every stock ever.
I'm here, right? You know what I mean? You see
that again?
You see this?
Who is that? Who are you looking at there? BMNR?
Yeah,
BMNR. 100% break.
Boom. You know what I mean? You see the similarities within them. You're getting in?
100%.
Oh, okay. You're in too. I'm in too. See, yeah, I think I'm gonna have to hop in this as well too. Anything can happen at any given moment with this. I mean, it's super successful. Are you actually?
No. Yeah, I will actually though.
Let's see. Want to see what some
Dude,
contracts
that's
are
a
worth?
clean ascending wedge preceded by a downtrend.
Okay.
So we'll
you
see.
like that, right?
I don't mind that at all,
so
man.
do we-
I don't mind that at
Do
all.
we front run it? IV is a little high on this thing here, Sharif. Let's go further out. Let's give us a little bit more time on this one. We're going to go to February and see what some of these at-the-money contracts are trading at. It's relatively expensive, right? Like this is what are we trading at?
What do we trade?
It's a $58 stock, and those contracts 122% at the money, so they're relatively expensive. But also look at the likes of IBIT, right? Significantly cheaper. We're going to go to the exact same expiration in January, essentially half the price. And this is more expensive than what BMNR is, so the volatility being priced in on those names. But I was looking at it for potential breakout, so we'll continue to monitor it. Do we get involved in one contract or so? I think so. But the thing is, ETHA has not been performing good whatsoever after it just moved 100% or so. At the money IV 75%. Those for 99 days, those contracts are at the money only $5.25. So I think that's worth it in the long run.
Well said, Joe.
All right,
guys. LAES broke out. So we have 69s on at the moment, and now it is taking out the mid 80s. 86 high. We're at 86 right now. My next profit taker is 88s, and we got shares on this one. We added nicely into that pullback. So let's see if we can kind of wet the beak here at some key levels. We'll look to take some in the low 90s as well. Still not getting the 88 print. It is an 87 high, showing me 85s at the moment. Packing my patience. Also need to monitor my NUAI trade, as this is an indecisive candle. We go above 3, now we're putting in higher lows, but it's also a lower high. So area low for this is 275. I'm not giving it to that though, so we'll need to do something a little bit better. 90s an area as well. I could be persuaded to add there if 90 holds up, and that would be a higher low as well. So how many shares do we have on NUAI there? Yeah, let's go ahead and wait in the low 90s. We'll see if we can get something in and around there and front run the 90 support level. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on now, but it's really the LAES show that's really performing quite well into the midday or the late day over here. Wow, there's only like 20 some odd minutes left, eh? That was a fast day, let me tell you though. Today was a quick day. Felt like it went by pretty quick, Joe. So
yeah.
I don't know how you feel about that, but yeah, let's wet the beak a little bit more over here. We're gonna take out some more because we got shares on this one. All right, very eventful day, says Nick. Good to hear, brother. The markets didn't really like it, but the markets aren't down that aggressively. We're talking about 1/3% on the ES, a little bit more than 1/5% on the NQ. So you're not really taking it on the chin, but it's a mixed bag in Mag 7 world, right? Amazon's green, Nvidia's green, Meta's green, and then Apple's red, Google's red, Tesla's red, Softy's red. So it's a mixed bag, no continuity with respect to the Mag, but that's okay. They shouldn't really be moving together because if I wanted them to move together, I just put my money in the Qs, right? So that's kind of how I feel about that. Tilray, like I said, is picking up on volume, says Jamlocky. Let's take a look at Tilray. It was involved plenty with that one earlier in the day. What is it up to now? Not bad. Let's take a look over here. Assassino at the 5. Yeah, picking up off the volume weighted average price, Joey, but it's not rocketing up. It's straddling VWAP, which makes me feel that it might be an aggressive bid into the close. Usually, if it straddles VWAP, there's a reason why it's straddling and it's not dropping below. It means that it's being picked up by buyers at that level. So this could be an interesting maybe market on close trade or a limit on close trade if you're into that kind of thing. It's a thing we used to do around here on the floor. So yeah, we're sending it to Adair. She's got news.
Yeah, Nokia and Ericsson both popping here with relative volume. Basically, the leader of Finland here, Alexander Stubb, president of Finland, he just kind of mentioned, there are two great networks in the West right now, Nokia and Ericsson. Both Nokia and Ericsson popped on this sole comment. So interesting stuff here. NOK on the NYSE and ERIC on the NASDAQ. Back to you.
Thank you, Adair, for that. Still watching here, LAES. We're zigging and zagging. Joseph Options at that high of the day. So we just did wet the beak there at 86 to front run the 87 penny print. But don't want to take out too much too quickly over here because I do feel we could easily squeeze into 6, especially if we take out some of these mid to high 80 sellers on LAES. So we'll keep tabs on that. And Serve Robotics, yeah, I just want to get to that one in a second here. Looks like it's doing a bit of a rounded top pattern into 18, 17, excuse me, 990 high, 10 EMAs at around 17.5. This could be an interesting pickup here on Serve for a test of 18, but.
Sorry, I just want to let you guys know Trump just stepped off the podium, for lack of a better term. Press is leaving the room.
Amazing, thank you, Adara. Any big headlines out of that?
The only market-moving stuff was the Ericsson and Nokia stuff, and even then that was kind of a blip. Those are both cheaper stocks as well. Nothing else that I would really say is relevant to the market. He said he's going to leave for the Middle East maybe sometime Sunday for the hostage situation, so just for a scheduling note for next week, but nothing really.
Good. I like that. Oh, NUAI's tanking, Joey. Where the hell is it? NUAI just absolutely crapped the bed. Oh, wow, what a drop there. Thank God we got something out at 3.
Oh,
so,
wow,
yeah, dude, it just dropped. But that's a VWAP area here. This could be a buy. Let's see if it holds VWAP. If it holds at 260 level, this is a great buy right now on NUAI. That's a volume-weighted average price, but it did lure you in with a $3 break. It certainly lured me in, but I'm keeping my eye here on it. I don't mind picking this up off the volume-weighted average price. What do you got, Joey?
All right, let's see what we got going on. Big Guava is talking about, yeah, guava. That's what's in, you know, what's the plant in tequila? Guava plant, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, Big Guava. All right, so Big Tequila, we're going to call you on that front. So ETHU, this is 2X. What I'm getting at here essentially,
agave.
Agave, there we go. So we're not there. Bang, I was close. What is it? Anyways, sign BMNR. There it is. Wow. You can see just the difference, right? Like the treasury play, potential breakout. Obviously, Ethereum is going to need to participate in order to get that, but that's all right. Boss play. Hold on.
He's dropping cash.
Boss play. Boss man D'Lo. First time super chat. Big shout out to Obi, the Amazonian. 5K profit off the 222 level and still holding for a few cons for ER earnings report. I'm assuming he's going to. So thank you very much for that. Boss play, and shout out to you there, Obi. Also, our guy Stevenson, Etienne, man, was off today. Did break my rules today, but I recovered it and journaled him back on top. Yeah, Stevenson, I told you you'd be back, brother. Remember? You thought we were gonna hang him up. I'm like, I know Stevenson. There's no way that guy's gonna hang them up. So Guava, absolutely. Thank you, Axelbiz. Bobby Axelrod just looked at the Thunder car. Looks like a Maserati with a cooler front end.
That's exactly what we said.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody hears. Yeah, there's a poll up there.
Yeah, I think that's what he's talking about.
253 votes. That's nothing. Come on, what is that, guys? But 70% of us saying no thanks. I'm part of the no thanks party on that one. I don't know.
I don't think it's ugly. It's just not for me. I mean,
I think it's ugly. I think it's pretty ugly.
It's weird looking.
Yeah, it's you like the grill on the front?
No, someone made a joke in the chat that you could. It looks like you could warm your food up on it. It looks like a hot plate.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is kind of funny.
G-Talk 5150, 5150. What's going on? $5. Please cover APLD earnings today for sure.
Crazy.
We were talking a little bit about that. We're getting into earnings season, guys. So we'll be going over a lot of things such as the expected moves, etc. But we'll do that one more time for you. APL. Oh, nope. We got to go to options AI and see our expected move, which is approximately around 16%. I like Applied Digital. This
LAES is breaking out.
Is it? Go ahead. Take it over.
LAES is breaking out, guys. There's a new high a day. It's showing 90s now. It's continuing up into 6, Joey, so I don't want to interrupt you, but yeah, this is
all right.
moving
If it's breaking out, just cover it, right? We're just going over some options activity here. So again, we went over this earlier in the day, 14.9%, with the potential high of around 34.13 and a potential low of around 25.27. Now, as for the actual underlying asset and what it's been up to, it's on a big time breakout, right? So if you get an additional gap up, I think you're lucky and most definitely want to start taking profits, because look what happened on Oracle's ORC. Look at this earnings report. Obviously, you don't want to compare apples to oranges, but price action is price action at the end of the day. You get this big time gap up, and you've not even came anywhere close to trading to 345. You're still $50 off of that part. But as for APLD, same thing. You get an additional move higher. profit taker, profit taker, profit taker. And I think at some point you'll be able to get in at a lower price, especially if you have a massive 15% gap up.
Absolutely, Joey. I agree with that. All right, continuing to wait here on LAES. Also in a position right now on SERP at 61s, looking for the hold into the 10 EMA. The 10 EMA is showing me 44s. So we're packing our patience here as this zigs and zags at the $0.5, looking for continuation into the close on on SERV. Today the headline with lift. So keeping tabs on that. Let's go back though to LAES. There we go, a new high of day into 92. Let's see if this one will touch $6 eventually, or what the situation is going to be on this one. So keeping tabs here on LAES. We're actually waiting, I believe, at 93. Yeah, 93. So not quite there yet. 92s is the high of the day. DJ saying DLO is flying. Let's take a look at DLO. See what that one is up to at the moment. Oh, wow, what a breakout there, and a late day breakout too. Look at this. This is like about, that's 3 o'clock there, and so you get to pull back into the 10 and it's rocketing up. DLO, shout out to you, my man. Great call there. What is this over here? It is local Uruguay-based focus on enabling merchants. Okay, what's the float? 2.37 million shares. Just keeping an eye on this 1 second. 92 million share float. Not too bad. Not too bad as well. ATCH is above VWAP. I do see that, Alex, but I'm not going to trade that one at the moment. DLO's freaking breaking out like crazy.
Boss man DLO.
Oh, boy, here, man. DLO, let's go. This is really going here, Joey. So let's take a look at this. The strength on this one is just very obvious. 15, 17 high. It's got a 4-penny, 3-penny spread at the moment, which isn't bad. Let's continue to watch, though, see if that spread maintains the level, or does it open up at times. Right now showing 6 pennies. Not bad, not bad. Here we go into the highs again on DLO. 17 highs. It's showing me 15s. So this one's coming, well, why is it only telling me 7%? Yeah, it is only up 7%. So this one's barely done anything. We're talking about 7% right now. I don't really have anything on my blotter. Oh, this one reported results yesterday. Two reports. So this one looks like it might be reporting today. No, November 12th. That's the only thing that I have on it. It said they were going to report on November 12th. So DLO, big boy breakout right now. Traded carefully, though, because I really don't know why this is moving. And so, you know, the ones without a catalyst, sometimes they're a little bit sus.
Which one there?
Shout out to Zen Zombie, $5 super chat. I'm killing it on BBAI. What do you got on that one, Joey?
Oh, okay. Let's see. You want to take a look at BBAI?
Yeah,
no problem.
Dividend trade there.
No problem.
Get it.
We do it for you, no problem. We'll go over Nokia Corp after for the individual courtesy. I know you asked us very politely, so we'll continue. We'll do that for you. Look at this. Break through that 734 level. You get 10 pennies right off of that. We go to the daily. I don't think it's the prettiest chart out there, but I mean, it's just this consistent, steady higher. So move higher. So if you ask me, everything in between this is noise. I wouldn't be surprised if you get a pullback south of this range. You can see that you're almost forming a double top right there, or we could just go parabolic. But with the market being slightly frothy and starting to rip higher here on the day, just going to be a complete recovery. This is bull market-esque stuff there, guys. Sell, 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 and then you get the recovery in the later half of the session. But yeah, as for BBI, not too horrible of a look, but NOK. If you want to get involved, you want to wait for a pullback, I think, on this one. And the same thing with NOK. Swing trading, you're thinking the low was obviously there, nice indecision print. If you look for these across the board after some extreme selling, you'll be doing just fine in the long run. Collect as much data as you possibly can. But 5, 7, 16 is what we're currently trading at. And a big time move, $4 all the way up to 5. Well, I shouldn't say big, relatively speaking, but wait for a pullback into that $5, $4.90 level, and then maybe you can get a continuation of the trend. Adara, what do you got for us?
And balance is really soon, really quickly, though, guys. Be aware, Fed's Bowman is talking, prepared remarks. Looks like they're not super about the market here, or I guess economic policy, rather. She's talking about community banks and such. She's also the vice chair of supervision. It seems like that is more the heart of the speech. Back to you.
Good, Derek.
All right. So yeah, what's Oklo is breaking out here. Okay, starting a big time recovery on Oklo. Not too horrible look there. Okay, hello. Any good hockey game? What's the Thursday nighter tonight, Chief? Do you know, or are we just saying in baseball? Yeah, no problem. So yeah, a breakout over there. Bang. Won't complain on that one.
Thursday nighter?
Yeah.
For football?
Yep.
Let's find out. Let's take a look at the old score app over here, Joey.
You got the score,
I've been watching football a lot lately.
Nah, me neither. I haven't paid
today.
too much
It's a division game. We got the Eagles and the Giants. It's an NFC East game, so obviously I'm interested in that because, well, Cowboys are in the NFC East.
New York.
Imbalances,
imbalances.
Absolutely. Thank you, Assassino. You got that, Adara, or what's okay?
I'll just do them. So they're all really big. Market 3.2 billion buy. Nasdaq 1.9 billion buy. Dow 944 million buy. And then Meg 7 1.1 billion buy. So other than the Dow, they're all over $1 billion, and the Dow was almost $1 billion.
Yeah, so here I'll bring up the. I got the and these are
you
the.
You only got the NYSE. I got the NQs
okay,
up
so
here.
show
as well
a little bit of my screen, a little bit of his. Here's what we got on the NYSE, Joey. This is filtered by size.
Yep.
So there it is. Oh no, right there. Sorry, Joey. There we go. T, Kenview, OMC, Snap. You got Mark on there. CL, MRK. What else you got on your side, Joey?
Yeah, we got Apple with 2.1 million there on the buy side. NVDA starting to grow up a little bit. The pair volume around 4.3 million on that there. And then also you went over Kenview. Amazon on it as well too with a buy around 1.38 million on that front. And then Broadcom, AVGO, putting in just almost $1 million onto the buy side. So there it is. Here's your top stuff. I'll make it a little bit bigger for you guys so you can see it more clearly. There it is. Bang. Yeah, thank you. If you can just scroll up into that corner there, Assassino, and just go over these top names. Amazon 1.3, NVDA 2.2, Apple about 2 million now, 1.95 there, guys. So take a look on some of these imbalances.
All right, man. Joey, we got stopped out of SERV, so that will be a loser for me on the day, despite the fact that we were positive on it earlier. So we'll give back on that one. But LAES continues to trend up. We've got 69s on this one. It's about to take out, it looks like to be the high of the day, 96s now. It's showing me 94s. So waiting at 96s. I'm waiting at the high of the day for a look there. Here's 95. So this one getting a bit of a bid into the close. There's 96. We get the print there. Let's go ahead and wait up there as well. There's another print. We're still waiting for anything above 6. Let's go ahead and wait at 602 for a nice price spike into the high. So LAES going hard into the close to the tune of 37% and change. We'll keep tabs on this one. Mark Zed said plug is gapping up. So that's very interesting to me because I'm looking at getting into plug power on a swing trade. It was very aggressive into 475. I'm waiting for the first 5-minute candle or the first daily candle make a new high. That will have to be currently above 398. It doesn't look like we're going to get to that today, but it is a great looking bottoming tail candle on plug power. Let me show you guys what I'm looking at because, well, the hydrogen space has been insanely strong and Bloom Energy has been absolutely the leader in that space. Take a look at BE on the daily, but this one you can size substantially into. So look at this, plug power. It comes into the 10, it gets bought off the 10 very aggressively. This is the daily chart on PLUG, but we still haven't reclaimed that prior candle high, which is around 396, but I do like the look of this candle here. The fact that it was bought up so aggressively into that 10 EMA tells me buyers were looking at this as well. So I'm definitely going to be interested in, piling in here on plug power. Now I do have a checkered history with this bad boy, as I did lose $1 a share on it in the past, but hey, you gotta risk money to make money, baby.
Yes,
so,
sir, you do.
We're gonna have to do that. So I'm keeping my eye on that. There goes LAES Joey options through the high. We'll take the 2 print now. We're waiting at 5s, 3s is the high of the day. Good strength today on LAES. But Joey, what's up?
What's going on? Trade the pool. Beat Ackman. Live trading competition is here, October 8th to 10th, every day. Ackman makes his move. Your mission, outperform him, beat his return, prove you got what it takes. Then the grand finale on October 13th, broadcasted live on Trader TV. With Trade the Pool team live in the studio, over 600K in prizes are up for grabs. 25K, 50K, even 100K evaluation accounts. Plus surprise giveaways during the live show. Don't just watch, compete. Beat Ackman, win big. Scan the QR code. Start trading today, guys.
A good look there, beating Ackman.
Do you think you could beat him? I think you could beat him.
Or could I beat Ackman?
Yeah.
No.
Hey, man, you never know.
I don't think I could beat Ackman. Ackman, look, he's made some questionable calls, but facts are facts.
I mean,
He's
who
rich
hasn't?
AF.
Yeah, he's rich as AF.
Right? So that's all the proof you need to
the
put
thing
there,
is, though,
baby.
it's like when you can have the most questionable calls on the planet, but that one call that just sends you skyrocketing, everything else is irrelevant.
There you go. All right, man. This was a great day today, guys. We want to let you know, guys, today, no market recap show today, but we will resume it tomorrow. So nothing from 4:30. It ends with Joey and I today. But man, I can't tell you. This is the first time ever I've been on the big show, and I've been here in August. Next August, of course. Will be 4 years.
Geez.
Yeah. So I've never been on the big show.
There you go. You're on it now. You are the big show.
There you go. I'm not the
Welcome
big
to
show,
the big show.
Yeah, first time. I've been on with Thank you, Rammer. Thank you. I've never been on the big show with Neil and Sean, but I have been on
The
with
big
Neil and
show.
Sean.
Oh, okay.
because
So you never
They
participated.
had to fill in for the
That's a
midday
Katina,
when
man.
we were kind of through that point a little bit. So,
All right.
hey, man,
We
I know
use
you
Amazon.
even were on the big show before I got on
That's
the big show.
crazy.
Barely, you've been here a year and change. So
Yeah.
shout out to Joey Options, bro.
Amazon.
Amazon.
228. What
Okay.
the heliante? Man, oh man. Let's pull that.
I think Ozan's been in that all day. He's been pounding the table on Amazon, basically, from what I've seen. Shout out to you, Ozan. That's a good look. This guy's just relaxing. Looking at the chart.
Well, you said shout out to. I thought you were talking about Ozan. No, I'm looking at the chart.
He was.
Okay.
I swear he was yelling about what's it called? Amazon earlier, but I really haven't seen him in the chat.
There you go, Jason Coigny, 4R today. Nice, 4X return. We love risking that, man. Good job on that front.
There he is. I'm rich, he says. Get it, Ozan. All right, guys.
Yeah, Ozan is, I don't know. I think Ozan is actually pretty rich because the trades that this guy's telling me he's putting
a good trader,
up,
bro. When we go to Dallas and
cash.
he hosts us at his house,
Yeah.
we're going to have a lot of expectations.
What is that? Yeah, what is that? I forget what that. I'm really, Ozan. Like, brother, I've been to Dallas, so I know where my expectations lay. And then I got some high ones.
Expectations of Ozan.
Yeah,
well,
both.
now that he knows
Both,
he's
brother.
floating in money.
Both.
You know, when he
cash.
brings out the dinner plate, Joey.
It better
when he
be
takes us out.
some barbecue. I got a really hot take. I forget where I went. Terry Black's. Terry Black's is where I'm pretty sure I went for barbecue.
Oh.
Listen, this is going to be an extremely unpopular opinion. Maybe I shouldn't say it, but I'm going to say it anyways. Man, I'm going to say it. I had better barbecue. It's that simple. Terry Black's is amazing in Austin. I've had better. I've had better here north of the border. I'm sorry, lads. But Canadian beef and meat is pretty good. And I was actually, it's a nice place to go to. But again, I've had better barbecue. I know, it's a hot take, the unpopular opinion, but I'm just going against the grain and I'm being honest. I'm honest with you guys, that's the thing. Would you rather me lie and say that I thought it was the best barbecue I've ever had? There's nothing about it whatsoever.
bro.
Yeah, hey man, hey, I love you. I like Dallas. I had a great time in Dallas. I love America,
Joey.
but there's better barbecue out there, man.
Yeah, okay, bro. I love Texan barbecue. That's kind of my thing there. But
you love Texan, but have you been to Texas?
No, but there's a Texan barbecue place off the 4. Remember the guy that got shut down during COVID, and then he wouldn't shut his place down. And
The barbecue guy, yeah, the barbecue
Texas
guy.
Barbecue ever. Yeah.
That's what it says.
That guy put his foot down, man.
Oh,
and they'd show up with cops there to shut him down. He'd be open the next day.
He's like, no way.
They
Is this the dude in Saga?
No.
Because there was a guy in Saga that was like that too.
Well,
It was crazy.
Exactly. Well, there's a bunch there. Oh, LAES Joseph Options is just taking out, breaking hearts and taking out levels 611 high. There we go. That's going to be the end of the trade for me on LAES. Good breakout through 6 and good continuation into the close. But this one's going to haunt me here, Joey. I should have been more alive to this. I should have been more aggressive on serve. Look at the bid that SERV got. And we had shares on here too, guys, but couldn't DCA into an oblivion, and it's a different beast trading into the close. Lesson learned. We'll definitely be a bit more aggressive into this, especially if it had such a tailwind. All right, guys, the closing bell is brought to you by Beta Pro. 3 times leverage ETF 2, 1. It's over. Where do we end up closing, Joey?
Well,
bring in.
tell them where we went, man.
Here's what happened, Joey. So we official close on the ES. We're down a third. The NQ did the best of all four major averages, down only 0.13. The Dow does take it on the chin today, down more than 0.5% in the Russ, as is typically the case when we have a red day. The worst performing major average, Joey, just a little bit more red than 2/3. We'll talk a little bit about gold as well, taking it on the chin, 2%. Silver down 2.5%, and oil also down 1 3/4. Let's take a look at the crypto market super quick, see where Bitcoin is at. Bitcoin still holding 120,000, but down 2% on the day. Likewise with ETH, a little bit above 4,300 here, Joey, down almost 4%. We'll look for a green day to close up the day tomorrow, the week, I mean.
The week, yeah. Let's see if we can get that, guys. As Sharif mentioned, some down days in the cryptos, but a nice recovery near the end on the NASDAQ and the S&P. I hope everyone has a fantastic Thursday. Tomorrow is Friday, and that's going to put us. And then Monday is Canadian Thanksgiving, but we will be here.
We will be here, and we're going to have the Trade the Pool team.
All right.
And we're super excited. Money Mitch is going to be in studio. Everybody else from Trade the Pool is going to be there. I might take a half day.
Yeah.
So it might be your friend.
On Friday?
Maybe. No. Monday.
On Monday.
I haven't
on Monday.
decided yet.
Hey,
but
Deshaun Williams. Have a good one, brother.
Take care, guys. Good night.
Oh, we're still here. Easy.
We're still here.